Yeah, yeah.
That's
Okay, let me hit the button.
so be difficult with a pet.
All right, we're going live.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite advocate for dignity and free will,
Yes.
Adam Friended.
Dignity and free will should go hand in hand. And we have a very special guest here, Hans-Georg Moeller. And he runs the channel CarefreeWandering, which is a great channel that everyone should subscribe to. It's kind of funny. You've got this split identity going, Georg, where a lot of people probably know you from the CarefreeWandering channel because you've had some really successful videos there and some really interesting sort of video essays.
Thanks. Yeah, that would be nice if some of the CarefreeWandering viewers would be there. Thanks for the kind words.
Yes. So we've talked once before. We talked a bit about your book. I have read, and I was telling you before the stream began that I recommend your book a lot. It's you and your profile, and it's this idea that identity creation is kind of a technology that has evolved over time. And you chronicle going from a period that you call sincerity, where we're kind of bound to our family unit. A lot of our identity comes from where we're placed in the family and in society. And then we've kind of adopted this individualist idea of identity where we kind of are curating and creating our own identity. And now you're saying that we're moving into a completely new phase of identity where we're building our identities around profiles like Facebook profile or an Instagram profile or a YouTube channel profile. So,
exactly.
Yeah. So it's super, super fascinating to me. I don't know if you know, but I'm an artist. That's my background. So your videos on art and conceptual art and stuff like that are really awesome to me. I like to look at those, but I don't know that we're going to talk a lot about the prophilicity stuff, but I do like your book is amazing. I recommend it a lot to a lot of the people in the YouTube sphere that are real thinkers, readers. So,
thanks, Adam.
But I think we're going to talk more about, I think Sitch believes that you are a socialist. And as many times as I tell him, no, he's not.
I thought you said you were last time we talked. I could be misremembering.
Yeah, I mean, I sympathize with socialism. I don't know if we talked about this last time. I was thinking about, I don't want to repeat myself, but, I'm not really a hardcore political thinker. So as Adam just explained, I come more from what I would call basically an existentialist approach. And so I don't really consider myself like, a political theorist or anything like that. But I do have a certain sympathy for socialism if pressed. But that's more a personal, almost biographical thing. Because of my experiences in Germany, where I grew up, and also in China, where I spent a lot of my life. And I think it's a kind of myth that socialism doesn't work. I think it actually works better than both neoliberal capitalism and communism, economically speaking. Like, when I grew up in Germany in, let's say, the 1980s, Germany was still pretty socialist. And that basically means for me that a lot of the economy was public. And a lot of society was public, especially like the core things like education, energy, public transport, the postal system, and even more like, like in China, for instance, you have even parts of the banking system that are kind of public. And you had something similar also in Germany. So, and that actually functioned, I guess, very well. Like Germany had its kind of best economic and strongest economic period when it had this kind of very socialist setup. And that didn't only work well for people who were in the public sector, which a lot of people were, right? You could just like spend your whole life and have a good income working as whatever for the post or for the public railway or something. These were kind of to use the word that you earlier used, Adam, jobs with dignity and jobs with a very good, very stable income, right? And then in the course of privatization, this was all gone. So I think a lot of people lost out through this privatization. And actually, just to cite the German kind of rail, what do you call it? Rail system as an example, like it kind of is now much worse, right? It's unreliable, it's slow, it's dirty, and it was much better when it was still public. So that's just a personal experience from Germany. And then I was like,
Uh-oh.
Well, oh,
I think he might have froze.
oh no.
Oh no.
really good.
Oh, you're okay. It looks like you're coming back.
Can you hear us?
I was gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was I
You
gone?
lost like the last 20 seconds, the way you said.
Okay.
Your video's down.
So I was
Oh, no, you're
saying
back.
when I was like, I don't know when I was cut off, but I was saying like,
Oh no. I just gone from the Zoom call. Oh,
Oh, he's back.
okay, I was
Welcome
gone.
back.
You
Yeah.
got kicked out for a second there.
I didn't know. I did. The connection has been okay. Shall I start again with what I said, or
Well, you
You
were
said, what I was going to ask you was you're saying that
continue?
you
Yeah.
thought socialism worked better than communism. What is the difference that you're making there between the two?
Well, as I said, like for me, socialism is basically that a large part, but not
Mhm.
all of the economy is public, that the essential part of the economy is public. And that you also have, let's say, a very solid, like whatever, public health insurance and stuff like that. So as I mentioned earlier, I don't know where I was cut off. Like with large parts of the economy, I'm thinking primarily about education, public transport, and even energy,
Because I
and
think that
perhaps even financial services like insurance or stuff like that. And that has worked really, really well for Germany, and also for the private sector. The private sector was also doing, I guess, better at that time, large parts of it, at least like the what do you call them, the smaller businesses.
but
And then of
things have
course
changed.
the other difference between socialism and communism is China, right? China had a very communist system, which, by the way, economically also wasn't really that bad. But then they switched to a more socialist system, like a mix between, state-run economy and a capitalist economy, and that led to huge creation of wealth and a huge, never seen historically anywhere, erasure of poverty. And it opened up, all these opportunities for education and basically much better life for hundreds of millions of people.
well, like today.
So that's just my experiment. And these are the two countries that I spent
Right,
most of my
right.
life in, right? Germany and China, and they did very well with socialism during my lifetime there.
So
They both
today,
flourished.
when I hear, a lot of the streamers today, the young streamers who refer to themselves as socialists, usually when I'm hearing them talk, they're not referring to simply having the public or the government run certain industries. I mean, in a lot of states in America, you can have either a public or like a quasi-public private, power company or insurance company. A lot of people in Europe, obviously there's, government-run healthcare. A lot of people in America want something similar to that, or at least a public option.
Mm.
And I think, all those things to me, those things can exist, in a outside of what I would consider socialism. All those things can exist in a mixed economy. But when I hear the streamers today talk about socialism, usually what they're referring to is they want a system where private capital is abolished and every private business has to be run as some kind of co-op model.
Well, that would be more communist, right?
I don't
Where
know.
you have like
Because it depends how
where
we
you have
define these terms.
the complete abolishing of private property or private businesses, and obviously that didn't work either, at least not very well. It also wasn't a complete failure. I mean, if you just look disregard all the human rights issues or so, and
Well.
disregard
Yeah.
no, I mean, just like looking economically at the Soviet Union, it wasn't, to describe it as a total failure would be wrong. I mean, large parts of Russia, like Russia was economically very backwards, and just in pure
Oh.
numbers. I mean, they had major famines and so in the 1930s. Still, as I'm still there?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're in Serbia right now. That's where you're
I'm
at?
in Serbia. Yes. Which also has a great socialist past, right? They were a socialist, a kind of a liberal socialist country, Yugoslavia. Not part of the Soviet bloc.
Well, I mean,
still socialist. They were.
I don't want to cut you off, Sitch, if
central
you
to
want to.
them.
I have a question.
I mean, I
Go
think
ahead.
part of the issue is, regarding the economic efficiency of something or efficacy of something is, I mean, I feel like you have to take, how the average person is doing or the human rights into consideration. Because I feel like, you could theoretically create, decent economic outcomes with like horrible systems, like slavery. I'm sure the South in America, did decently with slaves, but just the economic outcome, it shouldn't be the metric there, right?
Sure. I agree.
The question I would have for you is, you mentioned that you felt different institutions were run better when they were publicly owned, when they were socialist and not in private hands. And then when they turned over to private hands, they didn't seem to function as well. And I wonder if the level of collectivism in the society, just culturally, affects that. I know America is like a very individualist culture, and one of the problems that people perceive in these kind of government institutions is that everybody has this individualist mindset that they're like, I can slack off at work because this is a government job. Do you think that plays a role?
No, I do think that Germany was as individualist as America, if not more. I mean, Americans like to tell themselves, they like to describe themselves in terms of this super individualism, but whatever. I mean, look at whatever the McDonaldization of the world, right? Look like the uniformity of the Fordist mode of production and so forth. I think that's largely a myth that the Americans like to tell themselves, that they are super individualist.
Well, look, I'm super individualist, but I could definitely be an outlier. So what do you think?
Well, I mean, wait, I think American culture, at least it seems like, has been rooted in the idea of kind of like the individual who tells, the government to F off and they're going to go do their own thing. I mean, I can't, I don't know what it's like in Germany, but in America, there's definitely, that idea is rooted deeply in our mythos. And I think it definitely seems to be how people feel about things, and definitely affect how the political lens is shifted. That's part of why I think in America there is such a resistance to, having a public option and having some of these things be run by the government, is because of this kind of like very strong individualist leaning.
Well, I mean, I would say that that the capitalist interests very much feed this narrative because it's in the interest of sustaining this hyper-capitalist system, which, as I just said, I don't think is ultimately in the best economic interest of people.
Yeah,
Not
it
of
might
the
not be. I'm just saying in
majority.
terms of like, I think it's definitely true that even if the capitalists are kind of taking advantage of the rugged individualism inherent in
Right.
America's culture, which they very well might be doing, I still think that rugged individualism exists and has been a part of America's DNA for a very long time.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of it.
Well, I mean, I lived in America for a year. I lived in Canada for nearly 10 years. Um, and on the one hand, I know what you mean. I don't want to belittle that. But again, on the other hand, as I said earlier, if you just look at, as I just said, like McDonaldization, like all the cities basically look the same. And yeah, there is, and again, also the uniformity of, let's say, the mode of production. That's not really an individualism.
Okay.
Just because people, um, whatever, let the hair grow long and stuff, and then write a. It's like this Marlboro myth, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, the Marlboro advertising.
The
Right,
cowboy myth?
that plays to this kind of rugged individualism, at least traditionally. I don't know that now they don't do the advertising for the cigarettes anymore. That's maybe 20, 30 years ago. But that's kind of an iconic representation, I think, of this, what I would call the fake simulation of individualism. It's a simulation of individualism.
Well, I mean,
The Marlboro Man is for me an icon of that, even though the Marlboro Man died like 20 years ago of lung cancer or whatever.
Yeah, like, I mean, America isn't, an ANCAP country, and it's not one of these like super libertarian anarchy countries. But, when you look at, the kind of the founding of the country, rooted in this fear of federal government's oversight and trying to incorporate that with the Bill of Rights and to have such a strong view about the individual rights and everything. It's just, I mean, again, as I said, I definitely think you can argue, and I would agree that, capitalism
And I mean,
and
look at the
businesses
reality. It's high taxes.
Are sort of using that to their advantage.
Sorry for interrupting you, but the individuals have to pay very high taxes. I mean, America is a high tax country, and it's
Well, not as high
specifically
as a
high
lot of the
taxes.
European countries, right?
In effect, yes, I would say, at least in my experience.
What do you mean?
Like I mean, only 1 year in the US, right? But all the taxes you have, like the property taxes are much higher, and also, the income taxes, I think, for a lot of people are pretty high. And then you have to pay, yourself for education and so forth. And yeah, I don't think America is a low tax country.
Well, I mean, first of all, I mean, my understanding is that it is lower than a lot of the European countries that have a lot of the services you're talking about. But even if it's not, I don't see what that really has to do with kind of the idea of the, individualism being a big part of the culture. Just because you pay taxes. I mean, as I said, we're not living in Ancapistan. So
I have a couple of questions.
yeah.
So you said that Germany was just as individualist culturally.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want to ask? Do you have a comment or something?
I want to know. I just like want to play the bad cop a little bit with Sitch. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Then look where the taxes are going in America. They're going like to fund the military. Is that individualist, right? That you have like this huge military that is like all over the world, that is like, hundreds and hundreds of military bases, right? I used to travel a lot because my work is China related, as you know. And when I traveled from Europe to China, there were two kinds of people on the planes: tourists and engineers, people who, like, specialists working for companies there. And when you travel from America to China, it's two different kind of people on the plane, because the planes stop over in Japan or somewhere: military and missionaries. And that's none of this is individualistic. The military is like the opposite of individualistic, and the whole military culture you have, which extends into so much, for instance, sports, football. I like watching American football, but it's also the opposite of individualistic. And the same with religion. America is the most fundamentalist religious country in the Western world. I like to compare it with whatever the Islamic places are. So, given the degree of religiosity and the mandatoriness of being religious, that's also not individualist at all. Both the military and religion are highly collectivist.
Mm-hmm. So,
and America is much more militarist and much more religious than Germany. And therefore, Germany is much more, in this way, individualist, because it doesn't have these huge collective cultural factors that, until today, dominate American society to a great extent.
So I don't think the fact that America has a large military should have really anything to do with whether the culture has an individualist or a collectivist bend to it. Because obviously, when you have the situation where America is like supposed to be the superpower of the world that is sort of playing world cop, that just kind of necessitates that there's going to be a large military force that exists all throughout the world. And obviously, a military itself, I don't think anyone would ever argue that a military could or should be run as anything other than a collectivist organization. I mean, I think you even talked about this in one of your videos about how, like, when you're in the military and someone's giving you orders in the moment, you kind of have to follow them, and then you can kind of talk about, after the fact, later you can kind of talk about whether that person should be in leadership or not. So I don't, to me, that doesn't really play into whether America has an individualist culture or not. But I do, regarding the religion aspect, which is kind of interesting. I don't think I don't know if a human society could exist that exists as like a purely individualistic society. I don't think a society like that would function or work in any capacity. Humans do have to exist as cooperative animals living together. And I think America's individualism really, in my mind, in our culture, really plays out in terms of how Americans view themselves in relation to the government. Well, they'd be fine, like, kind of existing in a little community or a religious group, but they don't feel necessarily a collectivist with the federal government specifically.
Yeah, sure. I get your point. That is like the standard narrative, right? That small government somehow is the basis for people to live an individualistic life. But I don't think that equation is correct.
Well, sure. I mean, listen, I'm not a libertarian either. So, I mean, I'm in favor of a public option for healthcare. So I'm not saying that that's necessarily like the correct way. I'm just saying that seems to be the dominant idea in America.
Yeah, and actually, also going back to Germany, I'm not a big fan of Germany, so don't get me wrong, especially not of Germany today. I don't like living in Germany very much, and I don't like German politics. But and also not German, whatever, like the national narrative that is spun nowadays. I'm very critical of that. So, but again, like in Germany of the 1970s and the 1980s, where I grew up, that was a lot of the economy was publicly run, and yet it was not big government. The taxes were relatively low, and it's not like that you had this surveillance state or so. The government was very benign, very benign. and politics was like not such a big thing, and you didn't fear that somehow the government would strongly intervene with you. It was just like a relatively well-functioning society, that yeah, at the time.
Well, it sounds like when you're kind of describing socialism, to me, it sounds more like the term that I hear thrown around is like a social democrat, someone who believes that we should have, an overarching capitalist system, but there could be within that capitalist system, like, well, a strong welfare state or a lot of, entities owned by the government, like public transportation or something to that effect. So that, I mean, that term seems to be more apt to what you're describing.
Yes. Again, as I said at the beginning, I'm not really claiming to come up with a political theory here.
Right.
And the forms of socialism I experienced in Germany and in China are, of course, very, very different from one another under very different circumstances.
Well, I mean, China is like a one-party country too, so I mean that'd be very, very different than Germany. So
yes, very different.
What is it like in China?
That's also a very difficult question to answer. It's not as the media portray it.
That's my big question, because look, we get conflicting reports. We get various media portrayals. I don't know if you know of Peter Zeihan, who is basically saying China's on the verge of demographic collapse and their economy is going to collapse in the next 10 years. Is there any truth to that, or what is your take on that?
Again, I'm not an expert, but I do think there are major threats to the Chinese economy. I'm not, on the one hand, of course, there is this problem now that the birth rate is very low. I'm not so sure if that's actually really a problem. I tend to think it's also a good thing. But again, I do not have a very informed opinion of this, but there are definitely other factors of the economy that are worrisome, like the housing market bubble and stuff like this, and of course the so-called decoupling that is taking place now worldwide in the global economy, right? So yeah, it looks like there are major dangers to the Chinese economy. Yes, but like, let's say, like, whatever the positive things, for instance, I always had the feeling that China, just from like a daily experience, was much less of a police state than America. Like America, in my experience, the United States of America has a much higher police presence, much more aggressive police.
Right.
So, because we hear a lot about, like, China, there's the social credit score thing. Like, what's up? Is that not a big deal?
Yeah, this is also, no, it's not. First of all, most Chinese people are in favor of these elements of social credit system, but the social credit system is in effect there's not more of a social credit system than you have in Western countries. In the sense that whatever, you also have credit ratings and you have kind of constant surveillance of what you do online and stuff like this. And so it's not the case that there's one central computer and everyone is somehow constantly in it. This is not to say that there isn't that, for instance, social media are not censored. They are censored, and but Chinese people in general are strongly in favor of those social credit kind of mechanisms, which exist in great diversity. There is not one central credit system, but simply because it improves reliability, it improves security. Chinese people are very much concerned with safety and security. And that's another big thing, another big difference between China and the US, that there is basically, even in the big cities, no violent crime. And again, without strong police presence. So you can basically walk around at any part of a city of tens of millions of people at any time of the day without even spending a thought about your personal safety.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, there's always going to be
without police presence on the
Right.
street,
right.
right?
Well, I guess, and this would be kind of the interesting part here is that, there's always this sort of push and pull between, safety versus freedom, or at least that's kind of how it's been sold. So we can have a
Yeah, but
conversation
Chinese
about
people
like,
also, but
well, let me
Chinese
just say this.
people,
You can have a
okay, go ahead.
conversation about like the prescriptive nature of whether people like the social credit system or things of that like that. But and that's fine if people like that, I guess, we can have that conversation. But when you say that like America's a bigger police state than China, I don't understand how that tracks when, yeah, we have like a financial credit score. Like if you want a credit card or you want to take out like a private loan, then sure. But it's not like there's no government, there's no private organization that's keeping track of like you doing various things in the social world to just determine like whether you're, quote, a good citizen that can have access to transportation or banking or anything like that.
Well, I mean, you have criminal records and stuff like that, don't you?
Yeah, but I mean, just because you're a criminal, if you've been convicted of a felony and you go to jail and you get out, I mean, you can still get a bank account and use public transportation. And like, you don't, I think the only thing that is kind of up in the air is, it can be hard to get a job because they'll say like, oh, have you been convicted of a felony? And in some states, you can't vote.
Yeah, but again, like I'm sorry I cannot provide you any concrete number,
Mhm.
but in my estimate, then the percentage of people in America who are in jail and who, because they have been in jail, have kind of records is like, I don't know, 10 times or more higher than in China, probably more than 10 times.
Yeah, well, I don't know what the exact prison population in America
No,
is
I
compared
don't
to
know.
China.
No, but
Right,
the prison population in China, in America, is considerable. It's one of the highest prison populations in the world.
right.
And people spend very long time in prison, and that kind of follows them through all of their life.
Right,
That's
but
not the
like,
case in China.
yeah, but like,
It's
so, and this
in
could just be,
China, not a lot of people are in prison.
this could just be this is my perception of things, is that like, I feel like I can sit here and I could criticize America all day, every day, 24/7. And there are a lot of YouTubers who do that. And it's like, that's just literally how they make their money. That's how they do their job. Don't know. I wouldn't feel comfortable sitting in China, spending all day on the internet talking about how Chinese government sucks. I would assume that that would not be allowed.
There are other YouTubers that do that and have been, I mean, they had to move out of China because it became a security threat.
Right. So, I mean,
Of
when you say
course, I
police
mean,
state, that's what I think of as like a police state.
Well, and this is why the streets are safe at night with no police, because everyone's terrified to do anything.
no, that is not true. That is not true.
Okay. Well, tell us the situation. Why is that the case?
So again, people are in China. You don't have the level of free speech you have in America, no question, right?
Okay.
Nevertheless, China and Chinese people are extremely active on social media. They're on social media all the time. There's an extremely vibrant social media world, and they talk about everything from cats to personal life to job issues to you name it, education pressures, right? There is also, I live in Macau, which is technically part of China, but very independent. I've just been across the border because I actually have to go across the border to go into mainland China. And there are offices on the street. I saw them. I speak Chinese. I read Chinese, where people can go and complain about working conditions. So, because the Chinese government is concerned that people are unhappy and whatever, they don't get paid and so forth. So there's lots of like efforts that the government makes to kind of keep people happy and to let them voice their concerns, their real life concerns. I'm not saying it's the same in America. And if you say, again, as you said, it's completely correct. If you like ask for regime change in China, that's not okay. That's not tolerated. But that doesn't mean that people cannot, speak about the things that
Right.
actually do concern them in their real life. And that they are kind of, just like completely suppressed. And in academia, which is my field, I feel that, again, with the exception of criticizing directly the government and asking for regime change, there is a lot of freedom of speech, in some ways more than in Germany. And like if you go like to, even though on the one hand the internet is censored, it's all very ambiguous, right? They have the great firewalls. So a lot of like, including YouTube, is censored, but everyone can access it with a VPN. So it's ambiguous, right? And so that's another thing. I mean, if you let me talk, right? I think it was a very, in a way, an absolutely necessity for China to impose this internet censorship regarding the blocking of YouTube and whatever, Google and you name it, because otherwise they would not have the big Chinese internet companies that all the Chinese people use. You have your Chinese YouTube, and you have your Chinese Google, and you have your Chinese, you name it. And these are huge, huge companies. So in Europe, you don't have that. Germany, look at Germany. Germany is kind of economically getting like super backwards. It has an economy of the 20th century building, gas cars, electric cars like the Chinese. And they have no, top of the notch IT industry. But you have this in China, which is absolutely essential for them. And they have control over their data. The government has control over the data. Just like in your Edward Snowden and everything, whatever I do in Germany on the internet, and what Germans do on the internet, including the German government, is watched by the Americans. And the Chinese basically had no other choice, I think, in order to maintain and to basically build their, let's say, IT power, other than through these censorship measures. I'm not justifying them, explaining their rationality. There is a very pragmatic rationality behind it, which is not simply, to suppress the people, because as an effect of this, China has a very strong IT industry, which offers a lot of job opportunities and thereby economic and thereby also other social freedoms for Chinese people, for instance, to travel all over the world or to study all over the world. Everyone in China is free to study anywhere. You look at the American universities. It's full of Chinese students. Everyone in China can travel basically anywhere if they have money. And why do they have money? Because the government has implemented economic policies that made hundreds of millions of people making that kind of money that enables them to travel to Europe and to the United States and to get degrees there. It's complex. It's very complex. It's not this kind of simple media story that has always been told and retold ad nauseum, if you know what that means.
Well, I mean, when you look at America, when you look at Europe, this obviously in a lot of these countries, middle class exists and people are able to generate the wealth to do all these things without having a one-party government system that essentially controls everything or has the capacity to control everything. And in terms of what that's going to look like,
not really true.
Well, Well, wait a minute.
The
In terms
Chinese
of what
Communist, the Chinese Communist Party has 100 million members,
uh-huh.
and as already Mao Zedong said, there are many parties within the party, and it is
Okay.
very difficult for the party. That's actually one of their main problems, because the country is so big and it has so many members and so many different party branches, to have this kind of totalitarian control. One of the major problems of the Chinese Communist Party is that it is split into so many different factions, which are not ideological factions. They are different kind of provincial-based power factions and so forth.
I mean, is there
But the party is everywhere. It's also like in the university, right? The most powerful people in the academic departments are the party secretaries, but they're not evil people. They're actually just working in many cases for the benefit of their colleagues and the students.
is there
They're not more
Right.
worse, or they're not better or worse than the corporate people who govern the American universities.
Sure. And I mean, I'm not making the argument that, anyone in China is, ontologically evil or anything. But I mean, is there a possibility? Is there a way that, Xi would not be president or not be the ruler of China? Or is he basically just set there for indefinite time period?
That's also difficult to say. Like, based on history, there are continuous power struggles within the Chinese Communist Party, which are highly intransparent. They are basically not transparent to
Right.
the outside.
Yeah, but see, that's what's concerning. I mean, because it's like, I understand what you're saying, but if you have a system of governance where, you basically, the people have limited control over these things, and it's not really even transparent who is in charge of things, how they become in charge of things, and if they do become in charge of things, how to change that leadership. I mean, maybe I am just pessimistic, but I don't know if you've read the book, The Dictator's Handbook, which is something, or selector theory, which is kind of what I buy into, how the world works. But I wouldn't really trust a system like that to produce the best results for a society.
Do you
Again,
support
like
democracy,
if you
right? Garrett,
me,
democracy. You're in favor of democracy, correct?
I don't think it exists.
Okay.
Would you be theoretically in favor of it if it did exist?
So do you
No.
think democracy is what do you mean by it doesn't exist? Like, we had an election, obviously 70 million Americans voted for Joe Biden, made him president of the United States. That happened.
Yeah, but it was rigged, wasn't it?
Well,
Well, if you believe Donald Trump.
That's a joke. That's meant to be a joke. That was meant to be a joke.
Look, you should make sure that. Well, what do you mean by democracy doesn't exist? Just, I mean, I understand if you're saying people's. Go ahead.
Okay. If you ask me what I am, I'm not a socialist. I'm basically two things, given my, educational background. One, I'm a Taoist, the Chinese philosophy Taoism, which I studied for decades, and I'm a social systems theorist. So I read a lot and actually wrote several books about the German social systems theorist Niklas Luhmann. And a key element of social systems theory is that society consists of various social systems: politics, the economy, media, religion, academic system, and so forth. And none of them saying democracy doesn't exist, because it is based on the counterfactual assumption that the political system is in control of society, and that somehow the government is in control through the people who are in government of the political system. Both assumptions, I think, are blatantly false and have nothing to do with the social reality we're living in. Neither is the political system. At least in China, you could arguably make the case, but let's leave China aside. And we're talking about America or Europe and Germany. I do not think the is
you're
running society or running the country. And again, I do not think that individual people are, so to speak, that the power lies with the people, with individual people. That's a humanistic, traditional 18th century narrative. That, along with individualism that we talked about earlier,
well, let me
like
push
the
back just a
general
little bit
creed.
here, Garrick.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
So in my understanding of democracy, and it's super interesting that you're talking about social systems. Like democracy, in my understanding, is a social system where politicians or people in charge, policymakers, people who make the rules of society, are kind of forced to develop policy that will help a large number of people, because they need to convince that large number of people to show up at a polling place, every couple of years, every 4 years, to keep them in power. So their incentives are to produce good public policy or they lose power. And since they want to keep power, status, fame, whatever, all the trappings of power, they try to come up with policy that will please these people and keep them coming back to the polls. So that's a social system, right?
No, not in the theoretical. Of course, you can call that a social system. I don't want to monopolize the term.
Okay, so
but not in the sense that I in the very narrow sense of social systems theory use that. We would have to have a whole whatever hour to explain that. But basically, the is that
Garrick,
modern society consists of different, what he calls, function systems. Yeah.
You keep cutting out. Maybe if you turn your camera off, it'll be like a lower bit rate. I'll just bring a photo up of you.
Okay.
Let's try that. You keep cutting out, and I want to hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let's see if this works.
Okay, so Luhmann defines a social system through having its own way of communicating and having basically its own specific, for instance, media, like money in the economy. And politics has power, and science has truth. And these are, and media produce information how modern society functions. And none of them, and they're basically all kind of do their own thing. All of them are doing their own thing and are constantly influencing one another, but none of it is central and makes the simple whatever. Politics is as much dependent, for instance, as on the economy as the economy is on politics. Politics is as much dependent on the media as the media are dependent on politics. Politics is as much dependent on law as law is dependent on politics. And all these different systems, law, media, the economy, politics, they constantly, they're in one another's environment and influence one another, but none of them is in control. The politics cannot control the economy. Politics cannot really control a functioning legal system if you have one. Politics cannot control the media. The media as much controls politics as politics controls the media.
Yeah, I accept that. That seems true to me.
Right. Why does that mean that there's no democracy, though? That's not what I'm not following that.
It means, when I'm saying democracy, it's not the case that people have the power to establish a government that then, represents the will of the people and imposes this will of the people on all of society. That's a story that we like to tell ourselves. It's a 17th century or 18th century story that has nothing to do with the reality of the 21st century. It's not the case that people use the democratic system in order to have power over themselves. that is not the case, even though that is the story.
Well,
And I think it's good that it's not the case, because if it was the case, we would not be living in the 21st century. But so yeah, we couldn't
well,
live
can you give me
in
like
the
it's
highly
hard for me
complex
to
modern society.
it's hard for me to visualize what you're saying. Can you give me like an example of where that doesn't happen, so I know what you're talking about?
Well, you know, it's whatever, like a
Like, what would be an
political
example of like the
decision.
people not having control over some facet of society that would, if they did, it would make it more democratic or something?
No, it couldn't be made more democratic. And it's if whatever, again, like the political system functions in the way it functions, and the media functions in the way the media system functions, but it's not the case that people somehow sat together, whatever, in a room of 1 million people and decided, okay, now we establish the media system in the way it works, or now we establish the economy in the way it
Oh,
works.
okay. I
And they
understand what you're
also,
saying. Right. Okay.
yes. And they
Okay.
also didn't set together like the 100, I don't know, 250 million people. Oh, yeah, in order to really realize our will, we need to meet this Mr. Biden to be our president.
It's
It's
a, it,
absurd.
Right. So, like, I think there's like a Black Mirror episode or something where, like society was basically run where everyone had a little watch, and like for everything, they just like everyone would just like randomly vote on like every issue. And like, yeah, I agree that we don't live in a society like that. But and I don't think that's really what most people mean when they say like, oh, we live in a democracy. I think they mean that, you know, like especially in America, the idea is that there's certain principles of free markets and free blah 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 that we all kind of live according to. And then if we decide to make changes to governance, the changes in society, the changes in governments follow a democratic principle of you voting for someone who's supposed to represent your values, who blah 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 blah. Like, so I wouldn't say that just because we don't live in this like ultimate democracy, that doesn't mean that democracy doesn't exist.
Well, there certainly exist election processes which
Mhm.
have a certain importance.
Okay.
That is sure, but like in the election, you can also make that point, which people like Chomsky make, that the election is just an opportunity for the big corporations and the big politicians to manipulate people to manufacture consent. That's Chomsky's point. Elections are a big exercise in which the big political and economic powers use this opportunity to manufacture consent to their rule. That is basically Chomsky's point. I'm
Mhm.
not a Chomskyist. I'm not saying that. But it is also a kind of a way of explaining the function of elections that
Yeah,
is
but
not irrational.
shouldn't
That
like
is not less convincing to me than the mainstream narrative that you
mhm.
presented.
Yeah, but like I don't perceive of, and I don't know if you do, but it's hard for me to imagine a world where, free of sort of, individuals climbing power hierarchies by building coalitions of people around them that will then try to use influence, whether it be through persuasion, whether it be through money, whether it be through some corrupt action. It's hard for me to imagine a world where that is not like the human behavior that's manifesting in society. And so we kind of have to build a political system, a cultural system that tries to take, these actors, these bad actors, and incentivize antisocial behaviors into pro-social behaviors. And I think that kind of the liberal democratic society that we live in currently does the best job of this. So I can't really conceive of a society where human nature has changed to the capacity where everyone's just kind of working together in harmony under some sort of like very idealistic way. So when we talk about like whether democracy exists or not, I'm not sure it's advantageous to think of it in terms of like a utopian way as opposed to just sort of the more realistic way, which is, yeah, there's always going to be people trying to quote manufacture consent. There's always going to be people trying to persuade people through various ways, But at the end of the day, people still have the capacity, the free will possibly, to go into a voting booth and kind of decide how they're going to vote. And that's what democracy is.
Well, my point is decidedly not that the liberal system is bad. I think it works pretty well, right? And I'm not sure, though, as that brings us back to the earlier system question, if it's really like so much better than non-liberal system. I doubt that, for instance, in the case of China. And could, again, whatever, look at the Philippines in comparison to China. Philippines has a liberal democracy. And nevertheless, a lot of people live in very bad circumstances. And the Philippines were basically the richest country in that region, including China, in 1945 after the war. And they have always had a liberal political system, except a few dictators in between, but basically by the Americans, like they have in free market society. And yeah, that doesn't work better than China's one-party system. Doesn't make the people happier. Doesn't give them more actual freedom. So I doubt that. Nevertheless, as you said earlier, I agree. America overall works pretty well. Germany also works pretty well. I wouldn't want to change it. I'm not saying and I'm not like Chomsky, who says, it's kind of a sinister thing. I'm not asking for more democracy or for less democracy. I just, in the sense that you're using the term, I just don't think that democracy actually, even in Germany or in the United States, functions in the way the narrative presents its function.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that is its own.
I also don't believe in free will. I just did a long interview on my channel.
I know you. I know.
Yeah, with a guy who basically proves Robert Sapolsky scientifically that there is no such thing as free will.
Right.
And
well, maybe we could talk about that.
I basically agree with that. And I basically agree with that.
It's just it's hard. I guess I don't know how. I don't know. Listen, I don't know what is American propaganda or not. But when I think of China, and I think of, suicide nets at Foxconn factories, and like the possibility of the government doing black market organ harvesting and things of that nature. And you combine that with the surveillance state, you combine that with, there's a woman recently who, accused someone in the Communist Party of sexual assault. She's like a famous tennis star, and then she like disappears and then comes back, and it's like, oh no, that wasn't accurate. And then all the stuff with the Uyghurs. It's hard for me to sort of conceptualize. Like, you can make the argument that, like, okay, like, they've made economic development, but it's hard for me to conceptualize that, the freedoms of the people in that country are not heavily infringed on when compared to, Western democracies.
Yeah, and I think that's a very one-sided picture, because I think if you, as I said earlier, if you want to, I think it is important. It's also an aspect of freedom, whatever, that a large part that a very small part of the population is in prison, much smaller than the US, and basically there is, for instance, at the same time, for instance, no homelessness. Right, and that all has to do with liberties. I mean, what are the liberties of the
There's no homeless people in China?
People no, very few.
What happens to people that are
so
homeless?
what are the They don't. Everyone had. That's also, of course, socialism. They all have homes.
No, but is it just like, so the government just like says, here's a home, and
it's not social housing. They used to have, because that was when the country was still run communist. Everyone had a home, and then you have a functioning social fabric, and they take care that because there are now at least tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of migrant workers, that they're also all housed.
Well, I mean, like a lot of the homeless
issues, there's people have, yeah. They have no drugs. They have no drug problem. How much how much, what that has also a big effect on actual freedom. If you are like a drug addict, right? How much freedom do you have?
No, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I don't think every drug should be legal. But I mean, it's just kind of ironic because, obviously a lot of the drugs in America, like fentanyl, come from China. So China's kind of like fucking with us intentionally by sending this shit to Mexico to send to us.
That may be possible, but
Yeah.
why are these people addicted in the first place? Did you hear about, the opium epidemic and so forth? That comes from your pharmaceutical industry.
Sure. Yeah, there are definitely problems where the pharmaceutical industry gets people hooked on painkillers and then they kind of shift to illegal drugs. I mean, I'm not here to say that every corporation does everything ethically or morally. I just
No, but I'm just saying.
But I still think that's different than
very limit.
But there's a difference between like a corporation doing something bad where the corporation doesn't have the monopoly on violence. Like I can do something to go against the corporation. Like it's so much harder for me to go against the state when the state has a monopoly of violence, and at the end of the day, they can just take me out.
Well, again, like of course, the Americans, the Chinese don't have the freedom to vote for either Trump or Biden. They don't have that luxury. But again, like hundreds of millions of people have the freedom not to be in prison and to have not to be on the street and not to be addicted to a drug.
Well, I mean, you have people in America have the freedom to not be in prison or be addicted to the drug. People are making decisions to break the law or to do drugs. Like,
yeah, again, like I'm not so sure that is true. I'm not so sure that people make the decision to lead to the conscious decision out of free will to decide that they, commit crimes and to live out on the street or to be a drug addict.
So is this tie into your free will conversation of that people are basically just acting upon their environment in specific ways? They don't have the capacity to make choices.
I'm not as radical as Robert Sapolsky. I think, of course, we make choices all the time. But first of all, we do not know why we make the choices we make, right? We don't know why we make most of the choices we make.
I know.
Okay. And secondly, so our choices are not very informed. And secondly, we also do not know what will follow from the choices we make. So on the one hand, the choices we make are not well informed, and the choices we make ultimately don't really decide much either. So these are like very, very severe limitations to free will. And that give you the same argument about your democracy stuff, Sitch. We don't know why we vote for a certain politician. And we have no clue what will follow from the decision that we vote for that politician. And that means we are not in power. We are not empowered to make a completely 100% informed decision that represents only what we want. Because again, we don't even know what we want. And secondly, we have no fucking clue what happens afterwards.
Right.
But wait a second. After
that's what I mean.
This is the iterative process, though. Like if we vote for one candidate and that candidate turns out to be a massive mess, at least we can vote for another candidate next time and say, "Oh man, we shouldn't have done that." But if you don't have that option, like in China, you're screwed.
You're not necessarily screwed. Again,
but do you acknowledge that you can like course correct?
Of course, it can be catastrophic, and it was catastrophic in China, whatever. There have been catastrophic political periods.
Yes.
They were. Yeah, I agree. But
So, okay.
I do not think that necessarily a democratic system is inherently more immune to that. I mean, Adolf Hitler was democratically elected.
Yes, but the first thing he did was end democracy. He's like,
Yeah,
look, I don't want any chance of me losing
yeah, but
power here.
if he had like they had votes, and I mean, it is absolutely clear that a large part, majority of the part of the population was absolutely fan of his. He would have easily won any free election, no doubt.
Right.
I want to bring up this thing that Adam hates, but I think it's very relevant
No,
to
yeah,
this,
bring it up.
which is
What the hell?
I know it's the free. It's when we're talking about free will. I think part of the trouble around that conversation is that people are defining free will differently, and so I kind of conceptualize that the two forms of free will that people are talking about. There's local free will and there's universal free will. And I don't know, maybe there's some actual person has a better name for this, but what I'm talking about is like local free will. An example I use is if you come up to a fork in the road and you can go left or right, and there's no person, there's no, police officer, there's nothing going on there that's telling you what direction to go, and you can just go left or you can go right, and it's just up to you. That's local free will. So that's one form of free will. And then there's the universal free will, which is when you go to the fork in the road, even if there's no person, no thing, no animal chasing you, nothing dictating which way to go, maybe in the past, whenever you've gone to the left, you've been punished. So unconsciously that like pushes you to the right. Or maybe you look to the right and you see there's like, I don't know, like the color of the clouds in the right, hits you in some way emotionally. So unconsciously go left. Right. And so that's the universal free will, is that like, well, maybe even if you don't have a person or something, physical telling you what to do, you have all this past experiences, all these things kind of directing your life in ways you're not familiar with. And that's universal free will. And it sounds like you're sort of alluding to the universal form of free will that, because people are not free from the various forms of causality in their lives, free will doesn't exist.
No, I also mean this in a very individual way, like the first example you gave. When you are, choosing this way or that way, go left or right, you don't really know why you choose to go left or right.
Right.
There are many like factors that, as this guy Sapolsky would say, determine you. I would say that condition you, and you have no power over these factors that condition your decision. And yet, of course, you feel that you're making a decision, and it's somehow important that you have that feeling that you are making a decision. Otherwise, we couldn't function in the way we function. That's actually a Jordan Peterson point. But and that makes sense, right? So it's complex, it's complicated. There is an element of making choices, and this element of making choices is very central to, our sense of ourselves. And yet, at the same time, every single decision we make as individuals is by no means free. There's not a single free will decision that we make. We're always determined or conditioned by a myriad of factors that we have no clue and no control over.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I don't think a universal sense of free will could exist unless the individual believes that God exists and there's some kind of like supernatural element to things. So I do agree that there's all these things that are playing on people's minds and emotions and unconscious biases that direct, the direction they go. But I also agree that even though that may be the case, and I think you kind of sound like you were saying the same thing, there's still a useful fiction that we at least operate under the guise that free will exists, because I'm not sure that we could construct a society around the idea that free will doesn't exist. Like people still need to be held accountable for the actions that they do.
Except for I agree. Basically, I agree. Yes, I agree.
Okay. So what is how does pro-felicity relate to the transgender stuff that you're kind of working on?
Well, I'm just in the beginning of early stages of writing this book on pro-felicity and gender and transgender. And so it's all a little bit raw at this point, and I might change the way I talk about this. But basically, the main idea for this book is that, of course, I regard sincerity, authenticity, and prophilicity as the identity technologies that Adam said at the beginning. And of course, our identity has a lot to do with gender. So I think gender is a very good example to explain these different identity technologies, and also to make the main point that I already tried to make in the You and Your Profile book, namely that we're no longer in the age of authenticity, but we're in the age of prophilicity. And that means that gender now is a profile. Right? In the past, which is easy to show, gender was a role. There were gender roles. That's sincerity. You sincerely commit to the roles you have, right? These are like the traditional ideas of the male and the female roles. And then you identify through your building like sincere commitment to your gender role. So you build your sense of identity by being whatever, fulfilling the male or the female roles, for instance. And then that's the basic idea. There was like this period in the age of authenticity, which I think has clearly come to an end, that gender was basically regarded as contingent. We were all individuals, humans, and it didn't really matter for our pure authenticity what gender we had. The idea was that we need to make gender equal, right? We need to have equality between men and women, for instance, so that gender doesn't define you. Because if it's unequal and you're defined through your gender hierarchies, then you cannot be authentic. So basically, a core idea of the age of authenticity was that gender is somehow, to exaggerate here, in the way of being authentic, specifically gender roles. They are an obstacle to becoming authentic. If we're too much focused on our gender, we cannot really become authentic, right? And now that has changed. And the curious thing is, which is what I'm currently writing on, we're still very much using the language of authenticity, right, of finding yourself and being a true self, especially in the transgender discourse, which I find is the most glaringly paradoxical, right? Where now gender becomes essential to being your true self. But at the same time, it's a gender that you're supposed to determine, like you determine your profile. So it's really important how you are seen, how people address you, right? That they use the right pronouns and everything. So I think, therefore, it's pretty clear that gender and transgender exemplifies this, has now become, as it was in sincerity, very important for our identity, but no longer as a role, but as a profile. And we want to build, as I call it in my language, true investment into a profile. And we kind of demand of society that it validates our gender profile. And I think that's a very interesting switch from the, let's say, authenticity relation to gender, which, again, to exaggerate, saw basically gender identifications as a form of obstacle to becoming truly authentic. Whereas now, in order to be truly prophilic, we, again, as in sincerity, where gender was super important because of the role identification, now gender becomes super important as a profile, as a profile. That's the basic idea for the book. I'm interested, was that clear to you? Because I'm still trying to
formulate. Well, it sounds like we're saying, which I think is a very interesting observation, is that we used to have this idea in our, Western liberal society that to find your truly authentic self, we had to kind of throw away, like your gender or your race held you back from finding your true self. And
Exactly.
you had to
Exactly.
throw those categories away, or society had to
Exactly.
downplay the importance of society, so you could find like there's some true spirit inside of you, some true consciousness
Exactly.
that you have to
Exactly.
kind of find. And now
Yes.
there's been the
Yes.
shift to the exact
Exactly.
opposite, where it's like, in order to find yourself, you have to embrace your gender, you have to embrace your race.
Exactly. That's the point. And this specific thing, this is for me the most glaring, concrete example for the switch from authenticity to prophilicity. This is
Right.
why we're no longer in the age of authenticity, but in the age of prophilicity. This shows it.
So, because like to me, I would describe that the reason that shift occurred was the shift from, individual liberalism to wokeness. Is that how you would describe it, or do you think there's something else going on?
Yes, I agree with you. I think
Okay.
that's definitely related to it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's another manifestation of this.
What do you mean by that, Sitch?
Well, see, to me, and I don't know if you agree, Doctor, but wokeness to me is a form of like, and we talked about this the first time you were on, is this philosophy of taking, elements of Marxism and then removing the class elements and kind of shifting it through the lens of like race and gender. And that's what wokeness is. So I don't know if you agree with that perception.
No, I wouldn't. I would not go the way via Marxism, but that's okay. Yeah.
So what is wokeness then?
Well, it's a civil religion in my view.
I agree with that. Yes.
And it has you can explain it exactly as you explained earlier, this shift, right? That these kind of public proclamations become like super important.
Yeah,
and that's why it's like a civil religion, right? In a civil religion, you also, in a religion, like in the traditional religion, you basically find your identity in professing the faith, in becoming the community and accepting the identity of this ultimately collective, brings us back to the topic earlier thing. And something similar happens like now with wokeness. It's kind of a public faith to which you can publicly commit. And then you can shape a certain profile.
I mean, I agree with all that. I do agree that the people creating this profile, I do agree that it is a civil religion.
Virtue signaling, right?
Right. And that's yes, 100% virtue signaling.
Yeah.
But I guess
and virtue signaling means that it has this emphasis on the signaling, right? That you have this kind of send out this public signal, and then you get validated, your signal gets validated, and you get validated by the signal getting validated by the public, right?
Right.
It's this kind of mechanism.
Yeah.
And so wokeism is a civil religion under conditions of prophilicity.
So yeah, no, I agree with that completely. And I would imagine that most people that are engaged in this, that are virtue signaling, like they're just kind of doing it intuitively, emotionally. They don't have like a good underlying conceptualization of the philosophy that's underpinning. Well,
the thing is we're being forced to virtue signal. Right? Like whatever, if you apply for a job at a university in America, you need to demonstrate your capacity that you're willing and able to virtue signal, because you need to write a diversity statement.
Right.
And you need to write the diversity statement to show again that you're both able to do that, able to virtue signal, and willing to do it. Right? That's even more, right? You have to, you have to be able to be truly invested in the profile of that you signal when you're writing the diversity statement.
Right.
So that, and thereby you show your willingness to commit to the profile and contribute to the profile of the university.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw recently there was,
and you have to do basically the same in any job nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying was, I think, was very on display recently with the hearing where, they had the presidents of Harvard and MIT and Penn, come to Congress, and they were kind of asking them, whether people advocating for the genocide of Jews violated the student codes of conduct, and the presidents couldn't even give a clear answer on that question. And if people were sort of like, oh, it's like the public is kind of coming to grips, I think, with this kind of clash of the woke virtue signal and the DEI statements, and how that actually kind of doesn't function with the ideas of liberalism that people kind of subscribe to. For
Yeah,
most
but
of
then on
their
the other
lives.
hand, you also need to virtue signal. It's very tricky, right? You also need to virtue signal in a sense that you publicly condemn Hamas and
Sure.
that you publicly accept Israel's right to exist or so.
Right. Yeah.
Or you lose your job. Like we had these one or two football players in Germany. As I said before, I follow sports. And there's one football player of Muslim origin. He posted something and critical of Israel, and then he was fired. And the idea is that if you don't even, it was very tricky. He now went to, there's no court case, so it's not clear if the firing was legal or not. But or not. But the assumption was basically that the club made when firing him, that if you don't, affirm the right of Israel's existence, actively confirm this, or to condemn the acts of Hamas, that then basically that is a reason why the club can fire you.
Right. So all culture.
Even you're not a politician, you're a football player, right?
Right.
You're a soccer player.
I understand. Yeah. Well, yeah, and all culture has a sense of gravity or stickiness to it, where you have to, because culture perpetuates itself and society kind of perpetuates itself, otherwise it wouldn't exist as a culture society. People have to affirm whatever the cultural values are, to an extent. Like, obviously, if the president of Harvard came out and said that they supported cannibalism, I think people would be like, wait a minute, I don't know if this person should be the president of Harvard. But my question is, so like when we're talking about virtue signaling, I guess kind of embedded within that is like, how is, or why to you has there been this shift from people sort of finding their authentic self free from their identities to people have to embrace their gender and race to find their authentic self? What has caused that shift?
Well, again, the idea is very theoretical, and I stole this idea again from the social systems theorist Niklas Luhmann. And the term that he uses is second order observation. And he has like his theories, and I think this makes a lot of sense, that a defining criterion of modernity, modern society, is actually this switch to second order observation that is now ubiquitous. What does this mean? I think the best example for this is brands, right, in the economy. Until, I don't know, 120 years ago, people were just buying stuff. They were buying things like shoes, right, or whatever, salt. Now, everything that you buy is branded, right? So you can't just buy a shoe, you buy whatever, an Adidas shoe, right? And so you don't just see the shoe, but the identity of the shoe is defined by how so when you look at the shoe, you look at the shoe not in the mode of first order observation, that you look at what you see with your eyes. You look at the shoe by at the same time seeing how the shoe is being seen through its brand. Does that make sense?
So
right?
like when you
just see the public perception of that shoe.
Right.
You're not just seeing the shoe.
Right.
You're seeing the public perception of the shoe through its brand.
Right.
And you do the same thing nowadays when you watch my YouTube video. You're not just watching my YouTube video. You're also at the same time watching the public perception of my YouTube video, because it comes with all the comments, and you see how many viewers it has and blah, blah, blah. So and thereby you can see that what once 150 years ago was applied to things, to the things we buy, like shoes, is now also applied to people. Why do you talk with me right now? Because you're familiar with my profile, and you understand my profile, because you don't just look at me, you look at how am I being seen. You look at my brand, okay? And you invite me to your show because you're interested in my brand, not in me, because you never knew me.
That's not true. We're interested in you.
Yeah, but through my profile, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah,
It's
but
not a problem.
Sure, but there's a difference between like an Adidas shoe where someone's like, listen, I'm going to buy these shoes because I don't really care how I look at the shoe. I care how everyone else looks at the shoe, right? Like, I'm going to be like, oh,
No,
that guy's cool because he's got the shoe, right? Like,
you can't understand the shoe without understanding the brand.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is,
and
like,
it's like the same thing now happens to people.
We
are also just, you understand me, and there's nothing wrong with you because you understand the shoe correctly by understanding the brand. You're not understanding it wrongly. You understand the shoe is more complex now.
Right.
It's not just a shoe anymore. It's more complex than it used to be, because we're living in a more complex society. So if you want to understand me, I'm more complex than a person that you would have met 100 years ago or 200 years ago. Because in order to understand me, you must understand my profile.
Right.
Mr. Wandering, we take this actually a step further, because we actually do second order observation in front of an audience. We do react videos, which is
Yes, exactly.
So we're teaching people how to do. Yeah, exactly. We're teaching people how to do second order observation.
Absolutely. And you have to do this anyway. You buy stocks, right? It's pure second order observation.
Sure.
It's pure politics is all second order observation.
Right.
Your whole democratic politics is all works through second order observation. You want to identify with the brand, and wokeism is the same. You are, when you are woke, you're concerned with your profile, because people don't observe you, they also observe how you are being seen, how you are being observed.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. But what I think you're describing is not, like, you're describing the mechanism of why a profile that maybe is rooted in a more collectivist approach would become a dominant theory or a dominant mode, I guess, that people are operating under.
Yes.
And I'm kind of asking, but I'm asking, like, why, like, what is the essence of the wokeness specifically? Because when I read, CRT,
it doesn't
literature,
have an essence as such. It doesn't have a content essence.
Well, but it does, though, because, like, when I read CRT literature, when I read queer theorist literature, when I read the academics that are pushing, that are creating the theories of what we call wokeness, I mean, they're all operating under some idea. And it's an idea that I would, call cultural Marxism. But so that's what, so that's what I don't understand.
I think there is some truth to that, and that's, of course, again, Jordan Peterson's point, and that's the point of Pluckrose.
James Lindsay, and Pluckrose,
Yes, Pluckrose and Lindsay and so forth. And I wouldn't say it's kind of, but again, like, this cultural Marxism is basically a profile Marxism.
Sure.
Which is, as you said yourself,
that's a good way of categorizing it. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's dissolved from the actual authentic Marxism, which was concerned with class and economy issues.
Right.
Would you say that it's collectivist superficially and it's really individualist?
And of course, it's, I would say it's profile. And of course, the only surviving actual Marxists in China, they laugh about it. They call it the white left, the Baizuo, right? Because it's kind of absurd for them.
Right.
Of course, it has nothing to do with Marxism.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because it's antithetical to classical Marxism, which was sort of like, we need to throw away these categories of, race and gender to an extent and just sort of
Right.
unify along class lines. So, I mean,
Right.
I understand
In order
why.
to abolish the classes,
Right,
right?
of course, yes. So I understand
That was also,
why.
you don't want, you're not a Marxist in order to affirm your class identity. You're ultimately a Marxist to abolish the class identity.
Sure, right. And yeah, and obviously to me that's utopian, but putting that aside for a second.
Of course, I'm not
right.
a Marxist.
Yeah.
I'm not a Marxist.
I know.
I'm just saying this cultural Marxism is profile Marxism, but it has nothing to do with Marxism.
Sure, right. But and I understand that's kind of like the weird irony of the situation. But it is what it is, and we kind of need a word to describe whatever's going on there. And I mean, I think profile Marxism is a good way of putting it. But.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. I mean, it is true that that's why the Chinese call them white left, right? That they are like these Americans who read like the Marxist stuff and so forth. And they are these Westerners who are all not workers, but elites. And yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do they make fun of Hassan Piker in China?
I don't think they know him.
That's fair. Well, it seems like there was, and I don't know if this is everyone, but it does seem like there was an idea from certain more classically Marxist theorists that they felt that the way to sort of imbue the revolutionary spirit in America, because they've been kind of trying to do it through class consciousness for years, it wasn't really holding on, was to kind of hitch it onto race issues through the civil rights struggle. And that seemed to be kind of the beginning of this prophylactic Marxism that we're talking about.
Yeah, that makes some sense. Yes.
So I mean, they kind of screwed themselves over, I guess, in the long run. Yeah. Okay.
We're running out of time. Is there any super chats or anything? Any questions for Mr. Wandering?
I mean, there's a lot of anti-China stuff.
Okay. Probably by people who have never been to China.
Sure. Mark Twain's Revenge, thank you, says, my father-in-law grew up in Croatia. It was rural, about 45 minutes outside of Zagreb within Yugoslavia. And he said the only thing run better than the West was their schools when it came to STEM. He said that the rural parts dealt with the worst corruption. It's kind of interesting because you were talking about how, in your experience in Germany, the things that were run publicly were run better than things that are run privately. And I feel like in America, people, I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but people feel like it's the opposite, that they feel like things that have been run privately were run better. Though I wonder how much of that is just, it seems like there was like that time period from like the 50s to the late 70s where, at least in America, the perception was things were better or were run better. And then once kind of like the neoliberal economic world order kind of came in, there was kind of the breakdown of all things. So I don't know if that's necessarily indicative of that or if that's indicative of a shift from government to private ownership.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure, but I think it is obviously a fact that from the 1950s to the 1970s or 80s, there was like a constant rise of real wages and so forth, and that stopped then. And you have and then really what happens is this great, fast growing inequality and the lowering of real wages significantly, and people getting more and more debts and stuff like this. Right. These are objective facts.
Christoph Keating asks, is Dr. Muller saying that social democrat is the same as socialist? As a German, he should be aware that the abolishing of private property was by the Socialistisches, I don't know how to say this, Socialistisches Einheitspartei, the Socialist Unity Party in East Germany.
Sorry, I couldn't hear. The connection was interrupted. I did not hear.
Someone said, is Dr. Muller acting like social democrat is the same as socialist? As a German, he should know that the abolishing of private property was by the and I don't know how to say this correctly, Socialist Einheitspartei, the Socialist Unity Party in East Germany.
Oh, Sozialistische Einheitspartei Deutschlands. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, we had communism in East Germany, and I grew up in West Germany, not in Eastern Germany.
But did they call
And
themselves
so,
the Socialist Unity Party?
of course, they called themselves the Socialist Union. But in the West, the party that was in government during that period were the Social Democrats.
Right.
And of course, the Social Democrats, were forced to join the Communist Party in Eastern Germany. And that's why it's called the Socialist Unity Party. It refers to the forced unity of the Social Democrats who had to join the Communist Party in Eastern Germany.
Right.
Yeah, I'm very much aware of that. And when I'm talking about Germany, I'm talking about this kind of socialism again. I'm talking about the socialism in Western Germany.
Being a social democrat, yeah.
Yeah.
Magor says, glad to see Carefree Wandering back. Ask him what he thinks of Haidt's critique of social media and what parents ought to do.
Yes, I think this is a very interesting study by Haidt, and that's very, Haidt's basic idea is that there is this sharp increase of depression and suicide among teenage girls since around 2010 in America and Europe, and that it's directly related to Instagram, in particular, and social media in general. And yeah, I do think that has a lot to do with what I'm doing, in the sense that I think, in essence, Haidt would profit if he would know the notion of prophylicity, because I think what these girls in particular that Haidt is concerned about, rightfully so, are struggling with is the building of prophylicity. And I think that's what they are struggling with. And I think it would help Haidt if he would understand, if we wouldn't try to force these kids, which sometimes seems what he's trying to do, to stay authentic, because it's impossible to stay authentic. And instead, I think the focus should be on understanding better how prophylicity works, and not just in simply bemoaning. It's definitely existing huge dangers and problems.
Do you agree with him as far as taking social media away from young people, like limiting social media to a certain age? Go ahead.
I think it's very important to be careful, and I'm trying to be careful myself actually with that. Yes.
Okay.
But on the other hand, I mean, of course, we are on social media right now. So I think for me, the way is to better understand how prophylicity works, and to promote genuine pretending. We haven't talked about this yet, namely understanding that it's best not to over-identify, no matter if it's through sincerity or through authenticity or through prophylicity, to kind of be more at ease with your profiles, to not take you have to have profiles, but don't be, too much over-invested in them. Don't take them all too seriously. I think that's the way to go.
Interesting.
Mark Twain's
and so I think if I would talk to Haidt, I would kind of, try to, encourage him to instead of taking away social media, trying to find a way to deal with social media in a way that you deal with them more playfully.
It's kind of a sticks and stones approach to profiles that we often encourage to people as individuals. Right. Is that kind of what you're saying? You might get an opportunity to talk to Haidt. Haidt's book comes out in March, and this book is supposed to be all about social media. So he's working on finishing it up now, and like it might actually be done now that the release is so close. So
he's published already, like in newspapers and on YouTube and so forth. And I'm looking forward to that book.
Yeah, me too. It's super interesting. I kind of push back a little bit on him. But look, we're kind of in a privileged position with social media. We have somewhat of a social media following. We have curated a semi-popular
Right.
profile. I do think that it could be harsher on kids. I mean, my
Yes.
experience wasn't pro-felicity in high school. My experience with authenticity in
Right.
high school, but I did understand where I was in the hierarchy as far as the social hierarchy, right? I knew where the popular kids were. I was not one of them. I was very envious of the popular kids, like many people were. And
Right.
I think in the paradigm of pro-felicity, this could be even more magnified because the
Absolutely.
popularity of the popular kids at school can be astronomical. You're talking about, I had to deal with kids that were just popular with my school group, my friend group, my area. But I mean, there could be kids at people's school that are, have millions of social media followers.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Mark
I
Twain's
totally agree.
Revenge asks, he says, in America, the prisons, he says, at least we don't have a black market organ harvesting industry connected to American prisons. Can China say the same?
I don't know.
Dude, there's also there's two really popular YouTubers that used to live in China. They lived in China for 10 years and they pushed back on a lot of the narratives. They made a video recently talking about how there are definitely homeless people in China, and that's kind of a myth. Maybe I'll send you the video. I'd be curious to see your response to that.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't really seen many, and I'm regularly in China. I'm not saying there are none. And as I said, there are lots of millions and millions of migrant workers, and they live in they're not homeless, but they live in difficult conditions often, yeah, like in containers or so that they are provided with. But still, I mean, it's like very, very different from American cities.
Well, in
Right.
American cities, the homeless people, to my understanding, they're not migrant workers either. It's usually people with like
no,
drug
of
problems
course,
or something. Yeah.
exactly.
Libertarian Sasquatch says, does Donald Trump winning the election contradict your point? That was the will of the people, not the corporations or elite. Your opposition to him proves that. How does Trump happen if democracy doesn't exist?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, as I said, yeah, you can choose between Trump and Biden.
But doesn't, I
Or
mean,
as I like to
the,
say, between fascism and
right, there you go.
democracy.
But I mean, in terms of, and I know you said that you're not a Noam Chomsky-ite, but doesn't that show that like there isn't this top-down control of the message? If the top was all against Donald Trump from both the left and the right, at least at first,
Yeah.
and yet he still won the election.
Isn't
The first
Donald
election.
Trump also pretty rich person?
He is, yeah.
Yes, who used I don't know how much money to manipulate people into voting him and all kinds of psychological tricks to appeal to them. And
Well, I agree with the second part. I don't know if the money like made that much of a difference because you had like Bloomberg, last election, he sunk in, I think, the most amount of money as any candidate, and he didn't do anything because his rhetoric and his charisma were bad. So, I mean, I agree with you that Donald Trump is very charismatic and he has very good command of sort of like painting images in people's minds when he's kind of, talking, and he's very good at kind of putting his finger on the pulse to figure out what people want to hear. But again, it just shows that, to me at least, it shows that it's not necessarily like a top-down messaging that has the power over everyone's minds.
Do you think China is manufacturing consent through TikTok?
For instance, yeah. I mean, he's definitely very capable of making people think that they really want him to be president.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Look, but is this what they really want?
It's possible. So sure. It is. I believe it is possible to manipulate people. I'm not sure if it's infinitely possible to manipulate them, but so a big controversy is over TikTok. Do you think China is using TikTok to manufacture consent to make certain ideas popular in America?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so? Do you think that
No.
would be possible for China to do through TikTok?
No, they wouldn't know how to do that. They wouldn't even know what to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Libertarian Sasquatch says, what is the average quality of living standards between China and the US?
Sorry,
What is
again,
the average
please.
quality of living between the average person in China and the US?
That's very difficult to say because, as you know, like in America, the differences are so stark. I heard this recently, like in some states in the United States, the life expectancy is like in some countries in Africa, and I think China has now, for the first time in modern period, exceeded America in life expectancy or so, which is a big part of life quality, right? And again, like if you so of course, like if you belong to the top 10% in America, your life quality is very high. But if you belong to the lower kind of 40% in America, it's not that great. And in China, the thing is that in the past 20 or 30 years, there has been like in America, maybe in the 1950s, but it now came to an end. There has been this period of extreme growth, so that now most people are so much better off than they were before, and most of the children are so much better off than their parents. And in America, that's not the case. In America, lots of the children nowadays are worse off than their parents. And these are all factors that also have a big effect on life quality, you know, where the country is going, where you're going.
Well, it's interesting because
But
I'm
it's,
looking, yeah,
yeah,
I'll say I'm looking up the life expectancy difference, and it's true. China has slightly overtaken the US, though it looks like the US life expectancy took a big drop from COVID. So I mean,
yes.
part of the issue, I guess, too, the weirdness about like China is that, you know, from my perspective, I wouldn't necessarily trust, you know, China's statistics on life expectancy and COVID deaths and things of that
Ah,
nature, as I would be a lot more trusting of the United States statistics and European country statistics on that.
yeah, but Chinese people, again, in general, you know, there's very little drug consumption. It's basically absent. Look at the drug death, the epidemics, look at crime. These are big factors you don't have in China. There's no violent crime. There is no drug. And look at the number of people who died from this in America.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see.
Maybe we should.
Wonton Tiger says, any insight as to why
And
the Chinese people?
look at obesity. Look at obesity in America. Look at the quality of what is it called? Like the food, what people eat. Lots of
Mhm.
people, right? They eat junk food.
Sure.
People in China cook. They have a high you know, they value cooking very high.
Okay. I mean, that's
It's a
good.
different lifestyle.
Right. Sure.
We have
Uh,
about 5 minutes,
okay.
Sitch.
Well, this is
So
a very important question. Wonton Tiger asks, any insight as to why the Chinese people seem to love the dumbest bear in the animal kingdom, the panda, because they're adorable, obviously. Who doesn't like pandas? Have you seen them? They're so cute. Come on. It's an
Yeah,
easy
they're
question.
nice.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want to say? Is anything else you want to say, Adam?
no, this was a great conversation. It's all over the place, from things
Yeah.
that, I mean, I completely disagree with, the things that I 100% agree with. So, but it's always fun to talk to you, and you know, I hope you'll come back and talk to us again. I'm looking forward to reading your next book.
Great. Thank you. It was a pleasure to be with you and to see your cat. You haven't introduced the cat yet.
This is Wormy. He's part of the profile.
Look at that. Adorable.
So hopefully one day you'll be
Yes.
able to you'll settle down and you'll be able to get your own pet.
There you go.
Okay, okay. Yes. Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
All
I used
right.
to have dogs when I was younger. Okay. It's a
Thanks
Take
for
great
care.
talking
pleasure.
to us.
Thanks
It's
a
always
lot
great
for
to
having
talk to
me.
you. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks for coming on.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. Let me read some other super chats before What If Alt Hist comes on. Thank you so much, Mr. Ubercross, for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Bricknose for $100. Thank you so much, Bricknose. It's very generous of you. Says this is a drop next to the $2,000 in vet fees. My yellow tabby cat Daisy passed yesterday. I saw she looked sick on Sunday and scheduled the vet next day, thinking simple illness. 24 hours later, put down after ruptured tumor in the spleen. I'll be A-team for life if Adam plays Daisy out.
What does that mean?
Um,
I don't know what, but look,
I mean, we'll play Daisy out. Do you want him to play a harmonica solo for Daisy? Is
oh,
that what you're suggesting?
I think I have to turn my thing off first. Go ahead, read another super chat.
Okay, well, we can do it at the end too. But I mean, I'm sorry to hear that, Bricknose. That is, that's
Yeah. Let's give a
definitely,
send off at the end of the show. Let's
yeah,
not
that's very
forget.
unfortunate. So I'm very sorry to hear that, Bricknose.
Yeah, look, I mean, Wormy's getting up there too. So
Mhm.
I know it's gonna be hitting me.
Right.
Yeah. It's probably within the next couple of years. So and you guys
Mhm.
will all be
We'll be
hearing
here
my
when it happens.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I do obviously, yeah, that's tough. They become members of the family.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Jonathan Smith for $20 says organ harvesting from political dissonance or women having forced abortions performed on them isn't a police state. You're conflating police enforcing laws with police that enforce the will of the state, civic versus party rule. Yeah, it's always weird if you're talking to someone who is Chinese or goes to China a lot, because then I feel like it's like, you know, can can they even say if they like, like, oh yeah, sure, the Chinese government is doing organ harvesting. Can they even like say that? Can they have a conversation about that publicly? I would assume not, right? Even if they believe it's true, whether they believe, I'm not saying that he believes it's true and is cowed. I'm just saying even if he did believe it was true, I don't think I mean, would he feel comfortable saying it publicly?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the difficulty of talking about that.
I never know. It's Serpent
Mhm.
Serpent is his channel, right?
Yes.
And I never know how to pronounce that. Serpent.
Serpent. So
But he's the guy that lived in China. They do the China show where they look at stories from China.
Mhm.
But I mean, they're definitely in the China is falling apart camp. I like watching their show because it makes me feel America great.
Yeah, there
Right?
you go. Obviously, we have our biases here. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
exactly. So, but I've never been to China. He did a video recently where he was going around filming homeless people,
Mhm.
and the Chinese authorities were on top of him for filming homeless people
Sure,
because they're
sure.
like, these homeless people don't exist. Well, that's his narrative. His narrative is
Right,
that
right.
they're getting angry because the homeless people make them look bad.
Mhm.
And I mean, we've seen plenty of that in our situation in America, right?
Of what?
Well,
You're
look,
allowed to film homeless people in America and complain about them all day.
no, but people do downplay the extent of homelessness. Our politicians always
Yeah,
downplay the extent of
politicians do,
homeless.
but
Yeah,
like people, I mean, that's like a huge talking point and will be a huge talking point maybe in the coming election if Gavin Newsom ends up subbing out for Biden will be the homeless problem in California.
true. I'm gonna send.
JMac, our surrogate father, thank you, Daddy JMac, for the $20. Says in China, can I take a bunch? Can I up a bunch if Zinny the Pooh posters? Oh, maybe can I make a bunch? Can I make a bunch of Zinny the Pooh posters decrying his policies and the state atrocities against the Uyghurs? If no, then I'll stick with the good old US of A. True. True, true, true.
I tried to make a thumbnail when we were covering Hassan of President Xi as Winnie the Pooh in
Mhm.
Mid-Journey, and it wouldn't let me do it. It was like,
Really?
you can't use those. Yeah, you can't use those keywords.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, and I
You
was
should try to be
thinking,
like President of China, Yellow Bear, honey. I'm like just trying to get around it, you
right.
know? I bet you could. I bet you could force it.
People have done this to get around certain copyrighted images with AI. Like they'll want to make a picture of the Hulk flying like Superman,
Mhm.
and the AI is like, those are copyrighted or those are trademark characters.
Really?
I can't do that.
Wow.
So they ask the AI, they say, what keywords would I have to use to make
Yeah.
a picture of the Hulk flying like Superman?
Yeah.
And the AI gives
tells
like a
you.
full description, you know,
Yes.
a red cape and a S on the chest and like
With a giant,
so
you know, big buff green man, you know, like, yeah, exactly.
yes.
I love
And then
it.
they put those keywords in and guess what?
Yes, yeah. Yep.
They get the perfect image.
Yep.
Hi,
It's hilarious. Hey,
Oh, what's up?
how you doing?
Good.
Good.
How are you?
Pretty
Good to
good.
see you.
Good to see you too. Um, I've been watching a lot of your guys' recent content of the Harvard scandal. I just watched your video that came out today, where they go through Brianna's the news anchor Brianna and her massively coping
Yeah.
about President Gay, which well, a funny name. President Gay is basically massive, not copyright, plagiarism. And she
Mhm.
said that why doesn't this relate to this case that happened 20 years ago? And you know that you're in the wrong when you're stretching that hard.
Sure, sure. Did you see that they said they weren't going to fire her, discipline her in any way? The president.
Yes.
President
Yeah.
Gay?
Yep.
Yes. They're trying to get her fired, but
I mean,
Harvard came out and they
I
said they
should be
support her.
surprised,
Yeah,
but
sad.
I should be surprised. But at this point, I have no expectations for the left whatsoever when it relates to disciplining their own people. I knew that would happen.
Yeah.
Or it would be too far to say that I knew it would happen. I'm not surprised at all.
Right,
Uh,
right.
but it's just remarkable to see how these things where growing up, and I'm a pretty young guy, this wasn't long ago. Growing up, these were institutions of respect. Harvard, CNN, the State Department, the BBC, and now they're complete jokes. And you assume a degree of honesty and truthfulness out of them that's absurd. That's something you'd expect out of a Soviet country. And it's
Mhm.
funny where whenever a Netflix documentary comes out, my first assumption is this is going to be complete bullshit. And I trust some rando on YouTube. Like for Cleopatra, if Metatron made a video on Cleopatra, I would assume 100% higher accuracy than Netflix.
Mhm. It is wild that there's been this complete breakdown of quote like the elites or like
Yeah,
institutions, even of Netflix. And yeah, I mean, you're so right. I would go to YouTube and trust a random guy in his room far more than I would a Netflix, you know, $1 million fucking produced series.
it's funny that growing up, um, I thought the libertarians were because I was a centrist. I was like a centrist liberal when I was a teenager.
Hmm.
And I would listen to the libertarians say every single institution that the government runs or that doesn't have free market accountability will be corrupted. And I thought they're overstating their case. That can't be true. And look and behold, that has been the case. Every single, including institutions that do have free
I was
market.
gonna say Netflix. I mean, they're
Yeah,
free
like
market. Yeah.
it's I find it shocking where these companies they'll work. I mean, I had a tweet about this yesterday, but they'll pay their employees minimum wage.
Hmm.
They'll cut all these corners to make more money, but then they'll go on this giant diversity binge where you think to yourself, most people in Western countries don't support this. Western countries are less than 10% of the world's population. I know this isn't selling in China or the Middle East. So you know you're not going to make money off this. And these people have budgets of millions of dollars with people who spent far more time in these fields than I have. And they could have given me $5 for me to tell them that this would be a bad marketing move.
It is bizarre. Did you see the IBM leak video where the president of IBM was basically saying like,
No, I haven't.
fuck. He like, it's like, he basically said like, fuck affirmative action, like Supreme Court policy. Like we need to just, he was going to penalize people for not hiring, more diverse people. And he was telling them not to hire white people. And it's just like, and you're exactly right. 'Cause you're like, why are they doing this? They can't be making money off doing this.
I have two ideas. One of them is that when you read enough history, you just see mass delusions. And there are things that happen from time to time where the South Sea bubble is an example, where in the 18th century, they had this idea that the British Empire would start trading with Spain, where the way the Spanish Empire worked was you couldn't trade with it unless you were the state-run company. And then so there was this idea that Britain would start trading with Latin America. And there was no evidence for this theory. People wanted it to be true. And so the budget for the South Sea Company became some ludicrous part of the English economy, like over 10%. And then they realized there was no evidence for it at all. And that they had never, and then the entire company fell apart. And it was just people got wrapped up in each other's emotions. Or like back in the Middle Ages, entire towns would break into dancing. And so I think it's partly a mass delusion where you just hit critical mass where every single other company is doing it, and they removed all the people who would have told them no. I think the second thing is just ESG scores, and I don't know how much you guys or your audience knows about that. But with
we're kind of skeptical of ESG, to be honest with you. I want to, yeah. Well, we can talk about it. I just want to bring up on why we accept content creators over institutions. Is this because it's like we think of content creators as like friends and family and just it's a perception thing?
I think it just is more accurate. Like
I'm not sure it is. I think it's like you accept it because like your friend tells you, oh, you should go to this place. They have good deals on whatever.
What I can say is that as my level of judging if things are accurate is there's a handful of fields where I've read enough where I can know if someone's telling the truth or distorting things. And so a big falling out I had with the mainstream media was they would cover topics that I had studied well, and I knew that they were lying about it. And that John Oliver was my favorite show in middle school. And John Oliver covered 3 topics that I knew he was lying, so I couldn't keep watching it because I thought if this one thing's not true, everything else might not be. And what I find, because I do know history.
But there are prolific liars on social media that have huge audiences that believe everything they say.
Yeah, that's true. Where it's a combination where there are channels that are truthful, where I definitely trust them over Netflix.
Yes. I don't know if I'd do that with Vosh. I feel like Vosh, I'd be like, okay, well.
I guess I'm biased because in history, there aren't that many channels that are like that. In history and anthropology is what I do. And so in those fields, you end up in them not because you wanted to make money, it's because you had a passion for it.
Right.
For politics, it is just mass lying, like Hassan shit up. And it's similar to the mainstream media. For academic content, it's different, though, where no one goes into YouTube to falsify academic content. So if I see a documentary on Cleopatra, I'm going to assume that it's someone who's actually obsessed with that topic. And on Netflix, I assume they're doing it as a cash grab.
Right. Well, so what's your take on ESG?
With it, I think, it's definitely a thing. We have like a lot of factual evidence for it. And
no, it's a thing. I question. It seems more like greenwashing to me than some nefarious plot to make all these companies woke.
I think it's a combination, and I think it's the ruling class is scared, and so they want to do this exactly greenwashing so that the public can trust them more. And I think Larry Fink thought if we can wokeify these brands, we'll get more investment. And so I agree with you. It would surprise me tremendously if Larry Fink cares deeply about the struggles of queer people and BIPOC. I would be deeply surprised by that. But I think he basically has a self-interest in pushing this because it looks good. And what we've done is the last couple of years have been the most government printing ever in history. And what happens when the government prints money is most goes into the stock market indirectly. Um, and so you have all this capital flowing around, and that gives the people with capital inordinate amounts of money. And so I think inordinate amounts of power. And so with firms like BlackRock, and they're very powerful financial firms, by controlling the metrics that they control investments for, it can have incredible effects on the economy because the power of capital is so strong versus the rest of the economy. And this will take a second for me to explain, but there's a socialist author I respect a lot called Thomas Piketty, and he compares when actual labor and production is worth capital in the economy. And we have so much cheap money flowing around that the whims of the people with capital actually dictate what the economy is. And so we've printed so much cheap money that people like Larry Fink have the ability to call shots because the strength of getting the investors to buy into your product is more important than actually selling the product. That's my guess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I generally agree with that. Though I do think that the CEOs, like Larry Fink, I do think they care to an extent. I think a lot of the boomers who are kind of now running of things, they grew up in the 60s and 70s. They've been kind of, especially in America, we've been kind of like, inculcated with this idea of the greedy, evil right-wing CEO. And I think they're all kind of like hyper cognizant of that. It's all like exists there in their mind. And then that kind of gets combined with, I think it's kind of similar to Putin invading Ukraine, where a lot of people from the West were like, oh, that would be that's such a bad idea that Putin's not going to do it. And then he does it, and it's like, oh, well, we're not taking into account necessarily the fact that he's surrounded with a bunch of people that are all, corrupt or have their own incentives. It's not necessarily the incentive to paint the picture of reality to Putin. And when you look at like IBM and all these other CEOs, they're surrounded by people whose jobs it is to do this DI garbage. And it's there. So like they're incentivized to basically paint a false picture of reality for these CEOs to tell them like, oh, all this stuff is great. It's just evil racists pushing back against this, and kind of create a cocoon of like a fake worldview to basically surround the CEOs to get them to do all this dumb shit.
I think that's a great way of putting it. And I'm going to say the quiet bit out loud, where if you look at a disproportionate amount of their billionaires, they are Jews who grew up within 20 years of the Holocaust. And on a purely self-interest basis, if you are in that demographic, you have a pretty good reason to hate the nationalist right and to be paranoid about it. Because the thing with the Holocaust, and this is true with our current wave of anti-Semitism, is that the society had portrayed itself for decades beforehand as having moved past hatred and anti-Semitism. Right. And then what happened is just immediate reversion back to the most brutal anti-Semitism ever. And so understand if you're a guy like George Soros or Larry Fink, where you grew up with that in the background, you would dislike the nationalist right. And also the people who benefit disproportionately from globalism are that social class. And I say the reason for our society cares about multiculturalism so much is that multiculturalism makes a globalized economy cheaper and a globalized power structure cheaper, because by depressing the cultural differences between groups, it means that this t-shirt's probably made in 6 countries or 10 countries. It makes this cheaper to manufacture. And that ends up indirectly benefiting the people who run those companies the most, rather than if that factory was in Ohio, it would benefit the guy working there.
Right. So they construct a worldview where they're still moral for doing this immoral action, essentially. Yeah, definitely. And I think what you're saying, I'm sure that's true that, especially I know, my parents and my grandparents were like especially my grandparents were like a lot more like hyper cognizant of a sort of a Holocaust fear, which I, as a younger person, never really had experience with that, even though I was like, taught about the Holocaust and all that stuff. So I definitely agree that would definitely play on rich Jewish people's minds. But I also think even like on, rich people that are not Jewish or just America overall, is because even though like in America, we kind of had the Cold War going on for years and years and years, we never really experienced directly in our country a like fear of a violent leftist government,
Yeah.
violent leftist revolution. We're obviously so like imbued in our history is slavery and segregation, which is all perceived of as like right-wing, far right-wing racism. And so I think that makes people in American culture a lot more sensitive to the threat of those things from the right and just completely blind to the threat of that from the left.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. And one of the things I'll say is that the process of becoming an adult is realizing you don't get everything you want and you're responsible for the people around you.
Mhm.
And when you're a teenager, you rail against the world and you want to be able to basically change it, but you don't have
Right.
responsibility. And once you
Right.
become an adult and to take care of your family and maybe run your own small business, you realize life sucks, but I have to deal with it. And you have to make compromises.
Mhm.
And hopefully you don't go too far and become jaded, which is a problem with a lot of people, and you maintain at least enough of that youthful innocence to not become completely cynical. But you look at the baby boomers, they never went through that aging process. For boomers, they're permanently stuck in that period of teen rebellion. And the video I just finished, I'll give spoilers for my people who watch the show, but the video releasing soon is Will Israel Spark a World War? And the video that I just sent over to the guy who had stock footage is why did the public school system fail? Or why did the American education system fail? And one of the points I make is that no one in our society is trained to take responsibility for the management of the society, where the baby boomers, no one ever sat them down and said, you can't be the counterculture forever. If you seize power, you have to take the responsibilities that come with power. And so the boomers are LARPing as like counterculture hippie rockers when they run the world, and what it's doing is it's tearing the society apart.
That's interesting because I think what you're saying is true in terms of there is always this idea of the boomers like we need to always be hip, we need to always be the counterculture. But at
Yeah.
the same token, there was a massive sellout period. Like the 80s was kind of like the
But
boomers
they're not
selling
honest
out
about it.
to neoliberalism, wasn't it?
Yeah, the thing is that the boomers did sell out, and the boomers justified it every step of their life with
Hmm.
what they were doing was cool. So in the 60s, when they were doing drugs and like promiscuous sex and
That was
LSD,
cool. But
that
then
was
Wall Street
they
was
were
cool,
rebels. When it
yeah.
was the 80s, it was American Psycho. When they were selling
Right.
it, it was like it was chic. In the
Hmm.
90s, the 2000s, in the 90s and the 10s, um, suburban ennui was cool. Like that was what Fight Club in America. That's a bad example. And then now the establishment is cool.
Interesting. I think, yeah, that's an interesting. I think you could be right.
Like, you
That's a very
should,
interesting idea. This like
yeah.
boomer hanging
And
on
so
to
the boomers
coolness.
construct
Yeah.
whatever self-serving their life as being cool and being the chic thing to do. And so when they sold out, like that was the Reagan era where greed was good. And so they've never been honest with themselves because if I was a boomer, I'd be like, okay, it's the 60s. I'm going to have a lot of sex. I'm going to do drugs. I do it because it's fun, not because it's moral. In the
Right.
80s, I'm going to sell out and make money, not because it's good, because I want money. And the boomers
Yeah.
don't have that degree of self-awareness.
That's I've never thought about that because it's a very interesting idea because I'm thinking like the obsession with always being cool and hip that's on the boomers'
Yeah.
mind, where the generation, the silent generation, the greatest generation before it, like that definitely did not seem to be playing on their consciousness at all. It was much more like we
Yeah.
need to be responsible, we need to do something that is what they thought of as right, as opposed to what is cool.
Yeah. One of my favorite anthropology books ever is The Lonely Crowd by David Reisman. And it was
Hmm.
written in 1949, but it very accurately explains how our culture works even today, where it's the
What's it
same.
called?
The Lonely Crowd by David Reisman.
Hmm.
And the thesis of the book is that American society is a lonely crowd where everyone's looking to each other for approval, but no one actually feels fulfilled. And so that's why it's called The Lonely Crowd. And the book is about how American society is turned into a desire for approval and to be cool in the eyes of your peers. And so we go through every facet of American life, whether school, child rearing, workplaces, etc. And he wrote this in 1949, but he predicted the culture war, where he said the older America was the Christian America. And in my system of I have 7 emotions that determine society, um, traditional Christian societies are guilt driven, where you try to do what's right with God and objectively true. And if not, you're a sinner. And our society is anxiety driven, where you try to do, you try to get the group's approval, either by having the right politics, wearing the right sneakers, etc. And he said that this would create a culture war between rural guilt-based America and urban anxiety-based America. And the book, I think, is just wonderful. And the thing that he says that's incredibly interesting is that, or the thing that clicks for me, is if you look at our society, it's all about doing things that make you look good.
Mhm.
And there's no point where in our society you think this is an unpleasant truth that we have to swallow. And so we're just stuck in delusion and we're stuck in silliness.
It's funny because we were just talking to someone named Dr. Hans Moeller, and
Yeah.
he wrote a book about this idea of prophilicity and authenticity, where he was kind of talking about how the boomers were kind of obsessed with this idea of like finding the authentic self, and
Yeah.
now everything is about like your profile, your social profile, and it's kind of exactly sounds like what you're alluding to here.
He's the guy that wrote that book I sent you, Rudd. The You and Your Profile book. You looked at the summary of it. You said it looked interesting. So.
Yeah, Adam sent me that. Oh, please.
I was gonna say, so I don't know if you want to tell us or if it's a spoiler, but will Israel spark a world war?
We want to know. Come on. What should I do? Should I buy gold, beef jerky? How bad's it going to be? Do I need to stock up on alcohol?
Build a bomb shelter? Yeah.
You got your sword?
It's a Russian cavalry saber. I keep it around in case. Sword collecting is a hobby, by the way. It's a lot of fun. I mean, probably not. I don't think it'll cause a world war because I don't think anyone really has the incentive or is desperate enough to pull the trigger.
Right. Okay, that's good to know. There we go.
I'm not here to lie to you guys. If I was full hype channel, I just go within 15 hours, the world war could start. You guys need to buy my special Patriot meal kit in case
my
chain breaks down.
Right. Well, you have to be careful because like that could usually the best thing to do, the best grift is you have to make like the vague down the road predictions. Like this is too close. Like we'll see in a month or two whether this starts a world war or not.
I try to be honest with my audience. I try to not treat them with contempt.
That's good.
The thing is, I hope to be stuck with this gig for a long time.
Right.
And you want to have a good relationship with your audience because whatever you put out, your audience will reflect back into you. And all of this short-sighted stuff eventually, because for my hobby, I watch the lives of content creators. And all the ones who do these short-sighted tactics, it gradually catches up with them.
Oh, yeah. I totally agree.
Anyone you want to name, or is that too?
Oh yeah, I can totally name them. So, I mean, it's most in the drama community and in like the hype community. I mean, did you guys watch the documentary Boogie 2998?
Yes.
No. Oh, on Boogie,
of course.
I think that was one of the best documentaries of the last couple years, honestly. Like, no joke. I think that was so perfectly filmed and shot and stuff and written. But Boogie, you can tell that he gets off on hating himself, but he stopped making the content, so he lost his fan base.
Yes, definitely. And he did dive into the e-begging thing, which I just think is...
He's all James Cage White. Do you guys know who that is?
Who? James
Cage White.
That's his real name? Or?
No, James Cage White is a Twitter influencer, and he's considered the most pathetic man. The YouTube channel Ghost Gum's got a good video on him. James Cage White, he's this random...
He e-begs? Is that the connection?
Yeah, his whole thing is he e-begs, and he's this unemployed loser. He was like a virgin at age 35.
So that's his profile, e-begging?
E-begging virgin.
Yeah, it's his entire job. And so he'll go in these very intimate details of life where he'll talk about like when he masturbates, like he'll say like just masturbated, and he's an addiction to buying Steam games where he'll buy 4 Steam games a week every week and not play them. And so he's just this complete loser. His entire Twitter is him e-begging. He'll randomly like, please give me $5, I'm broke. And you can tell it's not going to his wife and kids or to anything positive.
Oh my God, his wife and kids. That's terrible.
He did. His parents arranged a marriage for him and bought a wife for $10,000. And then she left him because he was too much of a loser.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So what is the attraction here? I would think people like this guy because he makes them feel like they're not losers.
Basically, like it's fun. I love Do you know The Room by Tommy Wiseau?
Sure.
Yes, of course.
I really loved that in high school. I went to 5 midnight showings and I even met Tommy Wiseau. Like I was
Nice.
that
Wow.
into it. And it was funny to watch because it made you realize how difficult it is to do actual stuff. Because we take movies for granted, but it's actually really hard to make a movie. And with James
Oh, of
White, you
course.
realize it's hard to be a normal person. And the barrier to entry is so high because so many people don't really have a job. They don't get into a relationship. They can't do basic life tasks. And it gives you a little bit more pride that you've gotten this far in your life.
Hmm.
That's awesome.
I don't think his life is not awesome.
Well, it's awesome that this kind of life can exist in our current social environment.
Yeah.
Is it?
You never would have saw something like this before the internet.
I think
Well,
like
look, I'm fascinated by the diversity of life, Sitch. I look at these things
You
and
want to look at all these
in a
people.
pre-industrial society, this guy would exist, and he'd be the town fool who people would give gruel to, so he'd keep going, and people would keep him around because
right, but now he's the town fool in like 1,000 cities, and it actually
know.
works. Like the economics of it makes sense.
It's hilarious.
Outside my high school, there was a homeless guy named Kevin, and Kevin was super cool, and he'd just sit outside, and local restaurants would give him food. So he had 3 meals a day because he was so universally loved. And I was friends with Kevin. I talked to him all the time. Kevin liked to talk about religion and philosophy, and like he would just sit there talking to random people. He was kind of a modern day Diogenes, although
Mhm.
nowhere near as like brilliant.
So I looked up your Thomas Piketty guy. I was trying to see if he was a
Yeah.
subscriber to modern monetary theory. So
Yeah, he's probably not.
what?
I mean, he views everything. It's funny. There's like a shoe. There's like a horse.
This guy's a total look. This guy, he writes books about income inequality. You don't think he subscribes to modern monetary theory? Come on now. Oh, look, he left the call. He's running now. Plug your modem in or
Once
something.
you randomly pump the economy. I
Uh-oh.
know. Oh fuck!
Your-
Is my
your
Wi-Fi
internet
out?
just- Oh,
So
it's
the thing
exactly.
is, my office. I normally do this calls out of my office, but the Wi-Fi is on the other side of my house. So if we have another issue, I'll move to the living room.
Grab a cord.
Or they have those little extender things you could plug in. Those
Anyway,
This isn't 1983.
you're in luck.
Listen.
Thomas Piketty has not made a statement on modern monetary theory.
He
so
did
you're
write a
safe.
book though called Time for Socialism.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he did say he was a socialist, so.
As I said, there's horseshoe. Like I am libertarian conservative, and there are things where I can read socialist or leftist anarchist authors and agree with them, where it like circles back around. And there's a decent amount of socialist and leftist anarchist authors that have actually done a lot to build my worldview.
Really?
Right.
Interesting. I guess they're very skeptical of a lot of elite power as well. So there's a lot of overlap there.
I haven't read anything. I've gotten a lot of into like out of
Your
what?
internet's dying again.
Okay, I'm gonna go to my
All right, let's
Okay.
read a super chat.
Okay. JMac for $20. Thanks so much for starting a follow for JMac. Says, my grandpa used to go to China all the time for business trips. He said it was wonderful to visit when doing business, but he'd rather move back to California than have to live there.
Everyone would love to move to California. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
We're just getting some bad press. Got some
True.
bad optics. A bunch of homeless people light a freeway on fire, and all of a sudden,
I know.
LA has a bad rap.
I know.
Look, we got it fixed pretty quickly.
True. Fate of Morality for $20. Thanks so much. As my last name is Moeller. Nothing to contribute. I just thought that was neat. Well,
That
there
is
you
neat.
go. Okay. Great. Spencer Harmon for $20. Thank you. Says, why are we talking about politics with someone who admittedly doesn't know much about politics? Well, I mean, it's a political channel. I don't know.
We did talk about other stuff,
We
too.
did, yeah. We
Look,
did.
I kept trying to change the subject, but it kept
coming back.
He kept wanting to talk about that kind of stuff. So,
Right.
and I checked my internet connection, and my speed is zip, zip, zip. So, Rudyard has already admitted that he's on Wi-Fi.
Well, most people are probably on Wi-Fi. I mean, it's the 21st century, right?
Right.
But you gotta get
But
the
you're
little boxes.
plugged in. What are you talking about?
I am, but I could buy. They have the little things you can plug in that like boost the signal, both receiving and producing, so and sending.
Chad Power says Adam brings up MMT and the internet breaks. Coincidence?
What's the conspiracy? Obviously, yeah.
It's not.
JMac, our surrogate father, thanks so much for $20. Says, now that the guest is gone, I can derail Sitch. Sitch, have you seen the next chapter? Oh wait. Oh, we'll talk about that later.
Roger's back. You can derail the conversation for.
Oh, look, he moved.
I know.
You're back.
Nice.
What's up?
What's
Final
up?
Fantasy 7 fan, Roger?
Sorry?
Have you played Final Fantasy 7?
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind. What is the shirt you're wearing?
It's MSNPC.
Oh, okay. Why are you wearing an MSNPC? Oh, NPC. I see. Okay,
I ordered a bunch of NPC shirts when I made the video on NPCs.
Nice. That's a good shirt. Okay.
Thank you. I've also got I support the current thing too.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I mean, I do support the current thing.
Roger, do you believe in the apocalypse?
Not really.
You don't think the world will ever come to an end?
No. I mean, it's been going for 7 billion years already, or 14 billion years already at least.
Well, the sun's going to burn out sooner or later, so come on now.
I mean, in another 4 billion years.
Okay. So we have 4 billion years. Okay.
Because I've read enough history, and every era thinks the world's about to end, and it never does. And bad things happen, like the Black Death, where half the population of Eurasia dies, or the fall of Rome. And then, I mean, the thing about life is bad things happen, and you just keep on living. And I mean, the irony is, if we got into a world war, we would still have to go to jobs. We'd still have to wake up in the morning and brush our teeth. And I don't think the world's going to end, because people have always said it will, and it never has so far.
Is there going to be a civilizational collapse?
I mean, yeah, all civilizations fall. The question is, when does it happen? Because for me, I look to the past, and if something's happened in history repeatedly before, I'll say it'll happen again. And if it hasn't happened before, I say it won't, because the only thing that we can really judge the future off is the past, because the past is the only thing that exists. So if you're not judging the future off the past, you're basically making stuff up.
So if civilizational collapse is a 0 and utopia is a 10, where are we at right now?
3 or 4.
We're 3 or 4. We're that far away from utopia.
Wow, look how depressed Adam sounds. This is great news.
Lived in a utopia. The mid to late 20th century was a utopia.
We're at least at a 7. Come on, let's be optimistic.
Other eras of history. The mid to late 20th century was a utopia. We had no major diseases. People could grow fat. We had no major wars. We had mass literacy. The water was safe.
Whoa. You're saying like some other time in the past was higher than a 3?
So let me finish the point.
Okay, go ahead.
Mid to late 20th century, we had what in previous eras would have been a material utopia. And the thing is, we threw it away and got bored with it. We got utopia, and then we were bored of it, and then we destroyed the society. And so I think the lesson from that is that humans don't deserve utopia, because the thing is, when we did make it, we got bored of it and then stopped caring about like any of the values to maintain it.
Hold on. What? So this was like 1950. We had
even 1990. In 1990, we had all of the things I just mentioned.
Okay. So in 1990, we were at a what? Like a 7?
We were like an 8. We were at an 8 out of 10 in 1990.
Wow, that's pretty good. 90s was based, so I agree with
for the second half of the 20th century, we were like an 8 out of 10.
Wow, awesome.
So it was so good. We thought it was the end of history. We thought that this is so good, it can't get any better. And so we thought that this was just like, because Francis Fukuyama said that unironically, and that's something you'll believed. Like liberal capitalism solved all problems, nothing else to worry about. The world will never change past 2005.
Yeah, but most people accept that he was wrong.
They
Well,
believed
no.
at the time, though.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. He came up with a concept that we had already made it to kind of the liberal democracy utopia the world was going to be.
Yeah.
More individual freedom, more stuff, more economic success. Yeah. So we went from an 8 to a 3. That's like we
Yeah.
lost 5 points. We're not doing so good
A
here.
3 or a 4.
In 30 years. So
Yeah,
like
I mean,
are we on the when do we hit 0? Are we gonna turn the ship around? That's my question.
I don't know. I'm stuck between two opinions where what we're seeing now, if you study history, is pretty normal, where you go
Mhm.
through phases of the good times bring the bad times. And I mean, sure, you all know the story of hard times make strong men make good times, etc.
Yeah.
And so this is something you see again and again in history. And
No, I'm laughing about the etc. part.
I mean, we all know how it ends. I'm
Yes,
going to save you
totally.
guys time. And
Where
so
are we at now? Are we at the good at strong
we're
men
at
are
the
making
hard
good
times that make
times?
strong men that make strong men.
Okay. So we
Or
need a hero generation is what you're saying.
yeah. And so the thing I'm stuck at is for the civilizational cycles I normally look at, we are at the fall of the Roman Republic, which should mean that Western civilization has another 600 years left. And we might even last longer and just keep going for thousands of years, because the thing with those cycles is that India and China they went through our phase 2000 years ago before the birth of Christ, and they're still civilizations. It's possible that your civilization can last for thousands upon thousands of years. And then the other thing that worries me is mouse utopia, where I think we've spoken about this before, where I'm seeing all these symptoms of mouse utopia, and I don't know how we pull back from that. And this is one thing where we don't have the precedent from the past. We don't have any degree of change in the past equal to industrialization. However, we do have the precedent from running the mouse utopia experiment over 30 times. And it looks exactly what's happening to us.
What just for people who might not know what the mouse utopia experiment
thing.
is.
The mouse utopia was an experiment that was run. It was run over 30 times in the 60s. And the way it works is that you put 9 mice into a cage that can house 5,000, and there's no diseases and no food problems. The mice breed exponentially until there are over 2,000 mice. And then their social structure breaks down at that point, where what occurs is that the mice stop having children, they stop being able to form social relationships. Female mice become very aggressive, male mice become very effeminate, and they spend all their time. There's a class of male mice called the beautiful ones that constantly groom themselves but don't breed. You have crime and homelessness issues. The mice stop having the ability to function. They become these kind of zombies because they're not raised correctly. And then the birth rate crashes, and the mice lose their adaptive behavior, their social skills. And so the birth rate crashes and the mouse colony fails.
How many of the mice have OnlyFans?
I think about half. I mean, the thing is, it's difficult. They had to change the phones in the 60s. They changed the iPhones in the 60s so that they could press the buttons more easily for their little paws.
What? So
the idea with like the mouse utopia, if I recall correctly, it's been a while, but it was like that because the mice had no external threats or things to deal with combined. So they had like all these like infinite resources essentially, but then it's combined with the overcrowding kind of creates this hellish situation where they eventually end up all dying off. Which I agree that, I mean, I think it's happening to an extent. Though I don't think obviously we would never die off because we don't have unlimited resources. As things get worse, that creates an environmental concern that people do.
But the thing is, the mice, even as our society fell apart, their birth rate continued to collapse. But I think for humans,
they have still the external forces, giving them everything. They're never like forced to go out there on their own.
I don't think human societies would fail because we're conscious, where even if we have to do absolutely horrible things, religious fanatics will survive. People will realize there will always be some group of fanatics in the desert who keeps breeding.
The Amish will survive.
Yeah, basically.
It'll be the Mormons, though. The Utah.
Their birth rates went beyond past replacement.
Right.
But I mean, some people will survive. People will realize what's happening. There will hopefully be people like me who will share this to the public as it's going on. People will gradually understand what's happening. So I think, and the thing is, Mouse Utopia is just decadence on a bigger scale, where it's just every major civilization has gone through decadence, and it's Mouse Utopia on a smaller level. And so we've always made it past decadence and survived. And so Mouse Utopia could be very unpleasant, but the human race will be fine in the long term,
Well,
at least.
it's also weird too because it's like a different form of decadence because right now, so one of the biggest complaints is people can't, you know, get a good job, can't make
Yeah.
enough money, can't buy a house. And yet there's still, so what is like the decadence? It's not
This
quite
is
like,
one of the things that you see that because I've made a video at decadence, and each
Mhm.
civilization's gone through a phase of it. For the Muslim world, it was 1,000 years ago. For the Greeks and the Romans, it was 2,000 years ago. The Chinese and the Indians went through a phase of decadence 1,000 years ago, and a couple previous ones. And the thing with decadence is it's not that everyone in the society is rich. It's that the elite is completely detached. Where in loads of
Mm.
phases of decadence, like the Romans, the average person was dirt poor and they had mass slavery, but the rich people were insane. And there was a lot of economic struggle even among the rich people. And so decadence is the outcome of a wealthy society. It
Ah,
doesn't actually have to be wealthy in the phase of decadence. And there are two
gotcha.
forms of decadence. I call it hot and cold decadence, and one follows the other. Hot decadence is people are fucking and doing drugs and having giant feasts. Cold decadence is after that when you're numb to it. And that's decadence based off delusion, sadness, lack of hope, nihilism, etc. And both of them are fundamentally split off from what the reality of the human condition is, but in different ways. And an example people don't know is that, and this is something that my former researcher is one of my best friends. His expertise is medieval Persia. And so he was telling me about this, and I had no idea it before, where the reason the Muslim world is so bad to women is they actually had a feminist phase 1,000 years ago, where they gave women equal rights to men. And their cities ballooned, and then their population collapsed. They had a moral, they lost a lot of Islam and they stopped becoming an Islamic society, went through a period of agnosticism. Their birth rate collapsed, their population fell apart, and then they became the religious conservatives were the ones that bred and got the society back together. And so that's why the Muslim world is so religious today, because beforehand they were the most capitalist and scientifically advanced place in the world. But what happened was that the religious fundamentalists took power, and then the Turks came through, and the Turks conquered the Middle East. And the
Mhm.
Turks were barbarians, so they didn't care or respect the previous culture at all.
That's interesting. So
Yeah.
basically all the non-religious people died out and got bred out.
And this is
That's
something you see in history where, for the Romans, as an example, the Greeks and the Romans were the civilized core of their empires, but most people in the Roman Empire weren't Greeks or Romans. They were Celts or Anatolians or Egyptians. And so the educated city population stopped having kids. So what happened instead was the Christian religious fundamentalists took over the empire, and then the barbarians on the edges, like the Arabs and the Germans, bred more, so that they took over a large part of the empire. So it's a common process where the more civilized populations have less kids, and then religious fanatics and frontier peoples replace them,
Mhm.
or at least gain predominance.
In history, have all these times of like the civilizational collapses, do they all have like a barbarian group kind of come in and conquer them?
I mean, it depends. Where some of them they pull it back together. Where the thing is, societies can go through multiple phases of decadence. And so, for the first Roman decadence, they went through a civil war, and then Augustus was one of the greatest leaders in history. He pulled things back together and had another golden age. I
Mhm.
think that's something that could easily happen to us, where we go through our decadence, we pull our stuff back together, and then we have another golden age. And that's what the historical civilizational cycle would suggest happens to us.
Well, that's good.
And
Where are we at on the decadence? Are we almost done?
I mean, the thing is that the decadent people are so stupid. I don't know how they can keep going. They have no skills. They have no practicality.
We're like in the roaring 20s right now. That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, but we are in the depressing aftermath of the Roaring Twenties. It's not like Gatsby anymore. Like young people aren't people aren't like, oh my God, I made so much money on the stock market. Let me get hookers and like start snorting.
Gatsby was the 90s, is what you're saying.
Yeah, Gatsby's the 90s, and we're like the 30s, except this is a really not good metaphor because there's a lot of differences. But I
Right.
think we're depressed decadents. And my worry is that after this, we'll see a period of, because the thing with Mouse Utopia is the population goes crazy. I'm worried the population will go crazy, but I'll also would guess a religious backlash would happen to the nihilism of what we're seeing now. And I would be very surprised if Gen Alpha isn't very community oriented, and maybe even the generation after Gen Alpha, Generation Beta, maybe maybe
That's your generation, Sitch.
maybe Generation Beta is the alpha generation where they're very community oriented, very religious, very aggressive. Because the thing is, imagine, and I've joked with friends about this, where our kids will be like, Daddy, why are you on the computer all the time? Why don't you have friends? And like, I want to hang out with my buddies and like not be online. And I'm like, no, son, you have to play World of Warcraft so you can become a successful streamer.
That's what they're trying to get me to do.
We are literally trying to get Adam to play hardcore vanilla.
I've just gotten back. I let myself let go when I moved to Texas, but I just gotten back into going to the gym. And the joke I have is that every single guy who's really jacked is a former World of Warcraft player who like,
is that true?
It's what I've seen.
He's turned his life around.
On a statistical, factual basis, it's wrong.
That's
but
hilarious.
All the really jacked guys I know are former World of Warcraft guys.
I mean, that's pretty based.
As just a thing.
Yeah.
On all the previous conversations I've come on before, I've done the doomer. I've talked about doomer topics. So do you mind for the next hour if we don't cover doomerism?
No, we have to finish the doomer talk first.
Okay,
you said 600 years left. Like what happens in 600 years?
So these cycles are kind of arbitrary, and I don't think the world is so complicated that anything I say, I want you all to realize that will probably not be the future because the world is so infinitely complicated.
Right.
Right.
But
is it Mad Max or is it WALL-E? That's what we want.
This is what I'm telling you about. There's multiple scenarios. I don't think WALL-E would happen because that society, we are already so stupid and society that we're going to fall apart. And so like we have reached peak bad times, weak men. We have to start getting strong men again. And that could be a lengthy process. It could take different time. But I see two different scenarios where if you look at the civilizational cycle, and my comparing Rome to America video covered this a lot, where the parallels between Western and Greco-Roman classical civilization are very close. And the era that we're most similar to is the fall of the Roman Republic, where I talked about this in previous podcasts. Superpower republic takes over the world through two major wars. They unwittingly have a giant empire they didn't really ask for. Giant mega corporations own everything. Equality is massive. Religion's gone into decline. Feminism is really big. Degeneracy is big. There's two very disparate political parties that have gotten really polarized. One has been concentrated around the elite and one turned populist. That is since being transcended by cults of personality. There is a candidate, the Gracchi brothers, who promised to bring back the old Roman middle classes, and then the establishment hates them for being populists. And as Rome has these internal issues, its allies, its neighboring regional enemies start to turn against it. So there are wars of Rome's regional enemies turning against it as Rome has these civil wars. And so there's all these very deep parallels between the fall of the Roman Republic and our current society. So if we were to follow through this parallel, America will go through a period of civil wars in which various charismatic strong men seize power. They'll gradually kill off the ruling class. The Democrats basically get slaughtered, and then the Republican warlords start turning on each other as different factions of Republicans kill each other. until a socially conservative dictator seizes power. And then America becomes a functioning military dictatorship while pretending to be a democracy. Then there is 200 years of golden age and peace around the world. As the Americans grow more decadent, then the military becomes its own vehicle of the military goes corrupt, and then various military dictators fight each other. And then this is all happening 500 years in the future, by the way. And then 500 years in the future, the American empire falls apart.
You're saying this is what it would look like if we followed the Roman model.
So far, we've followed the Roman precedent pretty closely. If we continue to follow it, this is what will happen.
Okay.
And
I'm a little skeptical, but okay.
The reason, I mean, I'm also skeptical of these cycles. It's a meme among my friend group.
Right.
WhatIfAltHist's fans take his ideas more seriously than I do. Because I'll look at maps I'll make where I'm thinking, I'll see people on my subreddit or friends hyper analyzing a border, and I'll be like, you guys have no clue how arbitrary my decision was to put that border there. It's something where a lot of people don't know this.
That always happens.
It's funny and actually that's the case how borders in the third world were actually made. Some white dude arbitrarily put it there, and now people have to fight over it. But the thing people don't get at my personality is that I am by nature
don't say optimist.
I'm a very fluid and flexible person mentally. So if you prove my idea wrong, I will immediately change my idea and then develop a new worldview based off you proving my idea wrong. I don't really care. Like one of my friends pointed out, this detail in your map is wrong. I said, you do not understand how little I care. Right. And so my worldview is very flexible and changeable. And that's not something a lot of people realize when they see the videos, that they can point out something wrong. If it's wrong, I don't care. I'll immediately change it for whatever. Right. And so what I say is that I'm betting against God, and my worldview changes every single year because it does. And I'm not ashamed of it. I get new information. My worldview changes. And that process of change is part of the channel, and it's part of my own personal journey. And so I don't really trust all these historic cycles, because the thing is, the future is impossible to predict, and anything you say will not be what it's actually like. And that's something where I've made predictions. Some are right, some are wrong, and that's part of the game. And what I would say on top of that is, if you compare the broad strokes of the previous cycles to the current one, you find that there are similarities, but it's not in the way you think. Where, for example, if you were to the parallel between Western and Greco-Roman civilization, and for fans who are interested, I have a full 40-minute video about this, is Napoleon is to Alexander. But if our history were to perfectly follow what the Greeks and the Romans had, it would be that the world wars occurred in the era of the Napoleonic Wars, that where the closest parallel would be Germany, which is Sparta, beats Britain, which is Athens. So Europe becomes monarchist, which is what happened with the Greeks. And then some country like Sweden or Russia conquers the entirety of Europe, which would be the rise of Macedonia. And then after that, America, 100 plus years later, conquers Europe. But that's not what it actually looked like. These things can follow each other in rough parallels, but if you try to get too nerdy into the details, it just doesn't work, because these are living processes that are affected by the actual history. And for the Romans, I know I'm taking a while to explain this, but I've got one last point where, if you compare the Roman Republic to our current society, one of the biggest differences is that they had two processes: the dehumanization of labor and the rise of women into higher social status. And for us, we have sweatshops in Southeast Asia, we import millions of Mexican immigrants, but nothing is as bad as Roman slavery. In the Roman Republic, a third of the population were slaves, where their masters could whip and rape and work them to death with no legal repercussions. And
I thought slaves didn't have it so bad. That's what I heard.
It depends on whatever era of history you're in. There were eras where the slaves were treated very well, and it also depended on your social class, where, for example, there were slaves that were accountants, or slaves that were the teachers for the master's son. They were treated very well and educated. But if you were a Syrian or Gallic slave who worked in the fields, you were treated like absolute shit. And it also depended on the master too. And so their treatment of their working classes is much worse than us today. And if you look at the Roman Empire, I said this in multiple videos, the biggest thing that killed Rome was slavery because it just destroyed their entire social structure. And I could explain that in further detail if you'd like. And the Romans had their own feminist movement where women gained much higher social status and women gained complete equality with Roman men except for the right to vote. And if you look at us today, it's flipped where the Roman dehumanization of labor and cheapening of labor, that process isn't as big, but the rise of feminism is much bigger in our society, where the Romans never would have had wokeness and they didn't give women the vote. And so this process is much bigger in ours. And so it's the same rough ingredients, but the emphasis that you put upon them is very different. And so the problems the Romans faced due to the rise of slavery, we don't have, but also the Romans don't have the issues we have due to having more of a feminist movement. Where wokeness, for example, wokeness is statistically and intellectually driven by women. The Romans never would have had wokeness because they didn't give women as many rights. But also at the same time, we don't have the giant slave wars where 500,000 people died and the slaves revolted in the early republic, or slavery really killed the Roman social system because you had a small class of slave owners who never had to do anything. They had infinite, if someone wanted to grab a glass of water, they'd ask their slave to do it. They had infinite luxury, infinite sex, because the Romans, you were allowed to sleep with any of your sex slaves whenever you wanted in Roman society, and your wife couldn't say no. That was an expectation. And so what you had is this class of upper class Romans who were spoiled and became horrible people because they were surrounded by slaves at all times. And then the general average Roman working class was forced onto welfare payments because he couldn't compete with slaves.
So there was an interesting video a while ago from History Civilis.
Yeah.
I used to watch a lot of his content, and he made the kind of like anti-capitalist video where he wasn't really talking about slaves. I guess he was talking more about like medieval peasants. And he was talking about how like, oh, actually the ones that work the field, they actually had like a much better life than we have now.
We've talked about this before,
that?
but I'm happy to explain this again, where I like talking about this. So the thing is, this is something I really do not like leftists for. Leftists categorize systems as good or bad. Well, the reality, bless you, the reality is that certain parts, the human condition will have certain issues like poverty, hierarchical oppression, war, etc. And certain systems go through good and bad phases. And so what History Civilis is doing is comparing the medieval equivalent of the 1950s to today, where if you we found this on a statistical basis, the high point of Western standard of living for our system was 1971, and it's been in straight decline since 1971. And for the Middle Ages, the time period he's looking at and I've seen these studies because my area of speciality is the Middle Ages, is that the average medieval serf only worked many less days a year than our current workers. They paid a lot less taxes. And that was true in the period of the Middle Ages where there was a lot of wealth, which was the 13th century and 12th century. In that era, your average peasant lived a pretty good life, which was why the population of Europe doubled to tripled, because people could afford to have a lot of kids. The equivalent period we're in is the early 1300s. That time period, people were working themselves to death and still starving, where your average medieval peasant would work his farm, but he'd also have a side job as a full-time job. And even everyone was struggling in the early 1300s. And so what we're looking at now with our system of capitalism is he is comparing the best part of the Middle Ages to the worst part of our society. Well, the fairer comparison would be to compare 1971 to the 1200s, where in 1971, your average American works more month a year than he did in the 70s. So people would work 9 to 5 and then get 1 hour lunch breaks. You could drink in the afternoon. Your wife was a stay-at-home wife, so you'd come home and all the dishes were done and you would just grab some drinks with your buddies and watch the TV. And so what they're doing is artificially making capitalism look bad by comparing the worst time periods of our society with the best ones of past ones.
Right. So, like, if you took an overall view and compared them, what do you think it would look like?
Um, the average person today definitely has an easier, or in modern history, the average
Mhm.
person has an easier life than the Middle Ages. That's I'd be very that's an easy thing to say.
Right.
What I
I
will
would
say
think
is
so.
the medieval social norm was more sustainable, where the
Mhm.
social order we're talking about lasted for 400 years and then it fell apart. The social system that we have and the broad amount of cultural technologies we have today are side effects of the world wars, where almost all the social structures we have came about through something called the managerial revolution, which was related to the world wars, where beforehand, American society was perfect libertarianism. We didn't have income tax. We were based off a gold standard, all that sort of thing. And we didn't have bureaucracy. And so now we have all of these bureaucratic structures that come from the world wars, but they've fallen apart within 70 years. And it's very apparent to me that we have to completely reorganize our social structures because there are no institutions in America except the military which work properly. And so if you look at the medieval society, it was a harder society to live in, but also it lasted 5 times as long. So it was much more attuned with human nature and a much more sustainable system.
Mhm. So like, because like the golden age, I guess we're talking about like the 50s to the 70s, that was obviously, post World War II. So
Yeah.
these managerial systems were in place. What shifted from that to what we have now?
This is actually relates to the video I just made about the American school system, where in pre-industrial societies, there was a concept that human nature was cruel by design, and it was, or not cruel, that's not the right word, self-interested by design.
Mhm.
And so in pre-industrial societies, everything was built around different social classes in opposition to each other, and that people were expected to push their class's interests, where in medieval Europe, the church, nobility, monarchy, and bourgeoisie were all fighting against each other. And so they balanced each other out. Or in Islam, the warrior class and the priest class were supposed to fight against each other. And so there was this expectation that different social structures were naturally self-interested. And in our society, because we believed that human nature was good and perfectible, and the blank slate meant that human nature we could engineer it, we didn't have any protections against that. And so we created all of these social structures and bureaucracies with no protections against them pushing their own self-interest. And so
Mm.
that's what happened. And you look at schools, for example, schools teach what is useful for teachers to teach them, not what the society needs. So first of all, teachers are much more left-wing than the general public. So schools teach them left-wing values. It teaches them the skills that are being transmitted in school are not actual life skills. No one remembers French or algebra from high school. What they're teaching is the ability to memorize skills and be quiet, because those are the things. If you're a teacher, your incentive is to keep students quiet, pass them along to the next year, and because you have to do this for 30 years and 30 new brackets of kids. And so with teachers as an example, we created an incentive structure for teachers to not have a duty to the rest of society, but to push their class interests. You look at the government bureaucracy. The government bureaucracy's incentive everywhere is to grow, and there's no incentive to push back against it. And so we have all of these social structures that have, or Hollywood, we have no countervening force to Hollywood. And so we have all these social structures with no countervening forces or no assumption of um, that in human nature, they'll naturally be corrupted. And from that, our social structure, it fell apart very quickly because
So,
we're at the
mhm.
point where the people who built the current social structure are still in living memory. And for Silicon Valley, the literal guys who fucking founded it are the guys in charge now, but it's still collapsed. Silicon Valley went from founding to decadence in a 10-year period. That's astounding.
So yeah, it's interesting because I mean, we talk about how, we think the right-wing conception is humans are inherently evil and must be
Yeah.
civilized, and the left-wing conception is that humans are good and society corrupts them. So how did this idea of the blank slate how did
Yeah.
that sort of like worm its way into American culture in this time period?
You guys are asking a lot of great questions for this podcast.
Well, thank you.
Of
That's because
course,
we rule.
you do. Great podcast. Um, the what I'd say is that first of all, although I am right leaning, I don't consider myself I'm not like other conservatives.
I'm
Where
not like other
the thing that I
conservatives.
don't like about most conservative mainstream culture is very normy and very it doesn't like human culture. Because the
Mm,
thing is, in previous societies, the people who were on the left, you didn't have a right-left divide in pre-industrial societies. Everyone was on the right. But you look at Michelangelo, he was a very artistic, open, creative person who, inside that socially conservative society, did art, and he did a wonderful
right.
job. And so the right, by not taking in the people who are high trait openness and creative, went to the left. The modern right is very stolid, and it doesn't see a lot of good in the world, which is why right wing art isn't good. You look at the stuff that everything the right puts out is super cringe, and so that just it got me. Your point about
You don't like lady ballers?
Did you see Lady Ballers?
yeah, I mean, like I admire Ben Shapiro's management abilities. I really do. I
That's all
admire
you
his
have to
ability
say.
to
That's
keep the
all you
Daily
have to
Wire
say.
running. I am not going to watch a Daily Wire movie soon.
Anyway,
Because I don't like things that are like I think the Daily Wire they have done a good job of holding back the hordes of barbarism from further right.
mhm,
Um, but I don't like things that are explicitly counterculture or explicitly conservative. I don't want to buy my brand of razors because they're conservative. I want to buy my razors because they're good.
right.
Yep.
And so that's my conservative culture will always position itself to not be woke, but don't do that. Make something good. And that's something that, and I will give, I haven't seen Lady Ballers from the reviews. It doesn't look like it's a bad movie. So I will give Ben and his crew
Not
admiration
great.
for that because it's hard to not make a bad movie. But
Sure.
what if autist, one of the things I struggle very hard with is I don't want to be a right, I want to tell the truth and to explain my vision of the world in my best attempt, but
Mhm,
I don't want it to be a right-wing thing. I'm a
right.
person who happens to lean politically right, but at the same time, I don't want people to watch What If Altist because of that. And I think that's something that all creatives believe or want. But I want people to watch What If Altist because I am doing a good job independent of politics, not because of politics. But
Right.
to answer your initial question, what I would say is that the blank slate kicked in. And I bought a really interesting book about this because I've been going on a couple different research rabbit holes. One is that a lot of these decisions were made for occult reasons, or the people who decided to make the blank slate were people who were deeply steeped in the occult. And that's a whole different story where there are religious reasons for doing it. But the first people you see pushing the blank slate publicly are the French Revolution, where the French and the American Revolution were both politically classically liberal, but the American Revolution had the closed view and the French Revolution had the open view. We still have the same constitution as 250 years ago. The French Republic fell apart within like 4 months. And so the French Revolution were the first people. Marx had it
Well, wait, what is
afterwards.
the open close dynamic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I just assumed it's
I don't know.
so close to the concept that we were talking about that I assumed
Mhm,
you guys knew. This is a term Thomas Sowell made where people with the open view think human nature is perfectible. And so they think that you can train people to be perfect. And
okay.
they think human nature is full of openings, which is why it's called that. And so, for example, and they think if there are failings in the world, it's due to someone's conscious judgment. So
This is from a conflict of visions, right?
yes,
That's the
exactly.
yeah.
And so if there's two ethnicities and one's richer than the other, it's because one oppressed the other. For the closed vision, they think that human nature is inherently constrained by its own negative flaws built into it, but also by geography, history, culture. So they wouldn't look at those two ethnicities with different incomes as that. What they would see is that is one has better geography, one won a war, it had a bigger empire, one has more intellectual centers, it's closer to trade routes, it has a culture that prizes education and hard work. So um, that's the open and the closed vision, and it correlates with what I described with the right and the left, with one thinking human nature is perfectible and the other thinking it isn't. And there are right-wingers with the open view, where Nazis, for example, have the open view. I think there are some libertarians that are open view. And I'm wrong, I don't think there's anyone on the left with the closed view, but you start hearing about in the Enlightenment, where I was reading about Frederick the Great, and he was a German leader of the 18th century, and he was talking about how already by that point there was the idea that human nature was good and perfectible. And it's one of those things where it was big among intellectuals, but I think if you talk to your average German guy in 1850, he would still be religious, where it'd have a closed view of the world and view humanity as inherently sinful, where with all of these, I'm working on a video on modern civilization right now. And with all these ideas of modern civilization, they were batted around by intellectuals for centuries before they became mainstream ideas. And so for the first place, that occurred with the French Revolution, then communism, and it became mainstream around the time of the World Wars, where I think in World War I, the pre-existing establishment fucked things up so much where people were like, literally give us anything else. And so I think the reaction to World War I was when the open vision became the biggest, it became the mainstream view.
So but it's interesting because America had its golden age after that time period.
Because it didn't happen. It's a partial thing. And it's one of the lessons, the biggest thing I want people to get out of WhatIfAltHist is the world is complicated and multiple opposing things can happen at the same time.
Right.
So what happened was that the American average person and the government and the mainstream were closed view, which is why we still cared a lot about the checks and balances or religion and that stuff. These social engineers and the bureaucracy were open view. So, and this is actually the origin of the political divide we have today, where you have a bureaucracy, which is open view, where they want to change the world, and then a general previous society, which is very different. And so progressivism in America, which progressivism, as I say it, is nothing to do with what it means today. The progressivism of the Teddy Roosevelt era was, which Woodrow Wilson pushed, and people of his sort, was we need to standardize education. They were actually very racist and very pro-eugenics. They wanted to improve the moral character of the society and have more government control over the economy. So it was this combination. It's in retrospect, it's vaguely Nazi, actually. And I don't say stuff like that lightly, where it was this combination of we want social engineering with we want genetic and racial engineering too. And so they were the first people, and it was mostly social progressivist New England Yankees who formed America's education system, its bureaucracy, its universities. So they had the institutions. And then over the course of the 20th century, they gained more and more social control and became the managerial class. So when we had to wage world wars, those kinds of people were the people who managed the bureaucracies of the new big government. And we had social programs. It was the same kinds of people. And they flipped their position, where they moved from being they moved from being genetically conservative to genetically progressive, and they moved from being economically conservative to economically progressive to economically liberal, because that's the politics of the New England Yankees who ran the organization flipped in that time period as well. And so our society, and this is the same political divide today, between this open view managerial class versus the general population. And what's occurred is that they have become openly resentful of the rest of the population. Because if you look at the left's managerial power, their entire thing is they view the population with complete contempt, because the population won't immediately go on with their social engineering.
Right. Well, also, I wonder, because it's interesting, you're saying in World War I, people, it was so bad that people were just like, give me anything.
Yeah.
And I wonder if in World War II, it's kind of like the opposite, at least in America.
Yeah.
It's like America views itself as like the great winners. So everyone's kind of like bought into the government or the system. And then they get hit with the Vietnam War, which causes all the kids to basically say, well, fuck everything. We can't trust anyone over 30. We can't trust the government anymore. And they kind of go in the exact opposite direction.
That's a really good point you made. And my reaction to it is something I have said, and also my right-hand man and manager has said. I say that everyone's a good guy in World War I, and everyone's a bad guy in World War II. And what that means is that
Not America. How dare you?
in World War I, the worst faction were the Russian czars.
Mhm.
The Russian czars look like they look like the UN Peace Corps compared to the Soviet Union or the Nazis. In World War I, there was no or very little just burning entire cities, slaughtering the population, committing genocide. Everyone in World War II World War I were basically nice guys who were forced into this horrifying conflict that they felt guilt about. And the best guys in World War II were the Americans, and we firebombed the most beautiful cities in the world. We burned Dresden down. We burned all of these amazing cities in northern France down. We fucking nuked Japan, and we interned the Japanese. And so we are the nicest guys in World War II, and we still committed far worse atrocities than almost anyone in World War I. And
Was that like a philosophical difference, or is there just a technological or environmental reason for that?
I think it's a philosophic difference because I actually think World War I is a historically much more important war than World War II. And with the modern civilization video I'm working on, I have the argument because in the video I'm creating, I make the argument that modern civilization is independent from previous ones because I say modern civilization is a civilization that's based around rejecting the previous culture. If you look at the modern West, our cultural identity is based on rejecting what the West was 100 years ago. You look at Maoist China, their cultural identity was based on rejecting what their culture was before. Same with Soviet Russia. And I say the traditional West died in World War I because when you look at what the young men in the Psalm or Eep died over, they died for their ethnicity that had gone back 1,000 years. They died for their God. They died for honor, duty. And the cultural trajectory, you look at architecture for this, that went into World War I was a very similar culture to what the West had in the Middle Ages. All of the foundations for what young men, except for, I mean, they had science in the Middle Ages. All of the cultural foundations that young men died for in World War I were the same as what the West had nearly 1,000 years before. And so this is a whole process you saw around the world where all of these ancient cultures were destroyed by the Industrial Revolution. It happened through colonialism in the developing world, or the undeveloped world as it was at the time. And it happened through the world wars in the developed countries. And so World War I, you have this blank slate. And World War I was a war explicitly designed to give people horrifying PTSD. Because PTSD is psychologically caused by a sense of helplessness. And in World War I, everyone's stuck in their trenches. You can't fight. There's rotting bodies. There's rats. And so people felt betrayed by their elites because everyone was told that, because before World War I, people thought it would be peace and progress forever. And as if they got one of the most horrifying wars ever. So everyone felt betrayed by this previous culture that was what Europe had for 1,000 years beforehand. And then you try to figure out what you're going to replace it with. And so it was a lot of these secular religions like liberalism, like Marxism, or fascism, where each of them promise a technological utopia through engineering people to be better. And what happened with the world wars was that because they were all new, each of these ideologies justified horrifying atrocities to reach their utopia. Because if your utopia is on the other side of this, anything is justified to get to utopia. And that's how the Nazis viewed the world. That's how the communists viewed the world. And so in the world wars, because there was this breakdown in traditional values and senses of morality you could be judged against, it was just this collapse into brutality.
Okay. That makes sense. So I think I asked you this, but I don't remember the answer. So, because you were talking about how, you're comparing America to the French Revolution and the American founding fathers, they believed in like the closed system of human nature. And they kind of, even though they were, using liberalism, it was a different version of this. So how do you feel when we talk to some people who make the argument that liberalism is doomed to fail because embedded within liberalism is the idea of open, blank slate human nature?
It makes me sad because I'm a classical liberal. And I am a liberal. There are two forms of liberalism. There's classical liberalism and progressive liberalism. And I think they're basically different ideologies vested inside the same worldview, but people can jump between them. Where even as far back as the French Revolution, I think the things the modern left believes today are pretty similar to the French Revolution, where in the French Revolution, they thought equality between men and women, removal of previous social customs, removal of hierarchy, social engineering. And I think what I believe is pretty similar to what the founding fathers had. And so it's these two separate trends. And you could make an argument where classical liberalism will naturally degenerate into progressive liberalism. But I also think classical liberalism could degenerate into fascism, which, as you saw in Germany, the Germany before Hitler was, this is the thing we forget, every major country in Europe before World War I was some degree of classical liberal. And Germany had a lot of classical liberal institutions, but it degenerated into fascism. And for someone like me, I dislike the open, and this is something the left doesn't understand, where inside factions, competition can be as rife as outside of it, where people on the left might not understand that I have gone after and criticized people further right than me, and I've criticized the blank slate liberals and the blank slate liberals as well. And so I think that you can't put liberalism in a single category, and we've expanded the term of liberalism so much as it's borderline useless, where inside liberalism is everything between Victorian Britain and modern Sweden. And the friggin' the legit socialists today. Legit socialists or communists call themselves liberal. Because if you were a liberal 100 years ago, you would be okay with incredibly religious laws, monarchy in a lot of cases, restricting the voter franchise to rich men, imperialism, nationalism, white supremacy. These were all things where if you were a liberal in 1910, it would be completely reasonable for you to support those.
But what's going on there? Because I would assume that'd be people basically existing under a system that contradicts the principles of liberalism.
Another good question. So what I'd say with the original form of liberalism is that it prioritized freedom at all costs. And so there's the big thing, I see it on the right even today, called minarchism, where if you have a king with very little authority, he can maintain freedom. And there's also the concept that for the most of the original liberals, and the founding fathers were this way, they thought the only way you could maintain freedom is by restricting the voter franchise, because the second you give the lower classes or women the vote, they'll vote away freedom and create a welfare state that infringes upon people's freedoms. And what all the original liberals said, because they got this from Aristotle and Greek writers, because we had already done the democracy experiment thousands of years ago. So when people built the American Republic, they were reading about what the Roman and Athenian republics failed at. And so what they said is that the first step that republics fail is welfare payments. Because once you cross that line, and the public realizes that they can vote they give money from one part of the population to the other, it creates a slippery slope of using democracy to underwrite what the public wants. And then what the ancients and what the founding fathers said was that eventually resulted in a tyranny, because that leads to people just voting whatever is inside their self-interest, which breaks down the collective society. And I was reading some authors from the 1700s, and they hated democracy. Democracy was a bad word for most thinkers at the time of the American Revolution, because they said it naturally led to mob rule and tyranny. And so the founding fathers were really jumping out on a limb for supporting democracy, because it was a political bad word. But and so what happened over the course of the 20th century was, around World War I, liberal meant exactly as I describe it. It's libertarian or classical liberal. But then the left co-opted the term liberal, and due to alliance structures in America, where FDR said, "I am a liberal," and he gradually moved it over to more socially left wing. And So liberal became more and more synonymous with left-winger, and the right didn't want to be seen as liberal. The right developed an alliance in the 60s between Christian fundamentalists and capitalists.
Right.
And so the right didn't have an incentive to identify as liberal, but the left did, which then resulted in the term liberal being co-opted as just general left-winger. And this is something the left does, where the left takes a term, applies it for their own purposes, and then it evolves into its own something completely different. And so you have no idea what the term means. Like the left co-opted fascism from its original meaning to just blanket authoritarian. And this is the reason why our political discourse is so silly today.
Do you agree with this concept of the welfare payments? Because we always hear that, like, the social democratic countries in Europe, which have stronger welfare programs, like everyone's supposedly happier there.
Do you mind if I run to the bathroom?
Go for it.
I have some stuff to say about.
Hell no.
Okay.
Oh no. Go ahead.
I'll just piss in front of the stream and get you guys demonetized.
No,
Nice.
don't do that.
I'll make it OnlyFans.
Did you hear, Adam, about how Vivek Ramaswamy was in a Twitter space with
And he
Elon
peed?
Musk, and he went to the bathroom and didn't mute himself,
No way.
and everyone could hear Vivek pissing.
That's pretty
And there's
hilarious.
a clip, I forget who's talking. There's like a clip of Elon Musk talking over Vivek peeing. The funniest shit.
Wow. Okay. That's fascinating.
Because it's so funny because everyone realized, from a streamer perspective, streamer. I was thinking, what do I do in this? What would I do if I'm in this situation?
Can't you just mute him?
I guess they couldn't. I don't know. I don't know why they couldn't. I don't know
Just
how Twitter
mute his
Spaces work.
ass.
Because I'm thinking, what do you do in that situation if you're like the host of a call and you have a presidential candidate on and they're just peeing? It's like, do you keep talking? Do you what? Does everyone just be silent?
That's what got John Zerka demonetized. John Zerka, he's a streamer, and a girl put her tits on the stream to get him demonetized, and then Twitch took him out for that.
Nice.
Wow.
He was just a girl in the crowd, and she pulled out her tits to get him wiped out. And then I think Twitch didn't like him because he was red pilled, and so they just knocked out his channel because this random girl he didn't know pulled out her tits.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
So anyway,
female
welfare.
empowerment.
Sorry?
Welfare.
That's female empowerment. Oh.
So to get back to your question, Sitch,
Yeah.
socialism, it provides high material standards of living in exchange for the decline of the society, where we've had socialism for thousands
Why
of years.
is that? What is the technical aspect of that?
Let me explain. We've
Okay.
had socialism for thousands of years, and
Right.
we've seen it going back to the ancient Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Greeks and the Romans, the Chinese. And socialism is the side effect of decline in religion in a society, because you can actually correlate the religiosity of the society with the tax rate. And so there are very few religious societies with high tax rates and very few agnostic ones with low tax rates. And so once the religion goes into decline, people look to the state to provide psychological stability and to provide them with security. And
I would say it's still they're correlated, but you've got the causation backwards. I'd say once people's material security increases, they no longer need to rely on religion for psychic
it's
security.
all bundled together. Once a society gets wealthier, religion will go into decline. And then with that as well, socialism kicks in. But if you look at this process over time, it's wealth increases, religion declines, socialism kicks in.
Yes.
And this is something that Aristotle had this process down thousands of years ago.
Well, the question though is what is the causal agent? I would argue that there's
let me get to that.
Technological development increases
Oh,
prosperity, and prosperity makes people not as interested in religion. There's more fun things to do, like play video games and go bowling.
You've seen periods of agnosticism going back thousands of years over history, where the Greeks and the Romans were agnostic societies after a certain point. You saw it in the ancient world a lot. And so it doesn't have to relate to technology. It relates to how closely do your society's religions match the needs of the population.
But who were the agnostics though? Were they the wealthy elites who were secure, or were they the rank and file?
It bled through the entire population. And so
okay, interesting.
Yeah, this was something where if you read Greek and Roman plays, you'll hear cobblers talking about, I don't know if there's a God. And
wow, okay.
Yeah. And you'll read ancient Egyptian poems where they'll say, I don't know if there's an afterlife, so what's the point in worrying? I'm just going to enjoy this life. And
Right.
it's part of the civilizational cycle where societies go through phases of agnosticism. And the reason there's a period called the Axial Age around 500 BC, where Confucius, Buddha, um, Plato all lived at the same time, and one of the Jewish prophets. And the reason is that the invention of coinage broke down traditional religions. In the same way, technology broke down ours. Coinage and the spreading of larger empires, because in that society, everyone worshiped the god of their local creek or the god of their mountain. And so when you travel to a bunch of lands and realize everyone has their god of the local creek, it makes you not believe in that religion anymore. And then
Right.
that caused this religious reaction, which is why all these new world religions developed, like Buddhism or Confucianism or the Greek logic systems. And you see a process over history where once in once your society develops too fast or fast enough, the old religion is no longer believable and applicable. And then you go through a period of agnosticism and atheism, and then a new religion catches up with the new society. And so the Roman Empire at the time of Christ was actually a very agnostic society. They viewed religious fanatics as weird, and if you were an educated, cultured person, you were expected to be secular and agnostic.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And and so to get back to your question,
Yeah, yeah.
at
Let's do that.
socialist societies, they often have very high standards of living, but they go into decline. And I think it's because they don't provide incentives for growth. Where for Europe, before it went socialist, where Europe went socialist as a reaction to the world wars. Before the world wars, Europe was the most technologically, culturally, economically, militarily, politically, um, whatever place in the world. Europe powered absolutely everywhere in the world. It was the most advanced at everything. And then with the world wars, um, Europe didn't recover any of that. And it's funny, the Europeans' economies recovered, but because their tax rates were so high, there were no incentives to have creatives do stuff because the Beatles had to pay 95% taxes. They moved to America. And so what you see with European creatives is because it's so regulated and there's so little space, European creatives immigrate to America. So many European CEOs come to America. It's why Europe doesn't have a Silicon Valley because it's so regulated. And this is a process you see in historic societies where every socialist society goes into decline because once your society is built around sharing the pie rather than growing the pie, it removes incentives to grow the pie. And what this results in is the society is wealthy, but also it stops growing. Where in the 1960s, the European Union was 40% of the world's economy. America was a quarter. Now, America is still a quarter of the world's economy, and Europe is 19% and collapsing really rapidly. So if you compare Europe to America, Europe, when it went socialist, went into stark decline, and America has kept its predominance in every field. And if you also look inside America, the socialist states have been losing, or not socialist, the more left-wing states have been losing out economically and technologically and socially to more conservative ones. If you compare Canada to America, the more socially conservative areas have been doing better even inside Canada. And so if you're comparing more capitalist to more socialist societies, the capitalist one will always have more technological progress, more cultural progress, more innovation. It'll attract the best people. Well, the socialist one will go into decline.
Well, we're in a situation though now where those socialist societies can parasitize the more capitalistic societies,
Yeah.
just take their technology and steal it. So, I mean, I totally agree with you. It's kind of hilarious to see the socialists try to get past this very simple problem. This,
Yeah.
how to
And
incentivize growth.
And another thing is people compare tiny Nordic countries to America. And you run into a couple issues with that are pretty politically incorrect, where people say Nordic countries do much better in education. But if you compare white Americans to Scandinavian countries, white Americans do better educationally than Scandinavian countries. Then you have basically a black underclass population that drags it down. And you can say that for whatever reasons, for racism, you can make a racist argument there, but you're comparing apples to oranges. And you look at, for example, crime rates. white crime rate is equal to a European country. And also, these socialist European countries are 6 million people, 12 million people, and America's 300 million. You can find parts of America like Massachusetts where the Human Development Index is the same as Scandinavia, but it's the same population as a Scandinavian country as well. And so I think comparing America to a Nordic country isn't really fair. And this is the thing that's also really unpolitically correct. But any society of Scandinavian people will be wealthy. You see that the Germans have gone through monarchy, socialism, communism, free market capitalism. In every single one of those systems, the Germans were one of the wealthiest countries in the world. And so if you look at Scandinavia, and these Northwestern Europe has been the wealthiest place in the world for 700 years. You're saying they're wealthy because they're socialist. They're wealthy because they were wealthy beforehand and they happened to pick socialism.
Okay.
Do you know
Go
if
ahead.
like the whole dynamic between religion, taxation, and socialism, does that apply to like Venezuela and South America too?
It's interesting where we don't keep track of what the dynamics in the third world are. And so most people think people in Latin America are still very religious and have high birth rates, but almost no country in Latin America has a sustainable birth rate, and a lot of them are more secular than America.
Really?
An irony is the average American is more religious and has more children than the average Iranian. And um, and so in Latin America, you have political fascists that roll through, and people don't really, the political fashions, no one applies them correctly, and the system of corrupt, massive inequality being run by special interests stayed the same. People will try on this new fashion. And socialism has gone through waves in Latin America. And so we went through a big socialist wave recently because the effect of Reaganism and neoliberalism in South America was to make the rich richer and to keep the poor where they're at. And so it's built up a lot of resentment and envy. And so there's a left-wing wave across all of Latin America because of that. And one of the interesting things you don't notice is people talk about Scandinavian social welfare systems, but the exact same policies happen and have been tested in Southern Europe and in South America. And they have wildly differing effects because they push the same policy in Scandinavia versus Italy or Venezuela. It's going to have wildly disparate incomes because Scandinavia is so much more of a high trust society. And so we've seen these dynamics in Latin America where as societies get less religious, they've become much more socialist. And so the short answer is yes.
So are we just screwed? Like, what's the solution if, welfare leads to everything falling apart, and then neoliberalism inequality leads to everything falling apart? Like, what
First
do
of all,
we do?
I don't think religion's going to be in decline forever. And I say that for a couple different reasons. I think we'll have a wave of religiosity.
You think religion's going to save us?
No, I think we'll probably go through Caesarism, because what happens after the welfare state is that you have Caesarism, where once your institutions get corrupt and complicated and the politics don't make sense, and also this is one of those things that's un-PC, but the more feminine a society is, the more it will want Caesarism, because it'll want like an alpha male to basically come in and save things. And that's where we're at now, where I think there's a higher chance we have Caesarism, but also I'm not sure how. I think the political arrangement of 40 years from now will be so different from today. I'm not sure it'll be socialism versus capitalism versus fascism. I think we're going to have completely different political ideologies. And yeah.
Okay. Well, this is like a completely random question, but
Sure.
when you're talking about like the Greeks and the Romans, I tried to look this up once, I couldn't find the answer. Did the Greeks and Romans literally believe the planets were their gods, or was it like a symbolic thing?
Oh, it's great that you asked me this because I think I'm one of the very, very few people who could give you the correct answer to this.
Because I looked it up and I thought it would be very simple to find, and it was not.
No, the thing is, it's actually a complicated answer because these
Right.
societies have very different structures for reality than what we do.
Mhm.
Our view of the world is very concrete and material, where the way their vision of the world was they thought consciousness controlled reality, and they thought that everything had sympathetic connections with other things.
Oh
And
my God, they believe the secret.
yeah, basically, but they would have said the secret was bullshit and lies, where they said that for example, a voodoo doll is a great way of thinking about this. With a voodoo doll, the doll has a connection to a real person. You push holes in the doll, and then the real person has physical pain.
Mhm.
And that was their vision of the world. And so they had these 7 principles of the universe that were connected to each other. And so for the god Mercury, the planet Mercury, it's connected to the personality trait to be being mercurial. The
Mhm.
planet Mercury is also connected to the god Mercury, who's connected to the art of Hermeticism, which is Hermes is the Greek name for Mercury. Is connected to the art of healing, and these things are all. It's in string theory, there's the idea that different particles are connected across each other across the galaxy. So when one particle moves in a completely different part of the galaxy, something else moves.
Right, yeah.
That was their vision of the world, where there was the god Mercury, and he had all these symbolic connections to different things. And so if you touched one of them, you touched the other. And they had this for the different gods. And so they didn't actually believe that the planet Mercury was their god. They thought the planet Mercury was a symbolic attachment to this underlying psychological force, where they didn't
Okay.
see them as they weren't stupid. They didn't see the god as actual, like there's this giant muscly person who lives
In the
somewhere.
sky.
They
Right.
see them as these underlying spiritual forces that operate across the cosmos that control very different variables. They saw them more as laws of nature
Mhm.
than as like actual physical things.
Did they know that it was like a planet and that they just thought Mercury had like dominion or connection there, or did they not know
I think
exactly
it
what it was?
depended on how educated the person was because the Greeks were really good at science. They were able to calculate the circumference of the Earth within, I think, 200 miles of what it actually is.
Mhm.
And I think they knew they were planets. And they didn't have a comprehension of what outer space was because
Right.
they thought once you leave the world, you go into the spirit world. The further out you go, the more spirit worldy it gets. And so their
Mm.
conception wasn't, I think they knew that they were actual planets, but they thought that once you got out there, the conflation between the spirit world and the physical world meant that it's not on our plane of existence, if that makes sense.
Right. So like, okay. So like it's not quite like, okay, so we look in outer space and we go, okay, we understand this concept. It's like this void, and then past that
Yeah.
void, there's like just shit out there that exists under the same physical laws that we exist under. So therefore,
No.
you look at the thing in the sky and you say, okay, that's like a planet kind of doing stuff that we do, though it has like a different atmosphere. But like since they're viewing it as a completely different like dimensional space,
Yeah.
they wouldn't necessarily be like, oh, it's a planet. It's like, well, is it? I mean, it's like something that exists for different rules, you know?
Yeah, because the concept, and this is when shamans, and this I was talking about the CIA spirit world stuff, the further you go out in the spirit world, the more abstract it gets. In each layer, they viewed it a completely different dimension with
Mhm.
different rules. And so the idea was that you go out to the dimension of Mercury, and it's the realm of Mercury, where it's its own spirit world, or it relates to that. And Dante's Inferno is a great example of how that worldview works, the different layers of hell. And
That happens in when they go to paradise, they go to the different planets, they go to
yes,
different realms. Yeah.
exactly. It's funny because the ancient Greeks, there was a point where they didn't believe any of this stuff. The
Mhm.
Greeks and the Romans went through a phase of agnosticism. Because remember, these people were there, they had a civilization that was on its own trajectory for 1,000 years. And so they went through a phase of agnosticism where they thought all of this stuff was bullshit. And then they didn't. Um, and so the Greeks and the Romans had a long tradition of doubting their own gods. So there would be time periods that believed that, and then there would be other time periods where, okay, you look up into space and it's just a planet, it's just a rock.
Mhm. Well, it's interesting. So, because you said that, like, and I didn't know this, that the Greeks and the Romans kind of had this idea about consciousness, creating
Yeah.
reality. And it sounds like kind of what we're describing, like that religious idea would be more associated with a sort of like conservative view, where now that idea is like a hippie new age lefty view
Yes.
that's kind of viewed like, I know James Lindsay makes this point. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but he makes the point that like a lot of the cultural Marxism he thinks comes from the spiritual view of like you can shape reality to whatever you want.
Yeah.
And so like where did this divergence come from, if you know about that?
That's also a great question. This has been a good podcast so far. Most of my podcasts just ask me about like doomerism or random, what are your political views on blank? This actually is digging into knowledge that I have
Well,
thought
thank you.
about that you probably wouldn't get anywhere else. I've been
Thank
doing a
you.
lot of research on stuff like this, and one of the books I bought is The Myth of Disillusion, and I
Mhm.
bought another one, The Fire in the Hearts of Men. And so one of the interesting things is that in the 19th century, and this is why Nietzsche's Death of God was such a big deal, almost everyone believed in the spirit world. Thomas Edison was trying to build an engine to talk to the spirit world. Nikola Tesla,
Really?
no, really, look it up.
Okay.
That was his biggest project. I would change the world by building an engine to talk to the spirit world. Nikola Tesla also was trying to do the exact same thing.
Mhm.
Every important figure would have seances, which were such a big deal. So wealthy people would have these giant seances. And this is why the death of God was such a big deal for Nietzsche, because it was such a religious and spiritually oriented society that when Nietzsche said God's dead, it was a big deal because Nietzsche was so brilliant because he realized that all of the discoveries they'd made so far would eventually make a secular world. That wasn't what the consensus was at the time. And the point the book made, and I haven't read it yet, so I'll need to read it and say if it's BS or not, is that the idea of a secular a secular, disenchanted, non-magical world was a concept that was made by people who were entrenched in that worldview as a political move. That it was people who had one version of the occult and they wanted to distort traditional religion. And so I haven't read this book to see if it's true. And I have another book that says that the origins of communism relate back to romanticism of the 19th century. And the romantic movement had a lot of attachments to these kinds of like spiritualist occult movements. And um, the breakthrough, I'm trying to answer your question because there's a lot of different elements, but the breakthrough was around the world wars, where we moved from a worldview where the world, because it happened gradually, but around the
Mhm.
world wars, any concept of talking about this stuff is viewed as woo-woo and cringe and weird. Um, but the thing is, you still have to have an explanation for how the world works. And so everyone has some kind of philosophic, metaphysical, religious view of the world. And if you don't choose to have one will seep in. So for communists, they treat history as their God. They've tried not to have a God, but the moral arc of history is their God. So you tell a communist that a communist cannot admit that their worldview is not scientific, where for real science, it's about, is this falsifiable? Communism isn't falsifiable. For them, it's an ideal, it's on faith, they will have to win. And for the left, to get their worldview where they need to start with the metaphysical argument that we can control reality. And so everyone ends up with some kind of story about what the world means and what our relationship with the spirit world and the divine is, whether or not they decide to, because you have to have that to determine even the most basic choices you make in a philosophy.
Mhm. So, well, I guess the question is, did the older religions or the Greeks and Romans, did they think that like the average person, did they think, hey, if I like, can my consciousness create reality? Or was it more like there's a
Oh no,
God
it's
whose
not. Sorry,
consciousness is
I didn't explain this well.
right?
The left the left are the only people who believe that their consciousness creates reality.
Mhm.
Every previous society thought it was God's consciousness and we were living in God's simulation.
Okay,
And so
gotcha.
you do not have control over that. God is dreaming this up for you, and you have to accept
Gotcha.
what God
All right.
says. The
Okay, that
left
makes sense.
believes that we dream it up, and that's something they get from the Gnostics, the Gnostics are the only religion in history which believe that we get the power of gods and can dream reality to be what we want it to be. And so I've said in previous podcasts here that I think the left is an intellectual descendant of Gnosticism because they share that trait that only the Gnostics have.
That's interesting. Someone said, I don't know what they're referring to. They said the Epicureans and skeptics are not the same as the Stoics and the Platonist or the Pythagorean.
I never said they were. I can explain what all of those are if you're interested.
Pythagoreans, is that it?
Pythagoreans, thank you.
Yeah, each of those are very different from the others.
Okay.
I have a question.
What's your question, Adam?
Well, I wonder why you're not more optimistic that technology will solve our societal issues. You have this idea that even if we achieved, some sort of technological advancements that, we could wipe out hunger or poverty or any of these things, we'd end up in the rat utopia. Why do you think that is?
Because over the last century, the world's economy is over 10 times what it was at the start of it. The world's population has gone up 5 times over in the last century. We didn't have poverty. We didn't have famine in America. Everyone had electricity. We did that. We did solve all of our problems. And then we realized we weren't happy. And we kept on, if the premise that you speak of has been tested, and the result is that our society's having serious issues now. And so we did solve all our problems with technology, but that didn't solve the underlying human condition. Then we got new problems.
Couldn't you just argue, though, that the problem, yes, we created all this massive wealth, but we still had the distribution problem. We still had income inequality, which is what drove people to be unhappy. People will be more unhappy if they see people living in the lap of luxury when they're still suffering.
I mean, in the 50s through 70s, we were pretty equal societies, and it still didn't solve everything. And it created a population which then resulted in increasing the inequality. And your underlying assumption is that if you build a material utopia, that will fix everything. I don't think that's true. I think if you make a material utopia, it will change the psychology of the society. And let's say that because I think of it with celebrities, because if you give a celebrity and a person all the material wealth they want, infinite luxury, infinite sex, infinite free time, most celebrities go crazy. And so if you increase the material level of the society without giving it the proper training or values or whatever, it's not going to work. Where loads of people win the lottery, and that gives them every single material benefit they would need. And then they blow it away or their lives fall apart. And a pretty significant amount of lottery winners, their lives just completely fall apart.
But you'd be in a situation where that was impossible because there wouldn't, even if they spent.
And you just get sillier and stupider. I mean, think of rich kids, where imagine you come from a family where you never have to worry about money, where you have a trust fund to take care of you for your entire life. And from personal experience, what happens to those kids?
But aren't there rich kids that want to achieve something? They do try to achieve something.
When I was a child,
start a business, they work around the clock.
When I did chess as a child, my chess teacher told me, Rudyard, you can't make plans based off what you want to happen. You should make plans based off the worst possible, not the most plausible scenario. And the thing is, once you create a societal incentive, what will happen is that over time, someone eventually decides to break it. And then after that, what occurs is that you develop declining personal trust. And so it's just that we all know that that's not human nature. If you create a society with no external threats, some people will start, and this is what happened in our society. What happened is that we lost track of the values that let us get it in the first place. Then we shamed people who didn't do that, where our current society is all based around shaming people who want to uphold the system and who want to uphold the structure that created that wealth in the first place. We call intelligent people nerds. We call the religious people who uphold society weirdos and fanatics. We shame the people who want to keep our current countries and societies or capitalism together. And so instead you end up with a society that shames those who would try to maintain the structure to keep the wealth going, because they make the people who want to be degenerates feel judged.
Yeah, but they're in the situation that I'm laying out where everybody has all of their material needs met. I do agree that there are certain rich people that, they blow all their money and throw their lives away. They do cocaine and hookers every day and night and don't really accomplish anything.
So you make it
But
sound like that's a bad thing.
well, see, look, I just like there are still people that are motivated to accomplish things. And I look at the world as there are probably people out there that are motivated, but they don't have the means to accomplish what the people who have material wealth can accomplish. Like a lot of the prodigies in our society come from money because they have more free time, they have more resources at their disposal, they have more opportunity. So when I lay out a future where technology basically creates superabundance, I have a tough time thinking, okay, everybody is going to become the fucked up rich kid that ends up crashing his car. I feel like there's certain personality types, and proportionally, you will get more people who have opportunity to start businesses, develop the products and services of the future, and eventually humanity becomes immortal.
The way society works is that what happens is one demographic will gain superiority over the others, and then it will change the underlying culture for everyone else.
Well, that's a societal problem. That's why I'm asking the question. Like, why does that happen because of limited resources, or does that just happen because people want to fuck with other people?
It happens because people do what they can to live. And what happens is that over time, you end up with human nature reaches the lowest level it can and to survive. Where, for example, in our society, we lived in a society that was post-abundance for the post-World War II era, is that some people did want to do the things that you describe of pushing hard and maintaining values and making more money. But our society starting in the 60s, it glorified hedonism and degeneracy and not pro-social values. And then that became the total culture. And so if you went against that, you were considered cringe and mocked. And for boomers, they make fun of you if you do not push hedonism. Because in boomer society, the people who are mocked the most are religious people, people who are sincere, intelligent people, and social conservatives. But those are the kinds of, and also people, Vietnam veterans, people who fought in the wars. But these are the people who maintain society. So the society actively degraded the people who maintained it. And what you are describing already happened, Adam, where we are in a society that actively judges the people who do try to do the things to keep the society going. And that's because a critical mass of our population doesn't want to do those things because they're just too lazy, and they
wouldn't have to though under this scenario.
Sorry?
They wouldn't have to under this scenario. Have you read
This is our society. You're not going to starve no matter what. The society you describe is where we are now, where because for the longest time you didn't have to try that hard and you'd survive. So we became the society you're describing.
Well, I'm not sure that I agree. Look, just one last point, and I'll let you take over, Sitch. Have you read Black Rednecks and White Liberals by Thomas Sowell? It's a great book, and
I've read like 7 other books by Sowell, but not that.
He kind of makes the divide that we're talking about here, that hedonism versus work hard and accomplish things. And those two lifestyles really are, I mean, that's human nature at odds with one another. So I think it is interesting. And I do think if we were in a situation like a Star Trek Utopia future, you would get a certain amount of hedonism. But I like to have more faith in human nature. I like to think you would still get a fair amount of work hard and let's think about the future.
We have thousands of years of human history as a record, though. And the reason why we keep on being stuck in this game and we don't get utopia is every time we do get wealthy, decadence kicks in.
Well,
And
no,
we
but
don't have,
technology's totally a game changer here.
but I have seen very little evidence that technology is a game changer and lots of evidence to the opposite. Where
Okay.
we have, I mean, look at our current society. We have all of the problems that you talk about beforehand. And it's clear that the internet gave us all this information, but we're not better educated. Um, and we still do witch burnings. We still are bloodthirsty. We still are racist and anti-Semitic.
Well, we
We
got an
still,
NPC problem we got to deal with, but I'm postulating
there are
technology is going to
more
work that
NPCs.
out too.
What? So the way I see it is technology makes society richer. Being rich means that a higher percentage of the population doesn't have to try as hard. And then it basically just creates a feedback loop.
Well,
And then
this is like a fascinating debate. So, Sitch, you want to say
Well,
something?
so I mean, I
I'm
don't.
willing to keep going. If you guys
Sure.
humor, let me order Mexican off DoorDash.
Sure,
that
go
I can
for it.
eat.
Go for it.
Yeah. No, I look.
Adam loves Mexican food.
If you, as long as you order a all pastor burrito, we're cool.
Do you dislike that?
No, I love al pastor.
Oh, I'm down for that. I would have ordered a carnitas burrito though.
I like
Go for
carnitas. Carnitas is good.
There you
You've
go.
got I mean, you're in Texas, you're in
I'm in
California,
Southern California.
Texas.
Los
So we're
Angeles.
both in good
Yeah.
Mexican territory.
Hell yeah. Are you kidding me? Like I always see these taquerias that are just, I mean, authentic.
I love
Mexican.
the Mexican I love those places where they're just on the corner and they've got a side of pork in a bunch of lard.
Hell
Then you
yeah.
get little bits of meat you want. That's the best.
Well, every time I move into a new place, I basically try I basically try every taqueria in like a 20-mile radius just to like,
That's
yeah.
what I do too. Or when I lived in SoCal. It's funny that you don't see those places in Texas, where Texas is as Mexican, but for whatever reason there aren't those little taquerias or that kind
Yeah.
of thing we're talking about.
The best
Cuban food's better than
Mexican
Mexican food. You guys are wrong. I'll tell you. Sorry.
The best Mexican food in California is in Santa Cruz, California. It's a place called Taqueria Morenos. And they
Okay.
have absolutely like the best salsa in the world. It's so amazing.
Are
Yeah.
you from SoCal originally?
Yeah, I was born in Southern California.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I imagine it must have changed a tremendous amount over your life.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
I'm
When I was a
friends
kid, there used to be like the oil wells everywhere. Like
They're
They're
just
still
like
there.
random.
There's still a bunch. When I went to visit you.
I'm friends
Oh
with
yeah, you're kind of in oil that you were staying in oil well territory. Go ahead,
Right.
Rudyard. I keep
I'm
interrupting
friends
you.
with the former congressman for Burbank, and I was calling him the other
Mhm.
day, and he's a really cool guy. He's a WhatIfAltHist fan, and
Who
I
is
was
that?
asking, sorry,
Who's the former
I'll
congressman?
DM you privately after the
Oh,
call.
okay.
Okay.
I don't give out names of fans because just it's a
Yeah,
privacy.
no, I get it. I
Uh,
get it.
And so I'm friends with him, a really cool guy. And I was asking him, one of the things I told him because we called for a couple hours is I said, it's funny because you're from there, but you culturally remind me more of my family from Nebraska than modern people from Southern California I know, because he's in his 70s. And so, and I said, the Burbank you grew up in must be so, so different from what it is today. And he said, yeah, I left California because the California I knew just doesn't exist anymore.
That happens. That totally happens.
Mm-hmm. True.
One of the things that really shocks me about living in SoCal, and this is that it's just infinite urban sprawl without countryside, because the entirety of Los Angeles County is just infinite suburbs. And I'm from rural Pennsylvania, so I'm used to like seeing old style cities, like cities built in the 1700s, and then outside of it's countryside. And so it's weird to see an entire ecological region that's suburbs.
This is what got me about living in New York. In New York, you never see a giant piece of the sky because there's like always buildings and skyscrapers and everything in the way. You can
Yeah.
go on top of a building and you can see like the wide open sky, but it's just not the same being able to look out across the horizon and think, I could walk all the way over there under this big blue sky. It's just
Well,
It's a
I
completely
mean,
different
you do have
phenomenon.
that in Southern California. It's weird because, like, I would say that New York, at least New York City, is just like super infinite city, and then Southern California or LA is like it's
Wide
weird. It's like
sky. Yeah.
it's like city, and then the city gets surrounded by suburb, and then that suburb bleeds into another suburb, which bleeds back into a little city. So
Yep.
it's like little mini cities surrounded by suburbs that all bleed into itself. Where in Southern Florida, where I'm from, it's like there's a city, and then there's just literally like infinite suburb that never becomes city again, that just goes out for miles in one
Really?
direction.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Philadelphia is
all these little
weird.
cities are incorporated.
It's funny. I lived a digital nomad for a couple of years. So I lived in a bunch of places in America for a few months, and I live in Texas now, and I love Texas. I'm glad I came here. Um, in the Philadelphia is strange, where everything is older than 100 years ago, where there's no like everything's built before 1920, and then you have these suburbs, and so it's very much like a European city where it's very concentrated geographically, and that's one of the things I really like about Philly, where it's all walkable downtown,
Mhm.
and um,
That's super nice. Being
in the
able to
city,
walk
people
around. You
treat
can't
Philly
do that in LA.
people treat Philly like it's a shithole, but like really downtown Philly until like a couple months ago, it was safe. You could get really amazing food for half the price of New York. You can be a middle class person and live in a Victorian townhouse in downtown Philly, and so it has all these amenities for what used to be. You can get opera tickets for like $60 in Philly, and so it's all these like amenities of what used to be one of the most important cities in the world, but because it's fallen down so fast, you can live a very good life for not that expensive. Um, but I mean, I've lived in New York City and Los Angeles for a few months each, and I've honestly kind of soured on blue states. I like Texas a lot more, but like I liked Los Angeles a lot more than New York City because Los Angeles, you can afford to have a reasonable quality life. While in New York City, you're living in a horse stall for like 5,000 a month. And
Right.
I just
That's exactly my experience.
yeah.
I had like a 6th floor walk up without an elevator. My legs
Yeah,
were like tree trunks.
yeah, basically. I gotta actually order my food.
Yeah, order it up. Sitch, don't you have like a super chat or something to
Sure.
read?
Order it up.
What do you think of my take, Sitch?
Well,
Do you believe in the utopia,
I'll
right?
talk about that after the food has been ordered because I
Oh,
have a
okay. You
take.
got it. You have a take. Good.
Right.
Good. That's what I want to hear. All right.
Equishadox for $20. Thank you, Equishadox. Says, what if alt hist on Sitch and Adam is always a treat, like a fireside chat with a mug of ale or hot chocolate, except my mind is stimulated like no other. Here's too many more
I
crossover.
bet I love simulate. I love stimulating his mind.
There you go.
Yeah, no, it's always fun talking to you, Rudyard.
I was making a fucking innuendo there.
I
Oh,
saw that.
okay.
There's a little bit of a Freudian slip
Uh-oh.
there. Spencer Harmon for $20
Just as long
says,
as it's consensual, though. It sounds like it's consensual.
with Equishadox, it's always consensual, baby. Spencer Harmon for $20 says, I've too started to hate the word democracy. Glad to know I still haven't had an original thought. I mean, that's what's always so funny. It's like, the further back you go in history, you realize there are no original thoughts and ever. You're just rehashing something. So, it is what it is.
Well, I buy into the idea that democracy is something that holds elites in check, and just I guess
agree.
people don't believe it.
Yeah, I stand with you, Adam. I think I'm pro-democracy, which people call me a cuck for on the right now. But I think no, unironically. And I think democracy it gives the elite some kind of need to uh stay in touch with the population.
Yeah, look, right now, Donald Trump is just fucking doing everything he can to make people happy so he can be president again, just so he can say, look, I got my 2 terms. Everyone loves me. I mean, that's exactly what's going on.
I am actually ordering a pastor burrito.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Look at that.
Yeah. The place I was going to get, I normally get like a selection of
Can you
6
order
tacos.
from Santa Cruz, California? I wonder, how's that DoorDash work? That's only about 200 miles away. What's the range on that app?
200? I'm in Texas. It's like 2,000.
Well, I mean, for me, I was going to order one for myself.
Oh, okay.
You get your own. You've already ordered. Come on.
Right. So, well, yeah, the whole democracy things. I don't buy into sort of elite theory or any of that stuff. I do. I mean, I think we both have to buy into selector theory, and I don't really see anyone has really advocated for a system that's going to work better, where the elites have to care about what the masses feel like, other than some kind of
I
democracy.
mean, thing is, political choices aren't made rationally. It's
Of
just whoever has
course.
the biggest faction of thugs behind them. And so that's my new rap name.
Mob rule, baby, but as long as it's our mob, right?
Yeah. So you see Caesarism, where guys, if we're going to follow the Roman precedent, guys claim to be part of the Republic, but the reality is they're not. And they're actually serving their own special interests.
Hmm.
And I mean, for the Romans, they claimed to be a democracy, but they really became a monarchy. Where, like, North Korea, they're not saying they're a monarchy. Syria, they're not saying they're a monarchy, but they
But
become.
they are, yeah,
And so
totally.
for Augustus, for what Emperor Augustus did for an equivalent in America, um, Augustus you would get someone who made a special role called, let's say, Lord Protector, or the first citizen. Augustus literally called himself the first citizen. That was his title. And then he had control over the military. And then he staffed the Congress with his buddies so that Congress passed any laws he wanted to.
Hmm.
And so Augustus said, no one loves the Constitution more than I. I am here to protect the Constitution. But at the same time, by sidestepping the previous Constitution, he was able to install himself as dictator. And it just happened that his adopted son took the throne after him.
Right, yeah. So
Just so
easily
happens. Yeah.
installed a monarchy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well.
The thing is
Mhm.
that the only in the time of the fall of the Roman Republic, the only form of government you could have that would be legitimate was a democracy. So they had to make a fake democracy.
They do this all the time. These
I see it even in
monarchs.
Western Europe. Like, you look at the stuff with Conor McGregor, where they're putting Conor McGregor under investigation for criticizing the government, where that's very clearly not that's not a real liberal society or a real free society, because whenever you criticize the government, you get thrown in jail. And so
Yeah.
it's a single. This is a problem Europe has that America's a lot better at. In European countries, tiny entrenched elites can run the society. In both political parties went to the same school. They're part of the same social clubs. So the voters don't have real choice. And it's, yeah. And I mean, also, did you see the new law coming out of New York State, where the way it works there is that they can put you in quarantine for however long they want under they can put you in quarantine for however long they want with no evidence at any age, with no evidence. And then they can give you whatever drugs they want to give you.
Where is this?
New York State. They can
Oh,
give
New
you
York
whatever
State.
drug they want to give you without your consent experimentally. And so what they can
Can they
say,
transition you?
I mean, they said they can do it for medical stuff they want. So yeah, I mean, the irony is you joke about that, but really, I could totally see, if we're in a nasty civil war, some left-wing regime castrating one of the.
Transitioning all the right wingers? Oh
No,
my
that's not what
God.
I'm saying. Like, let's say New York City, we're in a civil war now, we're in warlordism. New York State captures Ben Shapiro. They transition him
Oh
to
my
humiliate the
God.
right.
No, look, that's some pretty nasty shit. I
Mm.
don't put it
People are
past.
nasty though. Like, I'll read about shit in the Russian Civil War, the Chinese Civil War, and keep in mind all of the stuff is in living memory. Um, and they do pretty, like, they'd cut off they do some pretty atrocious stuff, like in Stalinist Russia, again within living memory. They would make living ice sculptures. They'd pour ice on someone at night and then watch them freeze to death and become ice sculptures.
Wouldn't we send in federal troops though to save Ben Shapiro? I feel like we would.
We're already in a civil war.
Even Biden. I feel like
Themselves.
Biden
There
even
is no
would do
federal
this.
government.
This is when the breakdown
Daddy's not here to
occurs.
save you.
Well, I think when we're like kind of looking at like historical trends, I think it's, at least the way that I perceive it, is that a lot of the same psychology and themes continually play, but then like how it manifests is going to be very dependent on whatever the circumstances of the times are.
Yeah.
So like when you were talking about, kind of like the breakdown and like the Democrats dying and the Republicans kind of taking power, and then that kind of devolved into the very Civil War thing. Like I could see it happening, but I could see it happening not so much like on a physical war, but a political scale. That would be kind of the way that would manifest itself in our current time.
I mean, I think that's possible. I think we might. No, I think we're gonna have violence. I'm honest. I don't think I
Okay,
think
we'll see.
we're gonna
We'll
be
see.
violent. I was thinking about it and then I realized no. I spend a lot of time on right-wing Twitter because that's my job. And
Yeah, but
I mean,
talking shit online is not necessarily
I
active
don't know, man.
violence. Come on.
I need therapy, Adam.
Yeah.
Come on. Yeah,
But
but look, I understand look, and tell me if you're not going here. Hopefully you're not going here.
Yeah.
But look, people talk shit online. They use violent rhetoric when they're talking to their buddies. It's just a hugely it's a huge escalation to bring that violence into the real world.
So the thing is, I've been part of right-wing Twitter for a long time, and the escalation has gone up tremendously. And I hang out with mostly young right-wing men.
In the rhetoric.
I hear people say this shit. People say this shit offline too.
Right.
And so it's just, I mean, Hillary said recently, I'm going to stop here because I don't want to be the Civil War guy. I don't want to be typecast.
Right.
I was spent a couple weeks in Boston,
Where's my
and
beanie?
my nickname was the Civil War guy. And I don't want to be typecast by that as your audience.
You want
But
to get templed.
yeah.
There we go.
but, I mean, like Hillary recently said, Trump voters need to be put in re-education camps, unironically.
Yeah, well, I'm a little conflicted because I think that basically the way a lot of these civil wars and conflicts start is that people are LARPing it until it happens.
Yeah,
People
totally.
basically LARP their way into these conflicts. So I think that's possible, but you have to be careful. You don't want to fall into like the James Lindsay trap of, I think that James Lindsay's analysis of wokeness is spot on.
Yeah.
But I think he stared into the abyss a little too long, and it's sort of like spread to like him using that lens to look at everything.
Yeah.
I
I
think he's
have a
incorrect
lot of
there.
stuff to say here, but I'm going to grab a glass of milk first.
Okay, you get some milk.
Milk, very suspicious.
He needs some milk. There you go. Monet Mail, thanks so much for the $10. Says, thank you. I really needed this stream today, fellows. Just found out my best friend since high school is in prison for being a disgusting, a PDF. 64 gigabytes found. Never been this disappointed. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I
Jeez.
read that. I can't imagine
Wow.
that. It has to be just mortifying. Someone that you spent time with and
Right.
yeah,
That's
broke
pretty
bread
shocking.
with, and all of a sudden you're like,
What's going on here?
yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Yes.
Let's see.
We is this a time for
This is time for what?
for a wood chipper joke? I don't know.
No,
Maybe too soon.
Too soon.
One of the things I was going to say is that one of the problems with modern civilization is that people literally tell us things and we don't believe them. Hitler said, I literally want to kill the Jews and genocide Eastern Europe. We were surprised when he did that. The communists say, we literally want to kill the rich and then destroy Western civilization.
Right.
We're surprised when we do that. The left literally says, we want to deconstruct whiteness and the entirety of our civilization. We're surprised when they do that. Osama bin Laden says, I hate America. I will go on a campaign to destroy American finance. We're surprised when he blows up the biggest American financial building. And so we treat people as better than they deserve because we want to see the good in them. And then we're surprised when they do the things they literally tell us they're going to do them.
Well,
they're going to.
I don't think you have enough.
But before we get Dolores-y, about saying the good in people, well, also I think kind of the difficulty with like the leftist stuff is that when they say like, oh, yeah, I want to deconstruct whiteness, they always like most of them are not. They're not open about it because then you say, well, what does that mean? And then they give you a bunch of bullshit about what it means.
But the
they
thing
don't say
is,
like, oh, I want to like eliminate the white people.
Take people. One of my skills is I think I'm good at reading body language where I walk. This is something where I'll walk around cities and I can kind of pick up on the vibe of what's going on in the city. And it's obvious at points where a leftist person is screaming, we want to deconstruct whiteness. You ask them, they give you some word vomit. You look at their body language when they're screaming that. They clearly hate white people. But the thing with our society is we have such a rigid intellectual model that you can't say, look at this insane leftist person whose body language screams hatred and say that they're dangerous. We don't use intuition at all. And intuition is the thing that gets you out of interpersonal situations where if, let's say you're a girl and you're at a bar and this weird guy approaches you and he seems kind of sus, you use your intuition to determine to not go home with that guy. This is how we live our lives, but we can't use intuition for political situations where you can't say, because my intuition tells me that there are guys on the far right who are absolutely crazy. And I pick that up from interacting with them. And I pick up on there are guys on the left who are also absolutely crazy. And I could give you a rational argument, but the real answer is just I picked it up from context clues of talking to them.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. I definitely think that people talk about deconstructing whiteness. I think it is just a smokescreen for racism, definitely. So I
it's
agree
not
with
a
that.
fucking smokescreen. They literally say we want to deconstruct whiteness.
Well, I
Listen
know,
to
but
their
then when you
words.
say, I get it. But then when you
We
say,
oh man,
yeah, we've had this debate with people that say this, and then
we got to have
that's not what I
dialogue
mean,
always
Sitch.
on.
I don't
I
mean
mean,
Yeah.
also, why do
Right.
there's certain
Yeah.
people where you don't have to listen to their opinions. You just accept them and think this
Right.
person's weird
Yeah,
and crazy.
I get it all, but I do think that there is a difference between when we're talking about like decline and like how close we are to revolution. I think or civil war. I think there's a difference between people who are using kind of rhetoric like deconstruct whiteness or defund the police or this stuff, and they kind of hide or attempt to hide in the ambiguity of this nonsensical jargon that they create. I think it's different than like Hitler or someone else being like, bro, I'm just gonna like wipe out the Jews, and deal with it.
I don't think
And
so.
I think we're actually seeing that like manifest right now. I think that's part of why there's been this kind of like backlash against, the hearings that happened in Congress. I think that's why, like, even, Fareed, we did the thing about Fareed on CNN, even like, what the fuck is going on here? People are so shocked to see these Ivy League presidents not being able to denounce genociding, Jewish people. And to me, it shows that like when the veneer is thrown off, when the mask is pulled off and people just see it for what it is, there's still like a lot of pushback. People are not willing to go to that extreme yet where they accept this shit.
Everything the left said they would do, they did. We've had game plans for the left because the strategy the left does now is exactly what they said they would do in the middle of the 20th century, where Gramsci invented the plan that we're currently seeing with the left. And how many of you guys follow Yuri Bezmenov?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, we're literally living through Yuri Bezmenov's stuff right now.
Right.
And
but
so
people don't understand that. That's what I'm saying. They have no
people
clue.
are idiots. And I mean, the thing is,
Okay.
look at Nazi Germany.
Right.
The British
We did a stream on Yuri Bezmenov.
That's
Right.
based.
Yeah.
Nazi Germany, the British and the French were constantly trying to appease Hitler. And Chamberlain, the British Prime Minister, went to Munich to let the Germans take Czechia. And the BBC and the New York and all the newspapers, the tagline was "Peace in our times," because they thought if we let Hitler take Czechia, he's not going to go after anything more. Hitler went after Poland. Hitler literally said he'd go after Poland. You deal with the Soviets and the Maoists. They say they want to kill the rich. Look, they kill the rich. And then they say that they want to destroy global capitalism. Why are we surprised when the Cold War happens and they're trying to subvert our culture? And
Trump says he wants to lock up everyone in the deep state. Should we believe him?
I mean, I don't think that's unplausible, because one of the lessons I've learned from life is people are always 3 screws loose from doing the worst thing possible.
I 1000% agree.
There are 5 to 10% of the population which is genuinely virtuous, and I made a promise to myself.
3 of us here.
I saw all this. I predicted.
True.
Over a couple of years ago, I predicted that the society would fall apart, and I predicted people would go crazy. And I made a promise to myself, Rudyard, you know this is going to happen. Promise that you're not going to lose your heart and succumb to whatever bad things are going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You're
it's
going to
difficult,
do it,
if I'm
man.
honest. It's hard to actually keep your moral compass. It's easier just to agree with everything your side says, and no one rewards you for being virtuous.
True.
Which is, most people aren't virtuous when pressure is put under them.
Virtue is its own reward, Rudyard.
No, that's a lie. Like,
oh my God.
This is some Christian BS where like I'm Christian. That's Christian BS. Most of this stuff is like
just not along, Rudyard. Come on.
This is why your idea that friggin' like you will have a post-wealth society, we'll have a post-scarcity society isn't going to work, because people are lazy and self-serving and they'll do what they can get away with. And so if people can get away with being bad people and their group rewards them for that, they'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Well,
we're seeing
I'm
a lot
I'm
of
glad you
that.
brought that back because I wanted to say something about that because it's kind of interesting. It's kind of like this, like we're like at the crossroads of, are we going to become the Wall-E society where we're all fat in chairs, or are we going to become like the Star Trek Utopia society?
It's not the cross
What
reference.
about the Mad Max?
What about there's a book called Fitzpatrick's War, which I think is interesting, and it's actually one of the best written sci-fi books I've read. Where Fitzpatrick's War, it's tells the story of an American Alexander the Great in the 25th century. But the backstory for it is that over the 21st century, and this book was written in the 80s and 90s, so it was before all this stuff was popularized, is that in the 21st century, society falls apart to degeneracy. The world's population goes up to like 10 billion, and then it collapsed precipitously. Or in the 21st century, there's global degeneracy, where the mainstream American culture loses any value, and so American society stops functioning, and then it instead becomes divided between religious fundamentalist rednecks and inner city gangs. And so we have a civil war between the inner city gangs and the fundamentalists in the middle of the 21st century, where the fundamentalists win. They burn all the coastal cities and turn America into a white supremacist, Christian fundamentalist monarchy, which is rural. And then what happens is you also have plagues in the middle of the 21st century where the Muslims colonize Europe, the Chinese revert back to doing their thing. And so in that worldview, modern civilization isn't sustainable. You go through the mouse utopia, and then the other side of it is a return to a more pre-modern society. And so that's an option. But at the same time, Mad Max is also an option.
Okay. Well, just in terms of if we're limiting it to the post-scarcity situation, okay, I do think it's possible to create a post-scarcity situation that is actually a good situation. Because while I do agree that you can't, quote, fix human nature, without very scary gene editing or us all merging into a magical collective consciousness with God or something, I don't think you're going to fix human nature. But I do think you can have a post-scarcity society where, as long as the culture and the society is based around some other form of status competition. And I do think this is where you can kind of create your sort of Star Trek world, where as long as it's like achieving things and going out there and doing things and, becoming a starship captain or becoming a settler on another planet, as long as the culture kind of pushes this as the currency, as the thing that people want to brag about, I think you can exist in a post-scarcity society that's not a mouse utopia.
Can you folks give me evidence of that happening before?
Of course not, because we've never been in a super post-scarcity society.
The problem is that whenever you reach this degree of wealth as it falls apart, and so if you look over the course of history, every era believes themselves to be special, and every era is wrong. And you can
Because
look
they
at
didn't have the right cultural mix. They didn't have the right status competitions. That's what Sitch is laying out.
but each society has values, and those values have not forestalled decadence. People forget the values. And look at our society where the problem most social engineers forget is most people are idiots and normies. And that's the case in every society ever, and you can't change that. And so let's say you have this wealthy society where the parent generation is like, we need to become starship captains. We need to invent stuff. Why doesn't the population just say, I just want to smash and play video games, or I just want to work my job?
There will be people that do that, yeah.
But then you need to have a general cultural zeitgeist. Why doesn't that become over time?
Right. Well, I think the difference would be when we're talking about like past decadent societies, like what I'm talking about in the future is different because essentially I think we're going to technologically create a situation where it's going to basically force a level of post-scarcity on us that we just have to exist and deal with. Where in these other societies, like it's very easy for the post-scarcity or for the wealth to kind of fall apart if, once the screws of society kind of come unhinged and people become too decadent.
If I'm an investor in your idea, give me reasons to believe in your investment off just hope and wanting it to be true.
I'm just saying from my perspective, how it would look logically if you're starting to have robots building each other, robots, we have replicative technology, you have some kind of cheap source of energy so that everyone could just replicate whatever the fuck they want. like, yeah, there's going to be a huge time period. There's going to be a time period where it's going to be difficult because everyone's going to be like, why should I fucking do anything? I just want to sit around the holodeck all day, fucking holograms and replicating whatever I want. But I think that humans, from our nature, we do crave competition with each other. We do crave the ability to climb the status hierarchy with each other. And I do think that's going to materialize in some way where we have to adapt. Our culture, our psychology adapts to all this shit and finds a way to still compete with each other.
Yeah, if you want struggle,
I remember like
live on the moon or Mars or
something.
Give me
practical evidence of this working. If I have to make it
right. Well, I would say, it's interesting because I remember did you ever play WoW?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, here it goes.
Well, here's the WoW comparison. You're talking about WoW earlier. It's funny because I've noticed in World of Warcraft, everyone would sit in town and everyone, there'd be like all these max level people sitting in town. And the people that would get you could get like little mounts, you could ride
what's a max level person before you go too far?
We'll just say 60 right now. We'll say level 60. We'll go to vanilla WoW. Okay. You could get little horses that you could ride around, and you get little dragons that you could ride around with, whatever. And it'd be funny because sometimes you'd have like a horse or a dragon that would look really fucking cool, but everyone had access to it, so it wasn't special. And so there would be some high-level horse or dragon that was very difficult to get and look ugly as shit. But that's the one everyone wanted, even though it looked fucking stupid. Because you'd fly around your little dragon, you'd be like, look at this badass over here. He defeated that, super hard guy to do. And it was the status and the hardness of acquiring this like digital fucking dragon, it looked like shit, is what made it valuable. It's what everyone sought after. It's why they'd sit in town and kind of show it off. So I do think humans are just driven to have this status competition with each other.
You gave me a video game as evidence. That's not really good. Well,
I'm just talking about how I think human psychology works.
I want an actual, whenever you ask me.
Don't you think the same thing is going on with Trump, though? Trump is going out of his way to become a two-term president because it's the highest status you can achieve in the United States.
The point I am making is that there is no evidence you can bring up for this human nature operating in the way you describe. I have provided lots of evidence that human nature works in the opposite way, where if you give people post-scarcity, that it results in decadence. There is no evidence for the opposite claim. There is no evidence for the claim that humans can operate in that manner. There is a tremendous amount of evidence that it doesn't.
But Sitch did address your claim because he said, look, in these past situations where it did turn into decadence, the population was so necessary to producing the stuff that created the decadence that as soon as they decided they weren't going to work anymore, it fell apart. But if the robots are off doing it and everyone can engage.
Let me clarify your terms here. So the society you suggest is one in which a small amount of robots, do the work and most of the public does nothing.
Human labor is superfluous.
Okay, so in that kind of society, in economics, your wealth and your economic value is determined by what you produce for the system. If you're in a society in which most of the population produces nothing, that means they have no economic value.
Right.
The elites have no incentive.
Well, their economic value would be in determining what the society creates to satisfy them.
They would not have economic value because they don't produce things to get that in return. And so if you have a population where robots do work, what you end up with is the people who have the robots have all the wealth, and then there's a large population that does nothing. This will then result in resentment between the ruling class and the population that does nothing. There's no incentive to not kill them. There's no incentive to not turn them into slaves. There's no incentive to not genetically engineer yourself to be better than them. And so once you've removed once the population doesn't work, they have no leverage power in the society.
I think the genetic engineering element's going to happen before that happens, though. I think that's going to be
what you guys are doing here.
The sneaky cell that's going to sneak up on us here.
You're constructing images for how you want the world to be.
No, not really.
The work. And the truth is, we have no idea.
Of course, we're all just speculating out our ass here.
Life is not. Most social engineers treat life like Lego. Oh, I build this brick. I put this brick on top of it. I put this brick on top.
It never works that way. I
life instead is like chess.
Life
like
finds a way.
No, it's not.
Where it's constantly like if you make a plan in a board game and you're playing a strategy board game, your buddy will fuck up your plans. You can't play 3 turns down the road, and so.
Look, we know China's going to try to fuck up the plans, but it's our job to be ahead of that. That's why we're
We might
having this
fuck up our own plans
conversation.
because we don't understand our own nature. And so the argument I'm making is that there is, on a purely evidence-based basis, we have dozens of times over history in which decadence has it has resulted in a moral collapse, and no examples of this occurring. We have lots of societies where, because the natural next step from a society of great wealth is people either increase the birth rate or they don't need to push as hard. And then as you increase the birth rate, you push the society back towards a labor falling apart. And so you've seen this cycle play out for all of history, and it never results in what you're describing.
Look at Elon Musk's goal. Elon Musk's goal is to make humanity a multi-planetary species. Even if human labor becomes superfluous to Elon Musk, his robot works out and his factories can produce whatever they want. Why would Elon Musk, if his goal is to see the human race survive and thrive, why would he eliminate the human population?
Because you don't need them anymore. I mean,
but you do need them.
You do need them to be a multi-planetary species.
Well, no. You need
also,
them.
You're not dealing with Elon Musk. You are dealing with someone 3 generations down the road who grows up in a completely different world. Humans have been incredibly.
You're evil, Elon Musk, which most people would say Elon Musk is evil, Elon Musk. But
Elon Musk is part of a small ruling class, and there are and maybe they've genetically engineered themselves, maybe not. And there's a large group of people who do nothing. He might not see it as evil to kill off people who do nothing because he would see it as contributing to the greater good. You look over human history, we have been incredibly cruel to other humans when we don't have an incentive to not be cruel. We've enslaved them, we've killed them, if you look at human history, we have been incredibly cruel to our fellow humans over reasons that are less than this.
Sitch, I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, no, I mean, I think that we have it's interesting to me because sort of the way in which we conceptualize labor being replaced seems like it might be completely backwards, because we all sort of conceptualized that the robots would come and take over all like the manual labor jobs, and then all the intellectual labor jobs would be safe. And now it kind of looks like the reverse of that might actually happen.
Yeah.
Like it's easier to replace intellectual jobs with robots than it is to change manual labor jobs. So it's hard. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I also believe, and I think you've even said this, I think there's just too many pieces here for us to paint this like a very accurate picture of what it's going to look like and how any of this stuff is going to play out very clearly.
Well, my point is, look, even if human beings are superfluous labor-wise, what the society is producing is theoretically things that the humans need or desire. So they're going to have to move into the selection role, right? I mean, they still play a role in society.
The first is that
do you disagree with what I just said?
I do disagree, and let me explain why.
Okay.
Coming from Pennsylvania, I see a lot of the logic you're describing having played out before I was born, where Pennsylvania used to be one of the wealthiest places in the world, and then deindustrialization happened. And what happened was there was a promise of infinite growth, where the factories leave, we're going to replace it with coding jobs and re-educate people. None of that ever happened. People said the economy is going to keep growing. None of that ever happened. People said if we have socialist laws, we'll just keep on producing more stuff. None of that happened. And you see this across the world. Britain deindustrialized. It's much easier for things to fall apart than it is for things to improve. Mm-hmm. And don't take improving for granted. And also, you look over history. When you hit that degree of wealth, it results in the society growing weaker, which hurts it. Western Europe was in a place where they were incredibly wealthy and incredibly strong. Then they started regulations to control it, and then they went into decline. The West Coast, incredibly wealthy and strong, and then they made regulations to weaken it again. And so human nature shows that when you have things too good, you stop having things good. And you look at just intuitively, there's the whole story of families are wealthy for 3 generations. One parent makes the wealth. He passes it on to the kid. The third kid squanders it. And the thing is, we have thousands of years of records of human nature. And this has always been human nature, where we've always been like this. And once things are too easy, the culture gradually changes to the ease, and so it loses the values and loses the mindset that got them the wealth in the first place without even thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I just think that what we're approaching technologically is something we've never dealt with before.
Why don't we just have more degeneracy then?
We might all be the Wall-E future. I'm just
Because
saying, I think
every
there's an
era in
alternative
history
to the
thinks
Wall-E
they're
future.
special, which is why we keep on making the same mistakes again and again for thousands of years, because every era thinks they're special, but then it happens again and we realize it's the same lesson. It's why I keep on referencing Aristotle, because Aristotle had all of these concepts 2,500 years ago.
This is like this is a society, though, that none of those other societies ever encountered. A society where
Lessons are still
human labor
applied.
is completely superfluous to creating all the things society needs to thrive.
The
That's
proxy
just
for
a
that-
completely different situation.
The proxy for that's the Roman Republic, where instead of robots, you had external slaves. So the impact on the society itself is the same, where you still have a group that has incredibly high productivity, and then you have from an external source of labor. And what happens with where slaves are a pretty close proxy to automation is when you have these external slaves, it balloons inequality. And so that's what would happen with machines and automation. It's what happens now, where we've been automating, and the effect of automation has been the rich make the rich richer. So all of the processes you're describing are happening and having the exact opposite effect.
Yeah, but that's not a post-scarcity environment with the slaves.
We are in a post-scarcity environment. No one's starving.
No, well, okay. It depending
Let's
for how
treat
wait,
scarcity
wait.
terms.
Wait. There's a big difference between, like, yes, people are not going to be starving. There's a very big difference than, like, we have a magic replicator box that costs nothing to operate, so there's so like everyone could just do whatever they want. Like, that's a very different world that would be living in.
Yeah, you're almost talking about like a virtual world.
Yeah, but we can't reach that because it's physically impossible to reach a world like that because
look, we're not talking about whether you can or can't. We're saying as a hypothetical, what happens if we do?
We would become complete degenerates. Imagine
Okay.
you have a society. No, like, because people are generally better at understanding giant abstract concepts on a personal level rather than a more complex one. Where imagine you give a village of people infinite money. They can spend it whatever they want, and they don't have to work a day in their life. What happens to that village of people over 4 generations? They stop doing any work. They lie on the couch all day. They don't accomplish anything. They lose any sense of fairness because or any sense of need to cooperation and humility, because they use their wealth to all live in mansions independently of each other. And so look at a village of 60 people, give them those conclusions. That's the society. The problem with the society is it's infinitely more complicated. So as all those things happen, they still have to fight off barbarians. They still have to deal with political issues between them, etc.
Yeah, no, I agree with all that, but I also agree with what you said earlier, which is that, you were saying you think that maybe Generation Alpha, Generation Beta is going to kind of do a reverse bounce back, which seems to be something that happens pretty frequently, where they're going to, like, okay, we're going to kind of invigorate religion, or we're going to kind of go against sort of the ideology of our parents' generation or our grandparents' generation. And I do think that, like, even in your hypothetical, that will happen, even if the material conditions stay the same. Even if you keep giving the village infinite money, at first it's going to be really fucked, but there is going to be that bounce back where people are going to figure out how the fuck to deal with that shit.
The thing is, the process you all are describing is literally happening now.
Yeah,
because we had the same trend you're describing of reaching post-scarcity. It's to a lesser extent. It resulted in degeneracy and society falling apart. And now Gen Z men are trying to push to become hard again, where you look at, like, the culture among at least a certain subgroup of Gen Z men. It's about lifting weights. It's about responsibility. It's about making money. It's about bravery. I mean, if you look at what Gen Z men talk about, the worst insults are soy or cuck. That's really different from what it would be 20 years ago.
Yeah. But that's exactly right. That's what I'm talking about.
The process you're describing
That's society pressuring you to get
the
off the
only
couch and
reason
do
it's happening-
something.
The only reason it's happening is that life as a Gen Z man sucks. And so life got hard enough. What the process you were describing has already happened, where we reached what I would call a post-scarcity society. I know you guys
Right.
wouldn't agree. And then what happened was that things got easy. We started to have decadence, and now the Gen Z men are trying to react against it.
Right.
And
But that's my argument. So I guess I'm
but the
confused
thing
because
is,
I'm like, yeah, you're right. Like you could say like the life for Gen Z men sucks. It doesn't suck necessarily on like a scarcity level. Like they're not going to die of starvation. It sucks on a psychological, emotional level,
you need to
right?
change social structures on a regular basis
Yeah.
for have them be healthy. And there's
Right.
no incentive to change them without real pain. Where, for
Right.
example, I talk about the video I just made, I say the public school system is fundamentally broken in America. But we would never think to change the public school system unless the public school system wasn't completely broken and corrupt where it is.
Yes. Yes.
And so you have to hit this threshold of pain to be able to restart. And you look over the historic cycles. Every 250 years, you hit that threshold of pain. And that's what forces people to change and restart the system. People won't restart the system unless you hit that pain.
No, I mean I agree completely. It's just that like when you restart, you're not starting again from zero. You're
No, which is
restarting
what
from
I don't not believe in progress.
right.
It's
So
good.
like the
We're
Gen Z
not,
people, like they're gonna create a new way, presumably, or even maybe the generation after them will create a new way to find meaning and community and connection in this environment. And I'm saying that going forward, when you have the robots and the replicators, the exact same process is going to occur. There's going to be a generation of decadence, and then the next generation or the next generation is going to be like, this sucks. We're all emotionally detached. We don't have meaning in our life, and they're going to find a new way forward.
but that's not how human nature works. What will happen is that there will eventually be you guys are treating the robots as a purely positive, having a removal of labor as a purely positive force in the world, but every single force has negatives. And so for example, in our society, we solve the issue of physical hunger. We solve the issue of real disease. We've solved the issue of we none of us have had to wage a bloody war. These were all issues that took over our ancestors' lives. What happened when we took those issues out is that new ones that we never had to deal with, or new ones that were in the background before, showed up. We had
Mm-hmm.
horrifying mental health issues. The
Right.
birth rate collapsed. We have obesity. And so the thing with the game of the world is that it always gives you new problems, even if you solve something. And think of the monkeys that took the monkeys that broke through to consciousness, where they understand because there was a period around 60,000 years ago where humans got the ability to think out abstract thoughts. I'm sure they thought they had broken through the next level, but the reality is that as humans got more and more advanced, they had new problems,
Right.
and so that's the nature of the cosmos. So,
Yeah. I'm not.
um,
I feel like you're just agreeing with us. I'm not sure where the.
so
I'm not sure if what's
I
going
don't
on.
think you could have a post-scarcity society
Yeah.
because this is such a based thing to say. I think
Mhm.
most people are too stupid and retarded for it. It's too stupid and lazy for it. Where the thing is, in a post-scarcity, and this is actually what happened, where in our post-scarcity society, we ended up very unequal because a small part of the population decided to keep going forward, while a lot of people decided to just lie on the couch and not try. So you end up with an unequal society where a small amount of people get more and more of the advantages, and then a large part of the population doesn't do anything. And so I think we could have a post-scarcity society if we evolved ourselves more, where if we did genetic engineering or whatever, where you're in a society where the average person works because they want to and they help the society because they want to, then you could have it. But as of now, most of the public won't do that. They're just going to free ride, which means it'll fall apart. And so it's like, is
You
Christianity,
can't free ride in this society though,
why?
because it's physically impossible.
As I said, or Christianity says, the reason heaven is because it's filled with the kind of people who would go to heaven. That's what this post-scarcity society would be. You can only have a post-scarcity society if it's only filled with good people.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we're getting hung up on post scarcity because, like, I don't know. I feel like we're talking
I
past
would
each other
say that we are in a
well, let me just say, because I think we're agreeing on the same concept. Because I would say, like what you were just saying, yeah, like more money, more problems. The more advanced that we become as
Yes.
society, the more different problems sort of present themselves. Like humans are never going to be, I agree, humans are never going to, and I said this in the beginning, without like editing our DNA to make ourselves like feel happy all the time, or without, becoming part of the Godhead. Like like you're not going to fix human nature. People are going to
Yeah.
feel that they need to strive to accomplish something. They're always going to feel the void in their life and all
But
this stuff.
I am saying,
I was just saying that, like, if you look at like to use a fantasy example, to look at Star Trek, for example, like, yeah, they've cured hunger and poverty and war, but they had to fight fucking aliens, or there's like some crazy fucking diseases, or there's settlers on some planet and the conditions suck. Like, there's all sorts of crazy shit that's still going on. There's all these problems that they have to deal with.
with human nature as it exists, we would throw away a post-scarcity society if we got it, where we would, because if you look over history, once societies get wealthy, they suddenly start regulating and destroying the factors that make them wealthy
Right.
in the first place.
Yeah,
And
we
they've done
smash
it
all
in
the robots.
100 different ways.
Right.
And so, and I mean, there's a based thing I've heard, or this leads me to another point I was thinking of, but with human nature as it exists, we would throw away a post-scarcity society, which is what we're doing on a smaller scale now. But if you genetically engineered humans to be angels, they could maintain a post-scarcity society, but we wouldn't be humans anymore.
Sure.
The thing that's interesting for me, though, and you're kind of really not engaging in it, you're kind of just dodging a bit here, because you keep going back to, which isn't a bad thing. I don't mean that as an insult. Like, you keep going to this thing where that what you're saying is impossible. What you're saying is impossible. What you're saying is impossible. But look, maybe it is impossible. I'm just thinking, what would an economy look like where human labor was completely superfluous? And let's think about that.
I've
Like,
already said that. We have proxies for this, where the economics of what you're describing are the same as having a giant a slave economy, so the citizen class doesn't do any work.
Mm-hmm.
And so the effect of that is ancient Athens was kind of like that, where
So you're saying there still would be income inequality. You're saying
every single
so there would be some people that would be even though we had the ability to feed and house these people, even though we had the ability to feed and house these people with no effort at all, there would still be roving bands of homeless people. Because why?
Oh yeah, it would massively increase income. The situation you're describing, where robots do all the work, would massively increase income inequality.
Why?
Because it's two reasons. The first of all is that when you're in a society with that much wealth, it means a large part of the population has no incentive to try. People who do try have genetic or personal proclivities towards it, and so they accrue all the benefits. And so I see this with the internet, where for most people, they use the internet and they just use it to waste time. Some people have used the internet to be able to basically improve their lives, but it's power law distributed, where most people, the internet's a time waste for them, and for some, it's massively increased their productivity. The second reason is that someone has to own the robots. And you can't have state-owned robots, because we've tried that with communism, and it doesn't work. And because it's tragedy of the commons stuff. And if so, someone has to own the robots. You will end up with a situation where you have what's the term, where the larger your institution, the cheaper it is to make stuff. You'll end up with large amounts of inequality, because some people will own the robots. They'll have all the productivity in the system.
Economies of scale, is that what you're talking about?
You'll end up with an economy of scale issue, where some people will own the robots, and then they will be able to manage. They will have all the productivity and all the economic value, and the rest of the population is completely useless. And they might give the rest of the population basic income to keep them quiet, or UBI, but the rest of the population doesn't.
Okay, they give them basic income to keep them quiet.
This is the late Roman Republic. You have a small wealthy class that owns all the slaves, and then they give the rest of the citizens welfare to keep them quiet. It's bread and circuses. That's a fucking dystopia.
But will those people who are on UBI, will some of them think, look, I want to go live on Mars and embark on a very difficult, perilous journey?
In a culture that incentivizes them to do anything, because we forget culture is plastic, or culture is fluid, and it changes from society to society. So if you have a society where the economic incentive structure is to sit around waiting for waiting for the government check, is that it will gradually form a culture, or not very gradually, it'll probably happen pretty quickly. It'll form a culture of docility and helplessness and envy against the rest of society. So everyone who grew up in that culture would be raised to think that they would never amount to anything, and they should just shut up and get their dole and smoke weed.
Well, I think before the robots take over, before the replicators come,
Yeah.
and even before the gene editing comes, I do think that we're gonna have the brain chips coming out, where you're gonna, I mean, it's gonna be the elites are gonna control us at first, but it's gonna obviously get cheaper and go down the masses, where people are gonna control their emotional state.
One of the
be able
things
to
is
like
that
punch in a little phone whether they feel motivated or whether they feel lazy.
one of the things is that we're incredibly bad at predicting technological progress. Where if you look at the last 200 years, the things
That's true.
The things that we predict we will discover, we almost never do. And the things that we do discover are things that you can never think of.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the 60s, everyone thought, we'll have colonies on Mars, we'll have pet robots. And then you end up with the computer revolution and the iPhone.
Right.
Did you see this article? The first NASA 1-year Mars mission simulation reached 100 days. They put 4 people in a 1,700 square foot habitat. They're supposed to stay in there together for a year to simulate a mission to Mars. I sent you the article, Sitch.
Okay.
Look, we're going to Mars, man. We're going to live on Mars. We're going to have people on Mars. We're getting ready for it.
NASA could do that to basically.
These people have already done 100 days.
The governments do stuff like this to keep the voters in line.
Oh my God! No. You don't think? Look, I'm sure you follow Elon Musk. Elon Musk
can't do shit. I mean, the government doesn't pave the roads. They're not going to go to Mars.
It's private. Look, Elon Musk is the one that wants to go to Mars. He's the one that's posting all these Starship rocket. Yeah, look, he's planning on doing it.
Yeah. I mean, the projects that any generation thinks they'll do or the one probably won't happen, and the things that do happen are things that no one thinks about.
I just it's fascinating to me because it's every single argument, and maybe it's just like a personality type, but every single argument that you're making is devoted to why this will never happen.
It's because the statistical chances that anything you predict happening is pretty low.
That's an argument against the.
But what if it's the correct argument? If I'm using this argument again and again.
What if it's the wrong argument?
Do you believe in simulation theory?
Your personality, Adam, makes you want to look for interesting things that could happen. And
totally.
That is true.
And
it's true.
So you are effectively asking me the same question in 50 different ways.
I know. I'm trying to get you.
When you're giving the same answer in 50. Doom.
This is fun though. So
yeah.
But you don't believe in simulation theory, right?
I don't know why I would. There's like no evidence for it.
Okay. Well, because I mean, people just say like, well, mathematically, it's more likely.
People just say shit. Like people make stuff up. Like I think, like people talk about like the AI god in the future that will destroy us, and it's people just need hobbies. I think. Like
you don't believe in the Matrix coming to destroy the Terminators coming to destroy us either.
No, like why would I?
Okay. People are going to destroy us. We're going to destroy ourselves, right?
People are bored, so they make crap up.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we've kept you like I think an hour longer than you plan on.
My burrito is going to come here in 10 minutes, so
okay.
I will keep going. I gotta log off. I'm gonna
That's cool.
Pass out on the couch. It was a pleasure chatting with all of you.
Yeah, thanks.
I hope we haven't tortured you too much, man.
This was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Thanks for coming.
Bye.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Let me read the supers. I'll read the 20s first and then I'll start over. Bob and Go for $20 says, guess what? James Lindsay finally got to the bottom of runaway progressivism. He ripped off its Hegelian mask and found Catholic distributism. It was the conservatives all along, boys. Scooby-Doo ending. Woo! Well, listen, whatever you do, don't tell Distributus that. He'll be very upset. Okay.
Did he become a Catholic distributist? Is that what's going on?
I don't know. Isn't that why that's his name?
I
Does
don't.
his name refer to something else?
James Lindsay changed his name to Catholic Distributism.
No, what the fuck? No, Dave.
Oh, okay. It turned out to be
Dave the
the
distributist. I said I said no one tell distributist this. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Right. He was so I don't know if you know this. It's kind of funny. For some reason, our good friend Quack has decided to make another video about us reacting to his Tomboy Abs video from like 2 years ago.
When did this happen?
Today.
Oh, wow.
Today. And Distributus, I guess he's very upset about our last conversation where I called him out for being hyper evasive and never answering any questions. And so he was trying to run a victory lap on me on Twitter. And I asked him, because I'm like, listen, I don't follow Quack anymore. I don't follow Academic Age anymore. Does he still like pretend? Does he still mask on about like wanting to like get rid of all the Jews, or is he like open about it now? Because people are more open about their anti-Semitism.
This is a perfect opportunity for him to come clean. Maybe he can get his job back at Harvard.
You know what? That's a great point. I mean, listen, it's like, listen, I just thought, now that it's acceptable at Harvard, he could get his job back. It's a great tweet right there. I'll tweet that out. But so
you're stealing my tweet.
I'm gonna steal it. That's a good joke. But so anyway, so I tweeted at Dave like right before the stream started, so I haven't responded back. But he got very triggered by that, and now all him and all the Academic Agent fans are mad at me because they all play this game where they pretend like he's not like super against the Jews. We all have to play pretend that he actually doesn't hate Jewish people. So
right, yeah,
it's very funny, but.
That's one of their favorite games.
It is. We're not like, but does he? I mean, listen. Does he even have to pretend? Does he even have to play that game anymore? I feel like
it's called Hide the JQ.
I feel like people are a lot more open with their JQ-ishness now, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah. So JMac for $20 says wielding Ashbringer atop the Zulian Swift Tiger, massive Epine getting all the Goldshire chicks. True. Sounds yeah, I mean, I do think, I guess, I don't know, I guess there's some kind of breakdown of communication because I do think, I agree with the general thesis that, we are creating continually societies that produce decadence, but then out of the decadence, we figure out a way, a next generation figures out a way to find meaning and to move forward. And yeah, sometimes that way is to smash all the robots, smash all the machines. But it seems like if we look back at human history, that's not usually what happens. We don't break everything down and start from zero again. We just keep going forward. We find a way to move forward with our new technologies and our new society by kind of like the culture adapting around it. So
there is a really good book by Jaron Lanier called Who Owns the Future, where he basically predicts that this problem of human labor will eventually reach a head and postulates a way around it economically.
Right.
Which is, his book is fascinating. He's such a LSD pothead. so parts of the book drift off into just, it's unreadable, but other parts of it are just pure genius.
Right. Mark Van's Revenge for $20. Thank you. Says Sitch and Adam, have you guys ever met multi-generational welfare families or people? I've met quite a few now during my time in New Haven. They have free food, shelter, healthcare, and they still get up to dumb crap, crimes, drugs, etc. Sure. But it's also, I guess because there's a culture that exists that perpetuates that mentality. And what we're talking about is that there would have to be a cultural shift that adapts when everyone basically is in that situation. There's going to have to be a cultural shift where people are still going to have to find meaning, even though they have all those, things taken care of for them.
We will actually have the resources, though, to create Sitch's drug prison, where we can just throw them in drug prison, right?
There you go. Well, and I was being, so I guess we'll find out. And I agree that we don't know the direction technology is going to go. We never know because all of our predictions have been wrong. But I do, what's going to come first? Are we going to have robots do all our jobs? Are we going to have the brain chip in our brain that controls our moods? I don't fucking know what's going to come first. but we'll find out together. All you people out there.
J-Mac has a super chat that I think we missed or something.
J-Mac for $5 says, Sitch, don't forget my Sid super chat. Jokes aside, I'm actually interested in your take on it. Oh, that's right, because I was going to read it and I got distracted. J-Mac or Circuit 5 for $20 says, now that the guest is gone, I can derail Sitch. Well, that's true. Now that the double guests are gone. Have you seen the next chapter in the Final Fantasy VII remake might be removing Sid's cigarette? What's next? They take out the spousal abuse? This is what's wrong with society.
Look, you can't even beat your wife in a video game now. What the hell?
So that's interesting. So, well, Sid is weird. In Final Fantasy VII, Sid, if you've never played it, Sid is like a captain who's like, he wants to go to space. He wants to be the first man in space.
Mm-hmm.
And
his wife just won't let him. She keeps getting in the way.
Well, he doesn't have a wife. It's like the relationship in the first game is never really clearly spelled out. He has an assistant who's female, who seems like she's kind of in love with him, and it's not really clear. At least to me, it wasn't really clear whether they were. I mean, they didn't seem to be married, but he did treat her like shit.
Oh my God.
But he treats her like shit for a very specific reason. We find out.
Oh wow!
And it's because basically they're going to do like the very first mission to space. And she thinks that there's some kind of problem that was never fixed. So she's in like a room, which once the rocket goes off, it will like melt her. And she's like, oh, I have to like fix the calculation before you go into space. And she's like, oh, I'll just sacrifice my life so I can live my dream. And he refuses to do that. He couldn't like live with her dying. So he aborts the rocket launch, but by aborting the rocket launch, just the way technology works, like the rocket kind of like half takes off, but then like falls back into the silo and then like, falls over. And because of that, the company that kind of rules the world in Final Fantasy VII abandons the project essentially. So he lost his dream forever of like going to space because of her actions. So that's why he kind of treats her like shit. And then, but later you turn out they kind of fix the spaceship and it turns out she was correct anyway. So it was all fucked up. So,
wow. So she saved his life?
Yeah, she did save his life and he saved her life. And it would be interesting.
Beautiful.
It'd be interesting to see how they kind of in a future, in a sequel of Final Fantasy VII, how they kind of reconnect after that. I think they should leave that. I mean, that'd be stupid if they took that element out of the game because that's an interesting character element dynamic between them. That, that's what makes these characters interesting is the dynamic, is those kind of like weird dynamics where someone seems like, oh, why is this guy, treating her like shit? And why is she putting up with him treating her like shit? And it's like, oh, there's like this really complicated backstory between them where she feels guilty, But the smoking thing, I think the smoking thing is stupid. I get it makes sense to me in like the 90s. In the 90s, there was like a big push to like get rid of smoking. And that made sense because smoking was so pervasive in our society, at least in America. It was like soup, like if you ever watch like an old movie from the 50s, every fucking person is smoking. It's like insane. Like there'll be a scene in a hospital and there's like a guy dying on a bed. The doctor's smoking in the room, like right next to the fucking dying guy. You're like, holy shit. So like, I get that there was like a big push, in the 80s and 90s to sort of like try to eliminate smoking from things because it was just so pervasive. Everyone's addicted to it. And you're like, okay, I get it. But we don't really live in that world now. Like, yeah, people vape and shit, fine. But I don't think we really live in this world where like smoking is this thing that everyone's so fucking addicted to that we have to culturally engineer people to stop it. So to me, I mean, it is silly if they get rid of, Sid, the character. He looked kind of like the stereotypical, like, 1920s pilot guy, with like the leather jacket and the goggles. And he had the big, he had kind of like the FDR cigarette holder thing in his mouth. And I think
cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's so he had like, I mean, he only had it for the visual aesthetic reason. It was never really came up, except he had one attack where he would use it to light dynamite. But like beyond that, it never really never had anything to do with like the game, the story or anything. But I think it makes sense with the visual aesthetic. And I think it'd be very silly to get rid of it. It would, to me, be like a silly little incident of political correctness to get rid of it, I wouldn't be like super complaining about it. I don't really care one way or the other, but it would just be silly.
Is it political correctness, or is it because they don't want kids to start smoking again?
I mean, yes, I guess.
I mean, they're trying to get the vapors to knock it off.
Right. And maybe that's the thought process. It is political correctness. It's a different form. It's not like a cultural Marxism political correctness, but it is a form of political correctness because it's like, oh, we don't want the kids to smoke. So I mean, I would say it's lame, but whatever. Who cares? It's not that big a deal. I mean, I never played, and I should. I never played the Final Fantasy VII remake, but I should. I'm curious because whenever I see clips of it, it feels like the story of the game is so like off of what the original Final Fantasy VII is. So I guess my expectations for the story are already like very low. Because I talked about the other day about how they've already butchered Cloud's character to not be what it is. Cloud, for some reason they've written Cloud to be Squall from Final Fantasy VIII. And I don't know why that happened. It happened in Kingdom Hearts, the first Kingdom Hearts. It's super weird. It's almost like they got the models switched up. In Kingdom Hearts 1, Squall acts the way Cloud should act, and Cloud acts the way Squall should act. It's really fucking weird. It happens in Kingdom Hearts 1, and then forever after that, that personality change has been replicated. So it seems like in Final Fantasy VII Remake that they kind of took the wrong version of Cloud, where he's like this weird, I'm so soft-spoken, and all these girls are throwing themselves at me, and I'm like the anime protagonist. I don't know what to do with all these hot girls throwing themselves at me. Oh, what do I do? And I'm just like, that's not Cloud. That was never the original Cloud character from the game. So
Sad. Everything has to change.
yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Squall is the main character of Final Fantasy VIII. Oh, though in Kingdom Hearts he's called Leon. They changed the name for some reason, but yeah, whatever. He's movie Cloud. Yeah, the movie did the same thing. So, but I'll see. I'll play it. I still should play it just to see. Cloud was. I mean, it's like people forget in the original Final Fantasy VII. Like the first thing Cloud does basically after he meets Aerith, he like crashes through. Well, he meets her like for a second, but like when he actually meets her, he crashes through the roof and he kind of saves her from Shinra. Like literally, one of the first things he does is tease her and then ask her out on a date. So he's not like this moody, kind of like beta, like aloof guy that he's always portrayed in like other media. So
sounds like a player,
right? Yes, Nova, I acknowledge your existence. There you go. Sammy says, I endorse Cloud having great dance moves. I mean, that's all that matters, right? You want to see Cloud in drag, dancing like a chick with a gay man, right? Yeah, that's what's Final Fantasy VII Cloud is like. He's an arrogant, cocky guy. And it just seems like that all fucking disappeared after Final Fantasy VII. It's so weird.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, let me read. J-Mac for $20 says, smoking is definitely a part of Sid's aesthetic. He's a grizzled, foul-mouthed old-timer who's stuck in the past. I mean, that's a great point, too, that is part of why his aesthetic is that 1920s pilot, is because he's supposed to be a person who's literally stuck in the past. And he is. I mean, because he's stuck in wanting to, even though in the game he's really not that old, but, all the ages in Final Fantasy VII make no fucking sense. Everyone should be way older than they are. But, yeah, that he's stuck in the past. That's a good point, and the smoking reflects that. So yeah, it would be a sacrificing art, in a sake of a little character flair for some political correct bullshit. So,
is this part of safetyism culture where they're turning 100%. All these characters into bland vanilla characters because oh my god, we don't want to have people influenced by rough and tumble badasses?
Well, it is like the smoking thing. With Cloud's shift, I don't think it is. I could definitely see someone putting it through that lens. I don't think it is that just because the change happened like 15 years ago. before woke stuff really happened, and I'm not really sure why that change occurred.
Okay.
It's like a weird fucking thing that just happened. So
Maybe it was a creative decision, but there are like a lot of characters that are just like having an interesting character these days seems difficult.
sure. I mean, and obviously, they made Tifa's breasts smaller and her outfit less skimpy.
What?
Yeah, I know. I mean, they're still big, but they're not in the original game. They were like ridiculous. And listen, I'm fine with that. Like in the original game, she's like basically like Jessica Rabbit levels of like proportional not making sense, and she's wearing a character who's supposed to be like doing flip kicks and shit is wearing like a mini skirt. Like I get it, that doesn't make sense. You have to change your outfit a little bit. So okay, it's fine. I'm fine with that, right? So
it kind of makes sense.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. So there's always gonna be little changes, but yeah, no, I think the way they changed the way her look is for the remake is fine. I don't have a problem with it. But JMac for $20, thank you. Says after 2 playthroughs, I can honestly say I absolutely hate the Final Fantasy VII remake. The only redeeming part is the music and the added depth with Jesse, Biggs, and Wedge. Well, there you go. I'll have to play it and check it out myself. So we'll see. Because I mean, that was my feeling. That's part of why I never, like when it was coming out, I was super motivated, super hyped to play it. And then when it came out and I saw people talking about it, I'm like, oh, and I saw clips of it. I'm like, wait, what? This doesn't look right. Like one of my favorite things, before we go off on the Final Fantasy VII rant, one of my favorite things in Final Fantasy VII is, so if you never played it, like I don't know if you've probably never seen this, Adam. One of the most iconic scenes in like all video games for people my age was the scene of Sephiroth, walking through fire and like burning down Cloud's, hometown when he was younger. And so there's kind of like this cool thing in Final Fantasy VII, because Final Fantasy VII original is a lot of it. It's kind of like Watchmen in that it's a critique of the genre that it is. It's really weird. Final Fantasy VII is a genre critique of that kind of RPG, but for a lot of people, it was the very first RPG they ever played, and they still liked it.
Interesting.
So it has like a weird effect on. It's kind of like when people point to Watchmen as their favorite comic, and they've never really read other comics. And it's like, well, your favorite comic is a genre critique of comics. It's interesting that seems to happen a lot.
Right. You think the critique is the norm.
Right. And so there's an interesting thing in Final Fantasy VII where the bad guy, Sephiroth, is like hyped up to be like, oh my God, he has this super deep backstory with Cloud, the main character. Like he burned Cloud's village down and killed his parents and killed everyone in his town. And like, Cloud had this like epic sword fight with Sephiroth, and like, oh my God. And so like it's like hyped to shit. So when they finally meet for the first time, you're expecting this like Cloud, Sephiroth, like we meet again, right? You're expecting the classic, sort of villain hero thing, but that's not what happens. It's literally the scene from fucking Avengers. Remember where like, I forget who it is, if it's Thor or someone's like, you took everything from me. And Thanos is like, I don't even know who the fuck you are. Like that's what happens. That first happens in Final Fantasy VII. Cloud meets Sephiroth and he's like, Sephiroth, we meet again. And Sephiroth looks at him and he's like, who the fuck are you? Like he doesn't even know who the fuck Cloud is. And you're like, wait, what? And that's like the first hint that like all of the backstory that you think is real is not real, because he doesn't know who the fuck Cloud is. He's like, I don't know who the fuck you are. You're just some random dude. And so it's just a great moment in the game. And then in the remake, that's all changed, because it's like in the remake, like Sephiroth keeps showing up every 10 seconds and he's like whispering to Cloud and he's like obsessed with Cloud. And you're like, what the fuck is going on here? This is just so different. It's like they missed the whole point, I thought, of like the genre critique of the original game. It seems kind of like Red Letter Media, when they had their Star Wars reviews, they had a very interesting point where they talk about how in the original Star Wars, Darth Vader was just like a guy in a suit who was like a bad guy who was scary.
Right.
He was just some like dude who like smashed it up and he choked people. And then in the later movies, he's kind of given this extra depth of being Luke Skywalker's father.
Right.
and that kind of adds an extra layer of depth to his character. It makes his character interesting. And then you see that he needs the suit to survive, and that kind of makes it. So there's all these little elements that make his character like interesting. But the part of the problem with the prequels is it's like, because Darth Vader was so popular as a character in the mind of people that like Star Wars, like George Lucas allowed the popularity of the character affect the character's place in the universe. So no longer was Anakin just a guy who got seduced to the dark side, who was Luke Skywalker's father. No, like, he has to be the fucking chosen one. He's the chosen one that's supposed to bring balance to Force, and the whole fucking story and the whole world of Star Wars has to revolve around him.
Which was a big fucking mistake.
And it was a big fucking mistake, as opposed to just being a guy who got seduced by the dark side. And it's like the fandom and the love of a character influences the creators, and then it fucks up the story. I think the best example of that, besides Anakin, is Jack Sparrow. And I even call this Jack Sparrow syndrome, which is that you watch the first Pirates of the Caribbean. Johnny Depp as Jack Sparrow, fucking awesome, right? Great character. Everyone loves that character, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's not the main character. He's not the main character. Who's the main character?
The boring one.
Yes, Will Turner, the very boring, Orlando Bloom, who's not a great actor, is the main character, right? But Jack Sparrow's character only works because he's not the main character.
Right.
But the popularity of Jack Sparrow, the fact that everyone loved his character, that made it so then the subsequent movies, his character
had to make him more of the main character.
Became more and more the main character. And that made the movies get worse and worse and worse, because his character doesn't work. The main character has to go on a journey, have an arc, and do all this other shit. You don't want any of that fucking shit for Jack Sparrow. You just want Jack Sparrow to be the trickster rogue. You don't want him to do the main character shit. You want him to kind of be a secondary protagonist that's also an antagonist at the same time. You're not really sure whose side he's on character. And so you just have to be aware, you have to be cautious to not let the popularity of a character seep into the sequels. And I feel like that's basically what happened with Cloud and Sephiroth, is that those characters were so popular and iconic that they've the popularity has seeped into the future versions of the game. So
sad.
JMac for $20 says Cloud Shift is 100% Tetsuya Nomura's doing. The guy is like a 50-year-old emo kid. Well, there you go. Maybe it was just a very bad creative decision. So, oh my God, Sammy G, what a terrible take. She said, I like all the Pirates movie equally. That's the worst thing I've ever heard. How is that possible? That's the worst take ever. Don't say that that's base, Stony. That's a terrible take. The first Pirates is a great movie, okay? And then each one just gets worse and worse and worse after that, right?
It's been a while since I saw Pirates, any of the Pirates, so.
The first one is just an objectively good movie. Like, it's great. First one's great. And then second one's kind of like, oh, this is good-ish. Not as good as the first one. The third one's kind of like, what's going on here? And the fourth one's like, oh, God. And the fifth one's like, no. Like, they just get worse and worse and worse.
There's a fifth one? Wow.
I think there's a fifth one.
I usually cut my losses around 3.
Yeah, there's a fifth one. There's definitely a fifth one.
When you're going into 4 and 5 territory.
Right.
Like, it all just becomes a blur. You're like, what? What? Why do they do that?
It's, it is what it is. Because the idea doesn't, you can't do the idea for 5. It just doesn't work. You think the second Pirates is the best? That is not true. First one is easily the best.
A fifthology?
What?
A fifthology?
A fifthology, yeah. The same thing happened to the Far Cry series. Far Cry 3, super popular. The bad guy gets all of the attention. And so the subsequent Far Cry series are all about the bad guy, and they totally fucked up. That's why it's so weird to me. Far Cry 3 is so fucking good. That the story in that is so great. Because it's another genre critique that relies on the dynamic between the main character and the antagonist, but only people remember the antagonist because he's like the charismatic jokester character. they forget the main character who's the one driving the story. And so then the subsequent Far Cry games, they literally make the protagonist silent. And it's like fucking retarded. It loses everything that made Far Cry 3 good.
That sucks.
Yep.
Why would they do that?
Because they're stupid.
Right. Stupidity is a huge problem.
Far Cry 3 would make a fantastic movie. I'm kind of shocked that hasn't made a movie. It's like about a bunch of rich, spoiled white kids that get captured by pirates. I forget, some fucking place, some little island place. They're like on their like MTV, dream vacation. They get captured by pirates, and the main character. It's kind of funny. Like right in the beginning of the game, this is the subversion. Right in the beginning of the game, there's two characters. There's like the guy who was like, I was a special forces military guy. And then there's his youngest brother who's just like some loser who works in like the film industry in Southern California or something as an intern.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, in the normal game, you're going to be the special forces guy who's going to use his special forces to like save his family. But instead he dies like immediately. And you're playing his like shitty brother. And it's about the brother like teaming up with a rebel faction on the islands, doing a bunch of drugs and basically becoming like a fucking serial killer to save his family. And it kind of presents this interesting choice, though the end of the Far Cry 3 is awful. They completely ruin it. But it presents an interesting choice or idea that like he's like the classic millennial Generation Z person who he didn't have meaning in his life, and through like murder and being part of a rebel army, he's found meaning in like something important in his life. He's actually like really good at killing people. And so he's kind of posed with this interesting moral question of like, do I go back to the United States of America? Do I go back to that life, try to get a job in an office somewhere? Or do I stay here on this island, and still try to like continue forward as this like serial, brutal, murderer of people?
You
Anyway.
got to go with the killing. I mean, what are you going to do?
But even
Few
that's
innocent
kind of
people. That's
right.
a small price to pay, right? For your
Well, he's
passion.
killing bad people, so they deserve it.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, guilty people.
Right. Though even that would have been kind of it's interesting because in my headcanon, both options are the wrong option. Because if he stayed on the island, the people were only using him. The rebel people were only using him. They didn't actually like him. So he wouldn't really actually find true happiness there. He would just basically become a thug of the new regime when they took power. And then if he goes back to America, he could never he'd be kind of like a guy who was in war trying to like get back into modern society. He could never really fit back in properly because he'd been so like PTSD'd out. So
yeah, we've all been there.
Right. Okay. Thoughts Apprentice for $5 says, quickly, I don't have much time. CT hates getting gifts. She's threatened to decline anything I get her. What do I give her to troll that she can't? What, that she can't return? I don't know. Adam, do you have an idea for this?
A gift for CT?
That she can't return, yeah.
That she can't return.
Right.
Maybe a gallon of milk? I mean, that's the can't return thing.
Because it expires?
Yes.
Yeah. I think it has to be something over the internet. So.
I mean, look, there's apps and stuff.
Right.
Just get your. They don't deliver a gallon of milk with one of those food apps.
There you go.
Look, I've never used one of those food apps, but
yeah, there you go. I don't think Thoth knows her address, so but.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Get her a Steam game, Thoth. Okay.
Is that the thing to do? A Steam game?
I guess so.
But those can be returned, though.
Listen, she's gonna do what she's gonna do. Okay. You just have to deal with it. Girl Sarah for 20 months. Thanks so much. Says, when did the pro-life movement get hijacked by Christian fundamentalists? I just want to make hoes mad, not make them birth potatoes. Was the pro-life movement always hijacked? I don't know the answer to that question. Was there a big pro-life movement before the Christian fundamentalists made it a big movement?
I don't know. It's always been a Christian movement in my entire life. So
yeah. I don't know the answer to that question. I know when you go back to like Margaret, I don't know, because I'd have to go back, because when I was like researching Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood, I wasn't really looking at to see like who were the forces opposing her. I just assumed it was from a religious perspective. I didn't really look into it. I was more looking into, the accusations of whether she was like a Nazi or racist or a eugenicist or whatever. So I don't know the answer to that question. CT says he better not know my address.
Uh-oh.
There you go. Well, he doesn't. So there you go. You're safe. Listen, I didn't give him your address, okay? CT, what do you want as a gift? Let everyone in the chat know. What do you want as a gift? Caleb the Cynic for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Sugar Plum Lucy, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships, even though you're a dirty sticker. Look at that. Lucy's always so holiday festive. Look at that. She was spooky for Halloween. Now she's like Sugar Plum for Christmas.
That's awesome.
You weren't Thanksgiving for Thanksgiving. You missed one.
Could have been a turkey.
There you go. Turkey Lucy. Let's see. I read that one. Adam Gadbaugh for 16 months says, quote, if you disregard all human rights issues, quote, is never the good way to start a compelling argument. Great.
What's that?
When Dr. Muller said, quote, if you disregard all human rights issues, they said that's never a good way to start the argument.
Did Dr. Muller say that?
When we were talking about China, he said something about like, well, if you disregard human rights issues.
Right.
And then he said, he's talking about like the economic achievements.
There was a little bit there where I was getting nervous. I was like, are we going to get him in trouble?
I know. That's why I was kind of like, oh, I don't know how much I want to talk about this. Yeah.
He was a professor in China. He was
right.
a teacher in China.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, if anyone from China is listening, he was defending you guys pretty well. So
yeah, don't arrest him.
There you go.
Don't black bag him. Okay.
Right. Gossip Apprentice says, I do know it's not my fault she kidnapped me. Wow, look at that. Is that true, CT?
Really?
Kidnapped Thoth.
CT's giving her address out now.
Look at this. Wait, this is weird. It says, look, we were just talking about milestones. It says, let's celebrate Thoth Apprentice 20th super on a live stream.
Wow. Look at that.
We were just talking about this. What are the milestones?
We didn't know it went up to 20.
That can't
Look at this.
That's no way that's true. There's no way that Thoth's only given us 20 super chats. He's been like following us for years.
What do you mean?
Thoth's been following us for years and probably gives a super chat like once every stream or every other stream. There's no way it's that low. That's only 20.
It's only 20, huh?
I don't believe this. That milestone. I don't believe that. That doesn't make any sense.
Computers can't count. You know that. You know how it works.
Right.
You're outputting your video and it says, oh, you got 5 minutes. But really, it's like 35 minutes.
Sure. There you go. You can't trust the computers.
Yeah, they don't know. It's like, this feels about like the 20th super chat.
Right.
It's really number 5.
Let's see. Moondoggy for $10 says, Adam, I was looking for your street epistemology with Peter. Did that end up happening?
It did, and they film everything live and edit it together with a bunch of graphics and stuff, so I don't necessarily know when it's going to be out or if it's going to be out, because they had a real, I hope we got something we can use vibe. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
I was particularly argumentative, and we didn't have like a pleasant resolution. It just kind of ended.
Right. Wow.
I kind of wish that I would have recorded it. I wish I would have like just recorded the audio, but I guess I wouldn't have heard what Peter was saying because they had us both mic'd up with little tiny mics on our lapel. But I mean, I can talk to Reed. Maybe Reed will give us a little bit of it where we can upload it to our channel if they're not going to use it. But
I'm sure. Well, we'll see. Sure. If not, maybe you just come on and you'll recreate the argument live. How about that?
we were arguing about the definition of morality, and it was a tad frustrating because I didn't feel like Peter was fully like listening to the argument. Yeah.
Interesting. Let's see. I think I read that. Yeah, I did read that one. Stug, thank you so much, Stug, for the happy face and the $2. Sodoge for $10 says, thanks for bringing this guy on. A good reminder that we libertarians are the sane ones. Remember, next time weird tradcons ask what the Judeo part of Judeo-Christian values is, just say ending wokeness. That's hilarious.
I put up a poll that is pretty interesting. I don't know if you saw it. So the poll is up to about 700 votes, and it's, does defamation violate the NAP, the non-aggression principle?
I saw that. You were triggering lots of people, yeah.
Yeah.
With
Don't you
your
like it?
libertarian questions today.
So what do you think the results are to that poll? Obviously, the libertarians have a clear, unambiguous
What was the
philosophy,
question?
right? Does defamation violate the NAP, the non-aggression principle? So defamation is obviously lying about somebody to destroy their reputation. It's not telling truths about people. Like truth is a defense to defamation.
I could see a conceivable problem would be the way that I would have to answer the poll is when you say defamation, you mean that we know that what the person, number one is what you just said, that we know what they're saying is untrue. And then number two, it's reached the legal definition that we would consider defamation.
Right. Yeah.
And so then that would violate the NAP.
Otherwise, I would say alleged defamation.
Right. So I would say, yes, it does violate the NAP. But I think a lot of people might wrongly interpret defamation not in a legal sense. They'd be like, oh, you're just talking shit about someone. And so they might answer no.
Okay. Well, it's so split. It's like 50, 49. 50.9 to 49.1. And there's like a bunch of people arguing.
Right.
And I don't very upset that it's like.
I don't see why it wouldn't. How would it not?
What do you mean?
How would defamation not violate the NAP?
Well, the intuitions in conflict are speech versus well, I would conceptualize it as property rights, but people are
right.
I guess that's how people are splitting it up. They're saying, look, I'm free to say whatever I want, even if it's untrue lies about people.
It's actually hilarious. What are you saying?
Well, and there's a lot of people who don't. I've discovered there's a lot of libertarians that don't even believe in intellectual property. So they're for property rights, but not only tangible things can be property. Yeah.
That's interesting.
So reputations, celebrity endorsements, things like that, they don't consider property.
Wow.
That's odd. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Well, no, it's funny. It's kind of a hilariously genius, a wickedly evil genius question you asked. Because it would make a lot of people upset. Because it is like a weird, like it's like a Jonathan Haidt, like, can you eat the dog before the died question.
That's what I was going for.
Right. Like, it's like hitting some intuitions that some people might not feel comfortable. Be like, wait a minute. So, but yeah, no, I would say 100% defamation, 100% violates the NAP completely. Just as like, of course you can have speech that can violate someone else's NAP. I don't see the argument against that. So anyway, thanks so much, Todd Sullivan, for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you.
I can't believe there's libertarians that don't support intellectual property.
That is weird. Yeah.
What the heck?
That's strange.
I mean, people spend their lives developing intellectual property.
Are you sure they're not libertarian socialists? Trying to sneak in.
Maybe, I don't know.
That's what
Like
Noam
they're-
Chomsky is. That's where Vosh got that label from. Noam Chomsky says he's a libertarian socialist.
Huh.
Sammy
Okay.
G for $2, thank you, says there is no war in Ba Sing Se. Listen, I don't want him to get in trouble. Okay, so if he wants to say there's no war, then there you go.
There's no war where?
In Ba Sing Se, it's Avatar: The Last Airbender reference.
Oh.
Salundre for $10 says there's an outbreak of upper respiratory infections in China, but they aren't related. Was informed about it just like they did with COVID. There you go. That cringe for $2 says ask him if China has a lying culture. I mean, that's your understanding of it, Adam. But
It is, yeah, but I don't I'm not sure that we get an accurate answer out of that, because my understanding from Serpenza, whatever his name is.
right, Serpent ZA.
Yeah. Wendell is his name. My understanding from Wendell is that Chinese pretty much are very racist and lie to foreigners all the time and take advantage of foreigners. And since Dr.
you think
Moeller
they
is
could
a
just be
foreigner,
like
they would be
lying?
easily, yeah,
Interesting.
exactly.
Wow.
So, yeah. Right? I mean,
maybe. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says China, a communist country, wouldn't know how to manufacture consent is a truly wild take. Yeah, I don't agree with that either. I agree. As for 30 NTs, thank you. Says shove these Taiwan dollars up China's ass. Oh, is that what NTs are? I didn't know that. Well, thank you.
wow.
Az. Well, there you go.
Az must be in Taiwan.
There you go. Look at that. Based. Chad Powers, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers and for being a 14-month member. There you go. Says, sorry, Sitch, you'll have to continue to deal with me for now. Well, listen, I look forward to it, Chad. As long as you continue to pay for it.
Anyone named Chad Powers is got to be cool.
There you go. Anyone named Chad Powers who pays me money has to be cool. That's my take.
Jeez, come on.
Listen, I'm all about transparency here. Okay.
Virtue for virtue's sake.
Remember?
No,
shut up. That's not real. Very Dead Horse for 16 months says Hans Mollman was a strange guest. He views his home countries through a spectrum that the rest of us don't get, if you get what I'm saying. Yeah, no, I mean, he has a very unique worldview that it's hard for me to understand, because obviously my worldview and my experiences are very different from his own. But
well, just the response, and I get maybe it's just an internet phenomenon, but whenever you talk about something like a social credit score in America, just Americans revolt at the idea.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have heard the argument that Chinese like it because it's like a level of trust. They can tell if somebody's trustworthy, whether or not they want to deal with them or date them or anything like that, which I can see that, but I think you have to be in a much more collective society just to be cool with that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we had a social credit score in America, would that reduce crime? Yes. Is it worth it? I would say no. Like, so that's kind of the thing you have to weigh. Is like there's always this security versus freedom trade-off. You have to kind of, weigh in your mind.
Yeah.
And so, like, to me, it's like, okay, well, I wasn't really going to argue with him whether it was good or not. It's just that it exists, and it existing descriptively means that China is a lot less free than America. And I don't think it's fair or accurate to say, well, America is a larger police state than China just because there's more people in prison, supposedly. It's like, well, something being quantified or qualified as a police state is more than just how many prisoners exist literally in prison.
Especially when in China they just harvest their organs and like dump them out by the shed.
There you go. That's why there's less prisons.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Noel Campbell, hey, for 5 months, thank you. Says, I really hate when people, even the right does this, say the right aren't creative. Who do you think makes up farmers, crafts, markets, and quilts? Yeah, a lot of people I was going to read this, but then we kind of got sidetracked. A lot of people got kind of triggered when
Rudyard.
when Rudyard said that like the right makes shitty art and it's not creative. A lot of people
Yeah.
got triggered by that, which I get. I mean, he's big too generalized. Obviously, there is, very good right wing art that is, and memes and funny things that come out of the right. So, but I understood what he was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Coding Jesus for $5 says, can you ask what if alt-hist if wealth stratification is overblown issue? People who claim it's an issue seem to have a fixed size pie worldview. So I remember we asked him this last time because there's this weird thing that's going on where people feel, seems like the general attitude is they feel like wealth inequality is very high, but then a bunch of people produce statistics and studies that claim that it's actually not that bad and that it's just kind of like this weird perception. When I asked him about this last time, he said his view was that he thinks the studies and statistics are wrong or lying. So that seemed to imply that he thought it is a big deal. Thank you, Coding Jesus, for joining the Free Will Seekers. As for 9 months, he says, hey guys, check out the Mage Ascension RPG from 1993. Predicted the Matrix, factions of mages controlling reality, Elon Musk equals the Sons of Ether. That sounds interesting. Mages of Ascension. I'll check it out.
There was some study they were talking about on All In Podcast where people's perception of the economy was driven by their political affiliation. And they had figured
I'm sure,
out
yeah, that makes sense completely.
Yeah. So it was completely their not their understanding, how they felt the economy affected them was more driven by their financial situation.
Right.
Or less driven by their financial
more
situation,
by their politics,
more driven by their politics.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't be surprised by that at all.
Which is hilarious. Everyone's just fucking everyone's got cognitive dissonance.
Right.
They're like, I'm making $300,000 a year and buying my second house, but this Bidenomics sucks.
I know I've seen exactly. I know I've seen studies where like, when a Republican's president, the Republicans are all like, oh, the economy is like amazing.
Right.
And the Democrats are like, the economy sucks. And then it just reverses. When the Democrats president, the Democrats are like, oh, the economy's amazing. It's like, oh, the economy sucks. It's like, okay, like every time, like you think that's what's going on, so. Lucifer has a funny point. He says, Sitch, the CRT people would lose their mind when they would see which group has the lowest social credit score. I mean, that's interesting. There would be a whole like element that would be a whole thing that would be a big issue in this country. So. Filthy Casual for $5 says, Adam, have you listened to Expert Political Judgment? It's a book about predictions of the future, and essentially even experts are terrible at it.
Okay. No, I haven't checked out the book, but I will. I don't disagree that people are terrible at making predictions. My thought experiment doesn't rest on whether or not the prediction can come true.
Right.
Yeah. My thought experiment rests on what if it does come true? What if it has come true? Well, how would society evolve? Which right. I do. You had interesting things to say about it, Sitch, obviously.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wooster for $2 says, Quackademic Asian updates, my favorite part of the show.
Well, okay, what's going on? What happened?
We already said it. So
damn.
Let's see.
I'm looking for Romero
3 for $10 says, I think Final Fantasy VII Remake is actually a sequel to the original. That the way Aerith acts in the games makes it seem like she knows things she shouldn't. Yeah, no, I get that it's spoiler. I get that it's really not a remake. It's really like a weird multiverse sequel shenanigans because everything has to be fucking multiverse now. Like I get it. Which in my opinion was a bad idea. It should just literally be a remake. You don't need this multiverse shenanigans sequel nonsense. But even with that, so they still sort of just made Cloud the way he was in the original game instead of making him an emo bitch. So CT for 2 Canadians says that abandoned warehouse is not where I live, Thoth. There you go. I like it. $12 for 2 hours says, Sitch, I sent you a fun video and a question in the DMs. Did you? Well, let me open that right now to see if I want to react to it or not. Let's see.
Give us the second order observation of it. What is this finding?
Oh, are you talking about the
Oh,
Piers
okay.
Morgan video? Yeah, I don't know if we'll react to that, but we might. I don't know if you saw this. I watched the whole interview. It's insane. Piers Morgan had a conversation with this doctor who is of Muslim or Islamic, I always forget. He's of Arab descent, I guess. He's Muslim. I don't know what country I forget what country they said he came from originally or his family came from. And he's like super, super sympathetic to Hamas. And he has this insane fucking interview with Piers Morgan, where Piers Morgan is like really putting the thumb screws to him about whether he will denounce Hamas or not, and he won't. And he's kind of like saying, like, simultaneously saying Hamas is based, but also saying they didn't do anything wrong. Like he's trying to say that like what they did was justified, but also say that they didn't do any of the bad things that they're accused of doing. And it's just like this totally insane interview. And Pierce just keeps being like, how do you work for the NHS? How do you work for the NHS? Like he's obviously like really trying to get him canceled. It's pretty funny.
Wow.
So
Crazy.
I don't know, maybe we'll do a video on it because it's a pretty wild interview. But Dr. Diller, thanks so much for $2, says cancel the warehouse bomb quickly. Don't ask. There you go. CT for 2 Canadians says Thoth spends all his money in warehouse things, not you. And then Thoth for $2 says, I showed you my Warhammer collection. Please respond. There you go. Dr. Diller for $5 says, chat, look, I'm abusing my mod power by posting blood and gore through a super chat. Uh-oh. Did you see that, Adam?
No, but cancel him. Take his wrench.
Did you see that? Well, listen, I'm going to send you the picture of Dr. Diddler giving blood and gore. I think you should bring up on screen.
No, we can't do that.
Listen, it might get the stream demonetized, but I think it's worth it. So,
okay, look, they do the same study in the US, France, Germany, and the UK, and you can see in America the divergence between the experience and the actual is the biggest. Like this doesn't exist in other countries.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Probably why we're
That's
so
got to be our media, manufacturing non-consent.
There you go.
Okay, let's see what terrible nonsense. Okay, I guess we can bring this up. Guys, are you ready?
You ready to see some blood and gore? It's just awful.
You ready to see some blood and gore?
Yeah.
This might be the worst dad joke we've ever encountered on the stream.
I think it's pretty good.
But here it is. This joke is so bad. So horrible that it belongs in a Weird Al Yankovic video.
This is a great joke. Okay, this was a fantastic joke. You're just mad that Dr. Diller is S-class. Okay.
Right. Okay. So you see, for those of you who didn't get, for those of you who are not dads,
yeah,
you have Al Gore here wearing a blood
do-rag.
Do-rag. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's blood.
The Bloods
and gore.
are the red and the Crips are the blue. For those of you,
yeah.
For those of you who haven't seen colors,
it's clever.
Yes.
Dr. Diller for $2 says regarding the Chinese internet companies, Canada is also very protectionist in that they have to levy high taxes on American companies like Comcast because they outcompete Canadian ones. Yeah, I mean, I think there's ways to be protectionist without building the Great Firewall. So I believe that was done primarily not for economic reasons, but for social reasons. Dr. Lifford July says, unfortunately, we all recognize that protectionism doesn't really work in the long run in the same way isolationism doesn't really work. Bringing it up is kind of pointless when they use it to oppress people. I agree. Dr. Lifford July says, it's difficult to take CW seriously on his Chiba points. He's implying that the U.S. food is worse while open air wet markets exist. The Chinese COVID numbers, frankly, don't make any sense. Some degrees of simpering. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I say that's why I don't trust China statistics at all about COVID or their mortality rate. I mean, it's, it seems to me that they're very clearly lying about how many people got COVID. I mean, they were lying about the lab leak too. I mean, that seems to be pretty obvious now, doesn't it? So, Dr. Diller for $2 says, it's funny because I agree with Rudyard on a lot, but his doomerism talk is so abhorrent to me. I think it's a combination of arrogance of trying to think you understand people and the line graph problem. You're standing on a dot with a line graph behind you and an infinite expanse ahead of you. Your odds of guessing the angle going forward are extremely low. There's also no penalty for saying everything will be bad. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an issue. So, I mean, he does say that he thinks he's probably wrong. So, I mean, I appreciate that. But I think we're all going to be wrong. I think we're all going to be wrong because there's going to be some unforeseen thing. I mean, like, before ChatGPT came out, who the fuck was predicting that shit, right? Like 3-4 years ago, who was like, listen, AI, it's like going to be a huge thing. We're like right there.
Social media was never really predicted in sci-fi or anything. You didn't have people on the Star Trek, checking their Facebook or Instagram or anything like that.
They weren't, they weren't using AI. They weren't checking social media. They didn't have all the holographic displays. I mean, it is true that we're really bad, seemingly bad at like predicting the way that shit breaks down, the way shit goes, I should say, in the future. So,
yeah.
Dr. There for $2 says
we
the
did
Final
have
Fantasy
AI
7
in 2001 though. That's like the AI we had.
Right. Well, even I mean that got the time scale wrong. That was 2001, right?
Yeah, totally.
Dr. Diller for $2 says Final Fantasy 7 Remake was the first Final Fantasy I've played. Wow, that's shocking. The second was Final Fantasy 16. I have no expectations going to that game, and I still came away disappointed. The story is convoluted, boring mess, and mid is extremely annoying. Well, there's another problem too, which is that they chose a really fucking weird way, and I don't know why they did this. So the original Final Fantasy 7 game was broken into 3 chapters. I don't know why they didn't just make Final Fantasy 7 Remake the first chapter of the game. They instead took like, I don't know, the first third of the first chapter and they made it, then they dragged it out to be an entire length of a game. And so it's like, yeah, it's going to feel like the pacing is going to feel way fucking off at that point. And I don't know why they did that. It seemed like a really bad decision. Like if you went back and played the original Dr. Diller, you'd be like, what? You get out of Midgar in like, 3-4 hours. What the fuck? CT for $2 says, Adam, I got a new tablet stand and it's awesome. It's up high, so there's enough room. I'll show you later. Now, not what this is about. Sitch, in terms of smoking, I know a lot of people who still do it. Oh, sure. Listen, I'm not saying people don't still smoke. It's not anywhere near as pervasive as it used to be. It used to be like literally every fucking person smoked.
Right, and now you can spit on them. It's great.
There you go. I mean, can you imagine? I grew up. Now, I got the tail end of this, because when I grew up, you were not allowed to smoke in airplanes. Can you imagine that? There was a time period where you could smoke in a fucking airplane.
Yes.
Can you fucking imagine that? You could smoke in an airplane. There used to be, if you're old enough, you might remember you'd look up on the little airplane thing and there'd be 2 lights. There'd be a light to buckle up your seatbelt and there'd a light to tell you not to smoke at that moment. Do you remember that?
Then the smoking light, the don't smoke light came on and never went off again.
And then one day that light stayed on and it never went off. And then, but even before that, they used to, before they made smoking, you could do it on the airplane. They put all the smokers in the back of the airplane. So you could still smoke. You just all had to sit in the back. There used to be a fucking smoking section on airplanes. Okay.
I remember that.
Oh my God. I can't even, do you fucking remember that? I just had like how did I forget this? For so much of my life, when I was like a little kid, not even when I was a little kid, when I was just a kid and when I was like in high school, I would go, like my parents would take me to a restaurant and they'd be like, oh, like this many people, a non-smoking section.
Yeah, when you were a little kid.
Remember when you'd go to a fucking restaurant and you'd ask for a non-smoking section?
Yes.
Now you can't fucking smoke in any fucking restaurant.
I remember when they made the law that you can't smoke in any restaurant. And I
I
was
do
like,
too. Yeah. People were like, what?
yes.
I was happy about like that.
Thank God.
Yeah.
And they did it because the people who worked in the restaurants, obviously they have to be around the cigarette smoke in
Yeah.
a work environment. Oh, that's so bad.
Well, and also the property damage it causes to the restaurant because the smell gets like into everything, so.
Yeah. Oh my God. Now, the only time I experience it is when I go to Vegas and you walk into the casino and you're like, oh my God.
I know. You're like,
what's
this is what it used to
going
be
on?
like everywhere. Can you imagine?
I can't take it. And then they're like, but you can go up to the non-smoking floor. You go up to the non-smoking floor. First of all, it still fucking smells like cigarettes.
Yeah.
And there's no good games. They don't have craps. They don't have fucking jack shit. I'm like, this is bullshit.
Right.
Where's the non-smoking casino?
Listen, at least if vaping takes over for smoking, that's tolerable to be around.
Is it?
Smell.
I'm not sure
it doesn't have that
is.
smell that like smoking does.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's still bad for you, but it's not like doesn't have that secondhand smell. It's like disgusting. But yeah, no, I mean, and I still remember I remember going on airplanes when I was a kid, and there literally were ashtrays in the arms of the chair. So like smoking used to be this fucking insane thing. It's funny, when people say like, "Oh, people look younger now,"
yeah, because everyone quit smoking.
Right. That's just so funny. I'm like, yeah, people. It's funny because I'm like, well, if you actually, they say, oh, people look younger now. Then you look back at these old, from the 50s, 60s, 70s, people looked old. And people make a wrong assumption, or they think that was normal, and now people look young. I don't think that's the case. Because if you go back and you look at like really old photographs, like that early 1900s, like the late 1800s, people looked young too. I think that all the smoking and all the lead and the gasoline just made everyone look old and aged them up for like a generation. It made everyone like super unhealthy.
They got screwed.
Like, yeah, so when we say people look older, it's like, well, they're smoking and inhaling lead all day, so that's why they look old.
That's the boomer generation.
Yeah, it was like kind of like the boomer, the generation of before the boomers,
Silent.
I guess it was a silent, yeah. So CT for another $2 says a couple of them tried to quit too, so I've seen firsthand how hard it is. When I was a kid under 10, I used to buy the chocolate cigarettes and thought smoking was cool. Media do be like that. Yeah, that was a thing. That was crazy because, there used to literally be candy cigarettes.
Oh, I remember.
And they got rid of those because,
the powdered sugar on them so you could blow and make a little puff of smoke.
That's right, yeah. And it was like, no,
look, I'm smoking, Mom. How cool am I?
We shouldn't be making smoking look cool. And I don't have a problem with media trying to make smoking not look cool, but I don't think that really applies to Sid,
Sitch. I got Final Fantasy
VII. But
how about Sitch and Adam branded cigarettes?
Oh God, that's awful.
What do you think? Look, everyone does coffee. We'll do our own thing.
Yep.
We'll give them their nicotine fit.
I mean, you remember there'd be the old Looney Tunes episodes where from Tom and Jerry episodes where the character was showing off for a girl and he'd be rolling a cigarette and then lighting it for her. That was the cool move. So yeah.
Or the fat cat is always smoking a cigar.
Right. Well,
the cigar is a symbol for the fat cat.
And that's so weird because cigars, I never had a cigar, but they look and smell disgusting. So I don't know why the fuck that's a thing. But Sodos for 2 hours says, while not my position, the libertarian opposition to intellectual property is that it physically cannot be exclusive. Two people can own the same info for something without physical infringement, a la you wouldn't be downloading the car meme.
Two people can't own your likeness, though. Two people can't own your reputation.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So what was the one? Oh, look, academic agent. Academic agent for $2 says, Sitch finally noticed me again, Dave. What do I do? The distributor then replies for another $2, says, talk about how slavery is good again. That always gets him hot and popular.
Oh yeah. We never watched that video.
Well, we didn't watch on stream, but I mean, I've seen it. The academic agent for $2 then replies, good idea. Should I mention the 2% again? He looks so cute when I do that. The distributors for $2 says, okay, but don't endorse segregation again. Last time I did that, he yelled at me. I don't think he likes it.
That's true.
That did happen. Yeah. Yep. CT for $2, thank you, says, oh, speaking of chat GPT, GBT. Hey, chat, you can get the character AI to teach you languages, like have the practice conversations you need to actually get good. You can. Shrek is my Spanish teacher now. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even think, yeah, you could definitely do that. You could have Shrek teach you Spanish if you want.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I used ChatGPT to figure out if that guy was MMT.
How fun is that going to be for the future when people are learning languages? They're going to have any fictional character they want, speaking with the voice acting, the language they want to learn the language. So
be awesome. I loved future.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says, worded last super chat poorly. I was complaining about Final Fantasy 16. Oh, okay. I actually found Final Fantasy 7 remake enjoyable. Final Fantasy 16 is not worth $70. Had a lot of issues with that game in almost every aspect. Oh, well, there you go. Interesting. We should play the original Final Fantasy 7. See how you feel about it. So, academic agent for $2 says, for the record, I am not obsessed. I have to watch your channel to keep up with Sitch's Jewish sexual interest. The fact that I get a raging stiffy when he mentions my name is completely unrelated. Well, thank you, academic agent.
Wow.
Glad you feel that way.
TMI. Whackers, what are you doing? No one wants to hear about your raging stiffy.
Very to Horse for $5 says, I can't believe Sitch missed the pun in my member chat. Maybe we read it with the emphasis on the capitals. I guess this means I'm A-Team Supreme. Uh-oh. Where were you? Hans Mollman was a strange guest. He views his home countries through a spectrum that the rest of us don't get, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I tried to read it that way and it didn't.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
You capitalize spectrum and don't get. SDG? What does that mean? What does that mean? Listen, I'm an idiot.
I don't know. Yeah.
So like, I don't know. Sorry, very dead horse. Adam doesn't get it either, so I guess he can't be A-Team. Eric Diode, thank you for the 20 Canadian. Says, you guys got to look at the predictable future. Sitch and Adams, Jays with enlightened centric haze. There you go. We'll check it out.
Check it out.
The predictable future. Spectrum like internet company or spectrum like autism? I don't know.
There might be a lot of books that say people are bad at predicting the future.
I'm sure.
I mean, it's got to be easier to write a book with bad predictions than write one with good predictions, right? So you'd think there would be a lot more of those books.
That was a good call, Adam, to get him to turn his video off because that did help substantially.
Okay.
So, anyways,
that's it.
That's it.
We're all done.
We're all done. It's a short stream, guys. It's only 6 hours today.
I thought that was, but we gotta play the outro for Daisy.
That's right. That's right.
Daisy, the orange tabby cat.
Everyone, this one's out for Daisy.
This is. Let me turn my noise suppression off.
Right.
So I can make it particularly bluesy.
Right. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. thank you for coming on, our great guest today, Dr. Hans Moeller. And thank you, WhatIfAltHist, for coming on and talking to us. And this one goes out to you, Daisy, Bricknose's wonderful, beautiful yellow tabby cat. Thank you so much for being there when he needs you, for filling his life with love and joy. And may you find peace in the next life, in the great cat daycare in the sky.
Bye-bye, Daisy.